Ah, push harder. Are you even capable? Damn it, Jiangxing Media College. Inside the girls' dormitory, at this moment, Chao Chia was drenched in sweat, the panicked screams of female students echoing in his ears. He exerted every ounce of strength, desperately bracing himself against the dormitory door. Why by BA boo, why by BA boo outside? A bloodthirsty roar resounded as a grotesque, pus-ridden zombie head wedged itself in the door crack. Its features contorted in madness. It struggled violently, threatening to break through the door at any moment. Hey, delivery person, haven't you eaten? A grown man, and you can't even stop a woman. What a disgrace. Put your back into it. If you let it in, we'll all be doomed. Wait, isn't that our dormitory supervisor? She seems unwell. I have a medical kit. Let her in, and I can help her. Faced with such a dire situation, the three girls behind Chao Chia offered no assistance, only incessantly chattering, driving him to the brink of madness. At 24 years of age, Chao Chia had once enjoyed modest success, boasting a net worth in the millions. However, he was betrayed by his partner, Wu Jinghao, who not only swindled away all his assets, but also left him burdened with hundreds of thousands in debt. He had attempted to make a comeback, but with the industry's peak long gone and the overall economic climate unfavorable, all his efforts had ended in failure. In desperation, he resorted to delivering food to alleviate some of the financial pressure. Little did he know that a sudden outbreak of a zombie virus would confine him within the girls' dormitory. Stop your incessant chatter. Come over here and lend a hand. Chao Kai's voice thundered with frustration. He was truly at his wit's end. Isn't it customary for you gentlemen to handle such laborious tasks? Why must we delicate fairies assist? Were it not for our confinement in this dormitory, I could summon a dozen admirers with but a single word to eagerly assist, leaving no room for a mere delivery boy to play the gallant protector. How dare you raise your voice at me? Who do you think you are? I am a renowned cosplayer with millions of fans, a pampered fairy accustomed to adoration, but a woman prone to emotional outbursts, and a completely oblivious saintly figure. Were it not for Chao Kai's own presence among them, he would have relished the idea of unleashing the zombies, allowing them to feast upon these insufferable souls. Let destruction reign, this wretched world. Just as despair threatened to engulf Chao Chia, his gaze fell upon the metallic hairpin adorning the head of the shouting woman. In an instant, his eyes narrowed with determination without hesitation. He snatched the hairpin from her hair and thrust it violently into the eye of the zombie administrator. Thud! With a sharp sound, the zombie's eye erupted like a burst fruit, sending a chilling, dark liquid splattering in all directions. Vaibi bubble. Vaibi bubble. In that moment, the zombie emitted a series of indescribably mournful wails. Perhaps it was due to her recent transformation into a zombie, but the dormitory supervisor seemed to retain a vestige of sensitivity, momentarily succumbing to weakness amidst her anguished cries. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Chia exerted himself with great vigor. With a resounding clang, the dormitory door was finally shut with finality. As the cacophony dwindled, it felt as though all terror and chaos were effectively sealed outside. This granted Chao Chia a fleeting moment of tranquility and respite. One utter failure, taking so long to close the door. You, how dare you splatter me with that putrid liquid? Do you have any idea how expensive this dress is? Seriously, what are you doing? Why inflict such harm upon the supervisor? Open the door at once. Ignoring the three imbeciles, Chao Chia slumped against the door, his hands trembling as he lit a cigarette for himself. He needed to calm his nerves. This smoke was his usual means of bribing the station master. He himself was heavily in debt, typically opting for the 5 Iwana pack Red Flag Canal brand. With his eyes tightly shut, Chao Chia inhaled deeply, savoring the rich smoke that lingered in his mouth for a moment before he exhaled a heavy cloud of stale air. Get up! Who the hell allowed you to smoke in the dormitory? You disgusting man. Just as Chao Chia caught his breath, the little fairy beside him began her tirade once more. He glanced down at the unfinished cigarette in his hand, carefully placing it against the wall. Then, he tidied his hair and slowly rose to his feet. Slap! A sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed abruptly. Chao Chia commenced with a swift strike, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the little fairy. Too preoccupied with smoking, I nearly forgot to strike you. The overwhelming force propelled her across the room, crashing heavily to the ground. You! How dare you hit me? I will call the police. Ah. As the nearby woman began to unleash her shrill, irksome cries, she was abruptly silenced as Chao Chi seized her throat. Under her terrified gaze, he aimed a brutal knee strike at her abdomen. Ugh! She curled up on the floor, convulsing, emitting only faint whimpers. Instead of battling zombies, you resort to striking women. What kind of skill is that? Now, only a self-righteous woman remained, incessantly complaining. Just as Chao Chi prepared to silence her physically, he noticed the zombies outside rhythmically pounding on the door. Bang, bang. Judging by the intervals between the strikes, they seemed to be gathering momentum. Are you not here to save anyone? Allow me to assist you. Chao Chiev firmly grasped the self-righteous woman's neck, dragging her to the door while peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Seizing the moment as the zombies retreated to gather speed, he abruptly flung open the dormitory door, casting the self-righteous woman directly into the embrace of the zombies, and swiftly closed the door behind her. Oh no! Administrator, what are you doing? Please, don't do this. Someone rescue me. Brother, I was wrong. Quickly, open the door and let me in. Moments later, the air was filled with her heart-wrenching screams from outside. But soon, it weakened, transforming into the rustling sounds of zombies gnawing. After completing all this, Chao Chie bent down to pick up the cigarette but scattered on the ground, savoring them with great care. Ah, what a relief! Finally, a sense of comfort. Chao Chie felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He had endured the presence of these three women for quite some time. The reason he had refrained from taking action initially was that he had exhausted himself blocking the door, needing to sit on the ground to catch his breath for a while. Only then could he muster the strength to strike. Though he was not a martial artist, as an omnipotent delivery person, he had acquired a myriad of skills over his 6 months of delivering food. Chao Chie had learned Wing Chun, Sanda, grappling, mixed martial arts, wilderness survival, counter-surveillance techniques, 3 foreign languages, freestyle rap, flower hand tricks, excavator operation, and the disassembly and installation of semi-trailer axles. Without some proficiency, he would have been stopped at the entrance of the academy by the security guard skilled in Muay Thai. Once he regained his composure, Chao Chie began to contemplate his predicament. Currently, he was trapped on the 8th floor of the girls' dormitory, with the corridor teeming with zombies. From the window of the dormitory, he could clearly see the school playground, and the situation outside was even worse than Chao Chie had imagined. How could one describe it? It was akin to a real-life rendition of Train to Busan. Escaping from this place seemed nearly impossible. The only viable option was to stock up on food and water and await rescue. With this thought, Chao Chie quickly took out his phone, hoping to find some useful information online. As he expected, the entire network had been engulfed by this unprecedented turmoil. The zombie virus has infected the entire globe, leaving no corner of Blue Planet untouched. It is estimated that over half of humanity has succumbed to becoming the undead. Furthermore, vast expanses of unknown mist have begun to manifest in the skies above. In the imminent future, we shall face a cessation of water supply, power outages, communication breakdowns, and a scarcity of food. The apocalypse truly seems to be upon us. Ha 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 ha. However, in the face of the impending doom, Chao Chiao felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he erupted in his self-mocking laughter. At last, the debts I owe shall remain unpaid. Ding! Detected are your indomitable spirit and fearless disposition in the face of the apocalypse. The system has designated you as the chosen one. As the end of the world approaches, to safeguard the peace of the realm and ensure the continuity of human civilization, the charming yet sinister super system is being activated. Congratulations, host! The Supreme Skin System has been successfully bound. Chapter 2. The Supreme Skin System. Congratulations, host. The Supreme Skin System has been successfully bound. When the goddess voluntarily follows the host, skins can be unlocked, each granting distinct abilities. As the host of the Supreme Skin System, you shall acquire the powers of all available skins. Friendly reminder, in order to ensure humanity can withstand this crisis, Blue Star will manifest 100 chosen individuals, each binding to different systems based on their unique characteristics. Upon the host's demise, the system does not vanish. Instead, it will be awarded to the Slayer as a prize. The more skins unlocked in the Supreme Skin System, the stronger the host's abilities become. This is a late-game system. Starting without any combat power could lead to a swift demise, and a stable, prolonged development in the early stages is essential. The host must endure. Is that you? Tongzi brother. Chao Chi-ye was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of exuberance. I did it. I have succeeded, he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth endlessly. Though there are 100 chosen individuals bestowed with systems, given the population of Blue Star at 10 billion, Chao Chi-ye had already surpassed 99.99999 of humanity from the outset. What are you laughing at? You wicked delivery man. You actually killed my roommate. I will call the police and have them execute you. The little fairy glared fiercely at Chao Chi-ye, then took out her phone and dialed 110 directly. Haha. Reporting? Go ahead, report. Chao Chi-ye was thoroughly amused by this foolish girl and made no attempt to stop her. If she could manage to reach the police, he would be grateful to her. In the current state of Blue Star, it is likely that everyone is desperately seeking the police. Moreover, it was the self-proclaimed saint who insisted on venturing out for treatment from the administrator, and Chao Chi-ye merely assisted her in fulfilling her desire. This could be seen as an act of benevolence. Furthermore, the foremost principle in the apocalypse is to eliminate the saint first. During the time the little fairy was making her phone call, Chao Chi-ye busily gathered all the food and water within the dormitory. Although his system possesses a high ceiling of capability, it also has an exceedingly low floor. He started out just like an ordinary person, utterly devoid of any function. What Chao Chi-ye must do now is to ensure his own safety while recruiting his first goddess. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is busy now. Please dial it again later. The little fairy, having dialed for quite some time, realized that the emergency services had long since collapsed. Seeing Chao Chi-ye rummaging through the dormitory, she initially feigned calmness, then, assuming an air of authority, declared, "Delivery boy, what are you doing? The items in this dormitory are our personal belongings. Do not touch them. Just wait. I have already called the police. They will arrive in 3 minutes. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider saying a few good words for you to reduce your sentence by 2 years. Huh? At her words, Chao Chi-ye nearly suppressed a laugh. He refrained from engaging in meaningless banter, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to the little fairy's face, leaving 2 distinct marks. Did she still dare to shout in his presence? While her admirers indulged her whims, he certainly would not. Not only did he possess the entirety of the dormitory's supplies, but even the 2 of them would serve as his reserves should they disobey. The little fairy, with her doe-like eyes glistening with tears, stared intently at Chao Chi-ye, clearly stunned by the blow. She had anticipated that he would be like her other admirers, easily swayed by her beauty and cunning, terrified by the authority of the police. However, she was taken aback to find that Chao Chi-ye was impervious to such tactics. Why was he able to act this way? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her expression transforming from shock to despair, culminating in a fit of tears. Chao Chi-ye cast a cold glance in her direction and utilized the system to inspect her attributes. Name, Wu Dingting. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Beauty, 81. Figure, 89. Charisma, 70. Charm, 82. Comprehensive score, 80. Activatable skin level, ordinary. Skin levels are categorized as ordinary, brave, epic, legendary, collection supreme. Upon closer inspection, Chao Chi-ye realized that Wu Tingting indeed possessed a certain allure. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, the ends slightly curled, exuding an air of languor. Even in the dormitory, stripped of makeup, her skin remains exquisitely fair and radiant, seemingly delicate enough to be pierced by a mere breath. Particularly striking is the yellow t-shirt emblazoned with Pikachu, the cartoon design accentuated by her voluptuous figure, forming an alluring silhouette. It is no wonder that her words are often met with eager adoration. Indeed, she possesses a certain allure. No more tears. If you cry again, I shall cast you out of the dormitory, much like that insufferable saint, commanded Chao Chi-ye, his voice resonating with authority. He understood well that coaxing this pampered heiress into submission would be futile. A firmer approach was necessary. Upon hearing Chao Chi-ye's authoritative shout, Wu Tingting immediately ceased her sobbing. A bubble of mucus still clinging to her nose, her body shaking uncontrollably. The Pikachu on her chest bounced with her sobs, creating a rather captivating sight. You bully 2 defenseless girls. Retribution will surely follow. At that moment, the girl who had been curled up in the corner, now catching her breath, unleashed a torrent of curses laced with resentment directed at Chao Chi-ye. He cast a glance her way. Name, Suing. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 89. Figure, 84. Temperament, 85. Charisma, 90. Overall rating, 87. Unlockable skin tier, brave. As a seasoned cosplayer, Suing outshines Wu Tingting in both beauty and charm. Dressed in the cosplay outfit of Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact, Her features are exquisitely refined. Her visage nothing short of breathtaking. Her long, dark purple hair was intricately braided at the ends, and her light purple eye sparkled subtly, with a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye adding a touch of allure. Although she exuded an air of haughty aloofness, her visage was that of a gentle and understanding woman. The contrast was striking. Moreover, Chao Chi suddenly realized that he had encountered this girl before on Douyin. She was one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangxing Art Institute, and also a cosplayer with millions of followers online. Under normal circumstances, Chao Chi would have sought out a teacher for assistance. However, the situation was different now. He needed to deliver a couple of significant blows first. Me? Bully the two of you? Chao Chi pointed at himself, utterly speechless. Had it not been for my desperate effort to block the door just moments ago, you would have been devoured by zombies. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to curse me? Glaring at the ungrateful girl before him, Chao Chi first helped Suing up from the ground. Then, taking aim, he delivered 2 sharp knee strikes. After a series of relentless attacks, Suing was already on the ground, retching. Given the current circumstances, if she still could not distinguish between the two, Chao Chi would have to offer her some subtle hints. Chapter 3. The Partner's Sister. After teaching the 2 young ladies a lesson, Chao Chi secured all the supplies in a cabinet and took the keychain that had been resting on top. Inside the cabinet, there was half a case of unopened mineral water, several bags of snacks, and the 3 servings of spicy hot pot he had just delivered. If he rationed carefully, it would suffice to sustain him for about a month. As for other water sources, Chao Chi had already confirmed that the water flowing from the tap had transformed into an inky green hue, clearly indicating contamination by the zombie virus. It was likely that consuming it would result in immediate transformation into a zombie progenitor. Subsequently, Chao Chi barricaded the dormitory door with beds and heavy objects to ensure that the undead in the corridor could not breach the entrance. Finally, he casually confiscated the mobile phones of 2 female university students and compelled them to disable all passwords. After being physically subdued by Chao Chi, Woodington and Suing had, to some extent, begun to harbor a sense of reverence towards him. After a day of hectic activity, Master Chao leisurely retrieved a bowl of spicy hot pot from the cupboard and savored it with delight. This particular hot pot, designated as certain fortune, cost 188 per serving, and the price for 3 portions soared to over 500. He toiled throughout the day and could scarcely afford these 3 bowls. Moreover, from Su Ying's WeChat, he learned that these 3 servings were a gift from an infatuated admirer. Over 500, merely in exchange for a thank you, brother. Even the subsequent messages went unanswered by Suing. As Chao Chi ate, he shook his head. Not to criticize you, my friend, but with that kind of money, you could treat your good buddies to a seafood feast, and they'd dub you their foster father for a semester. Or, with just a few more coins, for 598 you could indulge in supreme enjoyment. Today's youth truly underestimates the purchasing power of 500 yuan. It was no wonder that these young ladies had become spoiled, their arrogance soaring to new heights. At this moment, Woodington and Suing could only tremble in the corner, helplessly watching their delivery person devour their takeout. As both individuals embarked on their weight loss journey, they refrained from consuming any food since last night. By midday, hunger pangs had become undeniable, prompting one to order an extravagant serving of spicy hot pot. The rich aroma of the dish wafted through the dormitory, tantalizing the senses. Gurgle, gurgle, Woodington and Suing crouched in the corner, their stomachs betraying them with audible protests. Big brother, could we perhaps have a taste? Woodington timidly inquired, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. We won't take any vegetables, just a sip of the broth will suffice. Suing chimed in, her gaze fixed longingly on the spicy hot pot in Chao Chi's hands, her throat involuntarily swallowing. After being physically swayed by Chao Chi, the 2 women noticeably tempered their demeanor towards him, even exhibiting a degree of reverence. Furthermore, Chao Chi had shown them information from the internet, as well as the situation outside the playground, leading Wu Tingting and Su Ying to the stark realization that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Nevertheless, accustomed to indulgence, they were not entirely willing to capitulate. Exchanging knowing glances, they silently plotted to temporarily lower their heads and feign compliance, biding their time until rescue arrived, at which point they would exact a fierce retribution on this audacious delivery man. Noticing Chao Chia's indifference, Wu Tingting pressed on with a pleading expression, Big brother. My brother is Wu Zhanghao, the general manager of Tianhong Real Estate. If you let me have a sip of broth, I can ensure he rewards you handsomely. I swear. I'm not deceiving you. If you doubt me, you may check my phone. Wu Zhanghao is indeed my brother. Upon hearing this, Chao Chi-ye halted abruptly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he regarded her. What? You are Wu Jinghao's sister? Do you know my brother? Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Dingting was filled with elation, believing she had encountered a familiar acquaintance of her brother, thus sparing her from the pangs of hunger. Chao Chi-ye nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Wu Jinghao, even in a state of disarray, was unmistakable to him. Wu Jinghao was the very partner who had deceitfully stripped Chao Chi-ye of his assets. He never anticipated that the very Wu Dingting before him was none other than Wu Jinghao's sister. To confirm this revelation, Chao Chi-ye opened Wu Dingting's WeChat, where he discovered an array of messages exchanged with Wu Jinghao. Wu Dingting, brother, do you think this handbag is beautiful? My birthday is next week, and I desire it. Wu Jinghao, it's only 20,000 yuan. Brother will buy it for you. Wu Dingting, really? Brother, why are you so good to me? Wu Jinghao, silly girl, you are my only family. If I don't treat you well, who else would I? Wu Dingting, brother, you truly are the best brother in the world. Love you, adorable, adorable. Ah, so he uses my money to purchase luxury handbags for his sister. Does he? Observing the bond between the siblings, Chao Chi-ye felt a surge of emotion. A nefarious scheme for revenge blossomed in his mind. The wheel of fate turns inexorably. And who can escape the wrath of heaven? It seems that all of this is orchestrated by divine will, since fate has brought them together. Chao Chi-ye must take good care of his sister. Wu Jinghao, Tingting, are you all right? The streets are teeming with zombies. I'm hiding in the underground garage, temporarily safe. Wu Jinghao, how are things on your end? Wu Jinghao, Tingting, you must hold on. I will definitely come to rescue you. Wu Jinghao sent dozens of messages and even attempted a video call, yet all were silenced when Chao Chi-ye confiscated their phones. It appeared that Wu Jinghao was fortunate enough to be out of immediate danger. Chao Chi-ye smiled faintly and, using Wu Dingting's phone, sent a message to Wu Jinghao. Wu Dingting, brother, please ensure your safety. I am waiting for you at school. Upon receiving the message, Wu Jinghao instantly replied. But Chao Chi-ye chose to ignore him. He aimed to instill hope in Wu Jinghao while simultaneously feeding his anxiety. Oh, Wu Jinghao, do not perish so easily. This is the apocalypse, and we must settle both old and new scores. Chapter 4. Only one of you can survive. Would you like some soup? Chao Chi asked, shaking the last remnants of broth in the bowl and presenting it to Wu Tingting and Suing, having gone over 20 hours without sustenance. The eyes of the two women sparkled with desire, nodding eagerly like two famished kittens. While they longed for the soup, it was, after all, the end of days. And both food and water were precious commodities. You must offer equivalent resources in exchange, he stated with a subtle smile, his gaze lingering on Wu Tingting and Suing, imbued with a hint of mockery and aggression. Under the scrutiny of such a gaze, Wu Dingting and Suing instantly comprehended Chao Chi-ye's intentions, instinctively retreating a step. Their faces etched with vigilance and resistance. We shall not partake in this soup. You may drink it alone. Indeed, in truth, we are not particularly hungry. As the two women spoke, they shrank back into the corner, their words polite, yet their eyes directed at Chao Chi-ye, filled with disdain. Wu Dingting scoffed inwardly. The last time a wealthy heir presented her with an extravagant bag worth tens of thousands, he hadn't even held her hand. Did he expect to exchange a bowl of leftover spicy hot pot for her body? Ridiculous. Suing, equally contemptuous, thought to herself. As a cosplay influencer with millions of followers, each advertising slot commanded a fortune. She had numerous suitors willing to support her. How could she possibly desire someone delivering takeout? Very well, remember your current expressions. I hope that when you next find yourselves on your knees begging me, you will retain this same defiance. Chao Chi-ye chuckled mockingly, thoroughly pleased with the women's reactions. The more defiant they appeared now, the more abject they would become in the future. The thought of the contrast in just a few days filled him with anticipation. To be frank, given the present circumstances, I could easily dispose of both of you on the spot. However, I, Chao Chi-ye, am a man who cherishes beauty, wishing to offer you an opportunity to willingly serve me. Pausing momentarily, his tone was casual yet laden with pressure. You both should understand that my supplies of water and food are exceedingly limited. Therefore, I can only share with one. In other words, only one of you shall have the chance to survive. He spoke while meticulously observing the subtle shifts in the expressions of Wu Dingting and Suing. His words not only instilled a sense of urgency in the two women but also subtly sowed discord between them. The feeling of isolation often renders an individual as psychological defenses more vulnerable to breach. In truth, as soon as Chao Chi-ye unlocks the exclusive skins for the two women, he could harness the system's power to lead them to safety. Only children make choices, adults embrace all options. His intention in saying this was merely to intimidate Wu Dingting and Suing. Unfortunately, the conditions for unlocking exclusive skins hinge upon voluntary submission. Otherwise, Xiao Qiye would have long since exerted his authority. Indeed, after he uttered those words, Wu Dingting and Suing exchanged glances when the other was momentarily distracted, clearly indicating a crack had formed in their inner resolve. There was no rush to make a decision. They should ponder carefully. After leaving that remark, Xiao Qiye leisurely opened his phone, continuing to scour the internet for information regarding the apocalypse. Until he unlocked the skins, he had no intention of leaving the dormitory. The Supreme Skin system boasted an exceptionally high ceiling, categorizing it as a late-game system, requiring early development, so he must remain cautious. Throughout the night, Xiao Qiye diligently collected any useful information. Through his ongoing observations, he was astonished to discover that the apocalypse on Blue Star was far more complex than merely a zombie virus. First and foremost, the black mist obscured all long-distance signals. People could only receive information within a certain range. Once this distance was exceeded, the signal would vanish. According to Xiao Qiye's estimation, the distance is approximately only 10 kilometers, insufficient even to encompass the entirety of Jiangcheng Media College. This implies that the black mist has severed all connections between people and the outside world. When the black mist first emerged, Xiao Qiye was still able to access international news and developments. However, after its complete onset, he could only receive information from the surrounding area. Even Wu Dingting's mobile phone could no longer receive messages from Wu Zhanghao. Furthermore, it seems that all firearms have succumbed to paralysis and are rendered inoperative. The 10-kilometer limit surrounding the female dormitory coincides precisely with Jiangcheng Police Station. According to the information disseminated by the officers, all firearms have inexplicably ceased to function, leading to the complete downfall of the police station. Should this be substantiated? The zombie virus represents an unequivocal cataclysm for humanity. Chapter 5, The Reversal of the Celestial Patterns. Of course, amidst this plethora of dire information, there exists a glimmer of hope. Among humanity, an individual with extraordinary abilities has emerged. Currently, only one such individual is known. He is a physical education instructor at Jiangcheng Media College, endowed with the power to manipulate fire elements. In the circulated video, he breathes flames that incinerate a zombie. In terms of combat performance, it is rather mediocre. Were it not for the malfunctioning firearms, his abilities would be less effective than a mere flamethrower. Nevertheless, his emergence has bestowed upon the survivors a semblance of hope for survival. The existence of such powers provides humanity with a potential means to combat the zombies. However, the method by which these abilities are acquired remains a mystery to all, including the physical education teacher himself, who has professed his ignorance on the matter. Currently, the extraordinary physical education teacher has established a small stronghold on the third floor of the college gymnasium, rallying the surviving souls to unite in the fight against the undead. In addition, Xiao Qiye has stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. His mobile phone, which had long been at a mere 15 battery, astonishingly retains that same percentage even now. As his peers tend to favor Apple devices, he finds himself unable to locate a single Android charging cable in the dormitory, rendering him incapable of replenishing his phone's power. Yet, inexplicably, his phone seems to be locked at that 15 mark, refusing to deplete despite the glaring indication of low battery. This peculiar situation leaves Xiao Qiye feeling somewhat unsettled. Subsequently, he conducts an experiment by playing music on Wu Tingting's Apple phone at full volume. To his surprise, after an hour, there is no discernible decrease in battery life. It is well known that even a fully charged Apple phone struggles to sustain playback for half an hour, let alone for an entire hour without losing power. This leads to the conclusion that energy consumption has seemingly transformed into a perpetual motion phenomenon. In other words, even amidst the devastation wrought by zombies on the infrastructure of Blue Star, power outages are unlikely to occur. This revelation is undoubtedly monumental for humanity as a whole. After gazing at his phone for an extended period, Xiao Qiye lazily stretches his back. A glance at the clock reveals it is already 11:30 in the evening. It is high time for a restful slumber. In the corner, Wu Dingting and Suing are huddled on the ground, dozing off, clearly exhausted. Xiao Qiye casts a glance in their direction, then casually grabs 2 blankets from his bed and tosses them over to them. Thank you. The 2 women received the blanket, their eyes glimmering with gratitude. Squatting on the ground had been unbearable, and with the blanket, they could finally feel a semblance of comfort. However, their joy was premature. Soon after, Xiao Qiye sauntered over, brandishing a bundle of hemp rope that he had retrieved from the cupboard. Although he found it perplexing that such an item resided in the girls' dormitory, there it was. What? What do you intend to do? The two women, upon seeing the rope in Chao Chie's hands, immediately crossed their arms, their faces etched with terror. What do I intend to do? Is it not obvious? Chao Chie shrugged nonchalantly, his tone light. We are in the apocalypse, and who knows if you two might ambush me in the night. I cannot sleep soundly without binding you. You, a grown man, are afraid of two small girls? Indeed, with your strength, we could not possibly overpower you together. There is no need for such measures. Wu Tingting and Su Ying exchanged bewildered glances. What was Chao Chie thinking? Typically, in a situation where a solitary man and women cohabitate, it is the women who bind the man for safety. It is utterly absurd for the man to restrain the women. With your skills, I could take on 10 of you, Chao Chie retorted with a faint smile. A hint of confidence in his demeanor. But what if you two were to ambush me while I sleep? In this post-apocalyptic world, you cannot expect me to trust in human nature. Wu Dingding furrowed her brow and raised a question. But what if, after binding us, you take advantage of our vulnerability? Chao Chie chuckled mockingly and retorted, do you truly believe that if I intended to act against you, I would need to bind you? Could I not do so at any moment? Upon hearing this, Wu Dingting and Su Ying exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the validity of Chao Chie's words. In their eyes, although Chao Chie displayed no understanding of gentleness and compassion, immediately chastising them and even casting their roommate out to feed the zombies, upon reflection, it seemed he had never actually forced them into anything. After calming down in the corner, both women came to understand that, had it not been for Chao Chie's intervention, they might have already fallen prey to the zombies. Moreover, keeping that overly virtuous roommate in the dormitory posed a risk to everyone. In this apocalyptic world, although everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, the goal of survival remained singular. Only the overly benevolent would recklessly attempt to save those beyond redemption, jeopardizing the entire group and endangering those around them. Well, that settles it. With this thought, Wu Dingding nodded in agreement. Chao Ge, please be gentle. Su Ying gazed affectionately at Chao Chie, her tone laced with a hint of playful coaxing. Clearly, Chao Chie's earlier remark about only sharing resources with one person had taken effect. Rest assured, I shall be quite gentle. By the way, from now on, do not call me Chao Ge. Refer to me as Brother Chie. Chao Chie smiled faintly, then slowly approached Su Ying, crouching down to begin his task. Su Ying's body was delicate and supple. Each touch elicited a subtle tremor. Do not move. It will be over soon, Chao Chie coldly cautioned. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but admire her. Truly, she was the epitome of a university student, and her tactile sensation was quite exquisite. He then turned his attention to Wu Dingting, applying the same method. Eventually, both women found themselves immobilized, their eyes revealing a blend of shyness and an indescribable sentiment. All right. Now I can rest easy, Chao Chie declared as he rose, admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. At that moment, both Wu Dingting and Su Ying radiated an enhanced allure. Particularly Wu Dingting, whose figure was strikingly impressive, the Pikachu design appeared more vivid and full, truly a sight to behold. To reward Su Ying for her earlier display of affection, Chao Chie opened a bag of Lay's chips, delicately lifting one piece and gently offering it to her lips. Thank you, Brother Chie, Su Ying exclaimed, having been unable to resist the enticing aroma of the chips after a day and night of hunger. Although it was merely a thin, small piece, the flavor of the salt and the richness of the oil instantly revitalized her. She chewed cautiously, fearful of wasting even a morsel of the taste, and after finishing, she licked her lips, still longing for more. Enjoy, in the future. Those who perform well shall also be rewarded, Chao Chie remarked with a playful smile, his tone laced with a hint of affection and teasing. 7. Brother Chi. I also wish to have some potato chips, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Wu Dingting, who was nearby, spoke up with a hint of grievance and a desire to please. However, Chao Chie merely cast her a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore her, having mitigated the safety hazard. He comfortably nestled into his bed, preparing to sleep. At that moment, Wu Dingting, unable to move, ground her molars in frustration. Internally, she cursed. Well, you, Su Ying. I regarded you as a close sister, yet you dare to entice this delivery boy, intending to starve me, are you? Since you show no kindness, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Enticing men, I shall not concede defeat to you. By tomorrow morning, I will surely win Brother Chi's favor and outshine you. Chapter 7. Supreme Indulgence. The following morning, Chao Chie awoke early. The first night of the apocalypse had not been restful for him. He had kept the lights on throughout the night, waking several times in between. After all, the possibility of unforeseen events loomed at any moment, and he dared not allow himself to sink into deep slumber. Nevertheless, his condition was far superior to that of others. At the very least, he had a secure refuge, while many had succumbed to the undead's ravenous feast during the night, losing their lives entirely. As for Wu Tingting and Suing in the corner, their situation was even more dire. Bound for an entire night, they felt numb and utterly uncomfortable. Upon waking, Chao Chie untied the two women. The pale skin bore marks of bruising, rendering them particularly pitiable. Subsequently, Chao Chie retrieved a bowl of spicy hot pot from the cupboard and placed it into the dormitory microwave to heat. Ding! As the microwave emitted its signal, Wu Tingting, who had been holding back all night, finally seized the moment. She hurriedly retrieved the steaming spicy hot pot from the microwave and carefully presented it before Chao Chie. "Brother Chie, may I feed you?" Wu Tingting promptly seated herself on Chao Chie's lap, her Pikachu sticker brushing against his arm. She delicately picked up a beef meatball, gently blew on it, and offered it to him at the edge of his lips. "Sure." Chao Chie nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, when Wu Tingting dashed off to fetch the hot pot, he was momentarily taken aback, almost unable to grasp the audacity of this girl daring to snatch food in front of him. This boldness stirred the normally possessive Chao Chie's protective instincts. Had it not been for Wu Tingting's unexpected charm, he might have already found himself on the floor. While gently rubbing her body against his arm, Wu Tingting attentively fed him. Quite good," Chao Chie remarked, contentedly. Meanwhile, he did not remain idle. One arm instinctively wrapped around Wu Tingting's waist, relishing this regal treatment. The faint, fresh fragrance of the girl mingled with the rich aroma of the hot pot, creating an unforgettable sensory experience. The only flaw in this delightful scene was Wu Tingting, who had evidently been famished after more than 30 hours without food. Chao Chie even found himself concerned that her breath might inadvertently drip saliva into the hot pot. Under Wu Tingting's attentive care, Chao Chie blissfully finished an entire bowl of spicy hot pot and then graciously offered the empty bowl to her. The broth had been consumed entirely, leaving only a few remnants of chili skin in the bowl. "Thank you, Brother Chie," Wu Tingting said, showing no signs of disdain. Instead, she relished the spicy pepper skins, even holding the bowl and slurping contentedly. This behavior starkly contrasted with her previous rebellious demeanor. Observing this, Suing felt a pang of envy, regretting that she hadn't thought of serving Chao Chie breakfast herself, as Wu Tingting had seized the opportunity. At that moment, both women were secretly vying against each other. They understood that it was not merely about a few chips and pepper skins, it was a matter of who could win Chao Chie's favor. For the one who succeeded would share in a trove of resources. Furthermore, given Chao Chie's formidable strength, becoming his woman would ensure protection. Unbeknownst to them, under Chao Chie's masterful scheme, Wu Tingting and Suing, who should have been allies, had found themselves at odds. The initial alignment of Chao Chie versus Wu Tingting and Suing gradually transformed into Wu Tingting and Chao Chie versus Suing and Chao Chie. Chao Chie himself had become the coveted prize, the object of their rivalry. "Brother Chie, allow me to massage your back," Wu Tingting cooed, her fingers gently resting on Chao Chie's shoulder as she kneaded with just the right amount of pressure, casting a provocative glance at Suing. "Brother Chie, let me tend to your feet," Suing retorted defiantly, immediately squatting down, removing Chao Chie's shoes, and positioning his feet on her thighs to gently apply pressure. The two women exchanged words, each striving to outdo the other in their attentiveness, their minds consumed with thoughts of surpassing one another to become Chao Chie's chosen. Yes, very good, indeed. Awakening from slumber, has one already attained such enlightenment? As Chao Chie reveled in the rivalry between the two women vying for his attention, he continued to peruse the happenings outside on his phone. A subtle smile graced his lips, and he felt an undeniable sense of pleasure. The sensation of being coveted by two enchanting beauties was simply exquisite. Meanwhile, the situation outside was utterly chaotic. Upon awakening, the Jiangxing Media Academy had undergone a drastic upheaval. The previously unassuming physical education teacher, who had awakened extraordinary powers, had inexplicably self-immolated. Yet, humanity's hope did not extinguish with this tragedy. Following the demise of the teacher, a female student named Shauna astonishingly manifested the same extraordinary abilities. Presently, the small faction within the gymnasium continued to flourish, albeit with its leadership now in the hands of the university student Shauna, rather than the former teacher. The school forum buzzed with rumors, many suggesting an inappropriate relationship between Shauna and the deceased educator. Chao Chie quickly discerned the critical point amidst these fragmented pieces of information. The system had previously indicated that upon the host's demise, it would not vanish but instead bind to the slayer as a reward. If this were indeed the case, Could it not also apply to the extraordinary powers? It was entirely plausible that the physical education teacher had been slain by Shauna, who subsequently incinerated the remains to eliminate any traces. This implies that in the apocalyptic world of Blue Star, extraordinary abilities could also be a coveted resource. This revelation was undeniably explosive. In the future, those who awakened advanced powers would be not only the favored elite but also the targets of envy and malice. Chao Chi foresaw that once this information was unveiled, Blue Star would devolve into a treacherous battleground fraught with deception. Humanity's plight would become exceedingly dire. As humanity's adversaries extend beyond mere zombies to encompass their own kind, Chao Chi subsequently stumbled upon an even more astonishing revelation within Su Ying's subtle messages. A student named Chen Wei had sent a message proclaiming that he had awakened a spatial ability, inquiring about Su Ying's whereabouts, insisting he would rush over to rescue her. This young man had previously spent 500 yuan to treat Su Ying to spicy hot pot, exhibiting the traits of an ardent admirer. Little did he realize that not only had Chao Chi devoured the very hot pot he had ordered, but the goddess he so fervently desired was currently in a submissive position before Chao Chi. Now, you two should take a moment to rest, Chao Chi suggested. Dismissing Wu Tingting and Su Ying, intending to engage in a serious discussion with this infatuated Chen Wei. Spatial abilities, even within the realm of web novels, are exceedingly rare. If this lad truly possessed such powers, it would be imperative to make the most of them. Su Ying, spatial abilities? You must have indulged in too many fantasy novels. Chen Wei, Su Ying, you finally replied to my message. Grinning widely, Chen Wei, I'm not joking. I'll send you a video right away. Chen Wei, video. Chen Wei, Xiaoying, this could be our ace in the hole during the apocalypse. I haven't told anyone else. So you must keep it a secret. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I promise you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Grinning widely, Chapter 8. The spatial ability user Chao Chi promptly opened the video. On the screen, a slender boy wearing glasses stood before the camera, his palm subtly distorting the space around it, and to his astonishment, a Snickers bar materialized out of thin air. Chen Wei, Sakura, you must be famished. I have an abundance of Snickers stored in my space, along with a variety of food and beverages sufficient for us to last half a year without issue. Su Ying, wow. Brother Chen Wei, you are amazing. How did you manage to acquire so many supplies? Chen Wei, Sakura. You seem to have forgotten that I run a small shop in the dormitory. All of these are my stock. After awakening my special abilities, I stored these supplies in my ability space. My roommates are still unaware. I pretend to suffer alongside them while secretly enjoying chicken legs in the restroom. Su Ying, wow. Brother Chen Wei, you are incredibly clever. I also want to eat chicken legs. Chen Wei, hold on, Sakura. Once I find a way out, I will rescue you immediately. Su Ying, all right. Brother Chen Wei, I will wait for you. But you must protect yourself and ensure that no one discovers your abilities. Or else those nefarious individuals will surely come to seize our food. Chen Wei, yes indeed. Sakura, I adore you. At this moment, Chen Wei, hidden in the restroom while messaging Su Ying, was filled with youthful infatuation, already envisioning the blissful and unrestrained moments he would share with her in the future. Su Ying, by the way, Brother Chen Wei, how did you awaken your powers? Chen Wei, well, I will tell you once I see you. Chen Wei remained cautious. Su Ying, what? Brother Chen Wei doesn't trust me at all. How can I feel secure in trusting myself to you? Unjust, Chen Wei remarked. All right. I shall confide in you, but you mustn't disclose this to anyone else. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Chao Chi, Chen Wei ultimately could not endure even a single round. Sakura, should you encounter a mutated plant bearing a fruit of vibrant colors, do not hesitate, consume it immediately. He advised. It was that very colorful fruit I ingested that awakened my extraordinary abilities. Chen Wei speculated. I believe many at our school have also awakened their powers. But they are concealing it, not revealing their capabilities. Then, Brother Chen Wei, you too must keep it hidden, Su Ying replied. Chao Chi set aside his phone. A shiver coursing through him. He was determined to extract valuable information, and his efforts had borne fruit. From this individual named Chen Wei, Chao Chi learned the secret of awakening extraordinary powers. This implied that the emergence of these abilities was linked to the consumption of mutated plants akin to devil fruits. However, considering the atmosphere of the school forum, it appeared that such mutated fruits were exceedingly rare. It was quite normal for someone like Chen Wei, with spatial powers, to keep his abilities under wraps, but those possessing combat-oriented powers would surely showcase them. After all, doing so would attract followers and facilitate the rapid establishment of one's influence in a post-apocalyptic world. The fact that such individuals were scarce indicated the extreme rarity of mutated fruits. Those who stumbled upon them were undoubtedly fortunate. Nevertheless, Chao Chiye remained undeterred, for he had already uncovered the truth regarding the potential for power acquisition. For the time being, it is essential to keep Chen Wei, the sycophant, under control. Once he has successfully dealt with Wu Dingting and Su Ying, unlocking the powers of the system, I shall seize Chen Wei's extraordinary abilities. Chao Chiye remarked, "Youngster, this opportunity is beyond your grasp." Subsequently, he languidly reclined on the plush bed, indulging in snacks while perusing his phone with great satisfaction. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as his gaze occasionally flitted towards the corner where Wu Dingting and Su Ying were situated. Ah, it seems the time is drawing near. Meanwhile, Su Ying and Wu Dingting had not consumed a drop of water for a full 48 hours. Hunger and thirst had gradually drained their strength. Wu Dingting, unable to endure any longer, had collapsed in the corner, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her breaths faint and nearly imperceptible. Su Ying, though barely managing to remain conscious, was not in a much better condition. Her throat felt as if scorched by flames, each swallow akin to the agony of being sliced by a knife. Her lips were cracked, oozing blood, and her vision blurred, as if she would plunge into an abyss of darkness at any moment. Water, water. Su Ying's vision swam as she fixated on the half-consumed bottle of mineral water beside Chao Chiye. The droplets clinging to the bottle shimmered enticingly under the light, igniting an insatiable thirst within her. Her fingers trembled slightly, her nails digging deep into her palm in a desperate attempt to stave off unconsciousness through pain. A glance at the unconscious Wu Dingting beside her made Su Ying realize this was an opportunity. If only one of them could survive, then why not herself? She bit her cracked lips, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She struggled to lift herself, using both hands and feet, inching her way toward Chao Chiye. With every movement, her body ached as if crushed, yet she dared not pause. She understood this was her sole hope. If she were the one unconscious and Wu Dingting was awake, she believed the latter would make the same choice. "Chiye, brother." Su Ying's voice was hoarse, barely audible, yet imbued with a heart-wrenching plea. Chao Chiye, hearing the commotion, slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Su Ying. A hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, has she finally reached her limit? Chao Chiye chuckled lightly, tossing his phone aside, leaning slightly forward to look down at Su Ying from his elevated position. He then presented a bottle of mineral water, recently sipped by him, to her lips. "Thirsty?" "Certainly." But he deliberately elongated his words, his tone laced with playful intrigue. "Have you made your decision?" Su Ying's body trembled slightly, a flicker of humiliation crossing her eyes, quickly engulfed by despair. Her throat felt scorched, each second of thirst torturing her nerves. She recognized that her options had dwindled to none. "Yes." Su Ying nodded resolutely, her voice barely a whisper. In the next moment, she seemed to expend all her strength, collapsing into Chao Chiye's embrace. Chao Chiye was momentarily taken aback, then a knowing smile graced his lips. He looked down at the frail girl in his arms, sensing her softness and warmth. "Don't be so eager." Chao Chiye chuckled softly, his fingers gently caressing Su Ying's hair. "First, have a sip of water and eat something to replenish your energy. The upcoming segment will be quite a test of endurance." Chapter 9. Unlocking the Skin. Pool Party 2.5 hours later, a notification echoed. Ding. System alert. Goddess Su Ying willingly submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the Brave Skin Pool Party. Name: Su Ying. Gender: female. Age: 19. Loyalty: 100. Development value: 1. Gene lock: 0. Unlocked. Supreme Skin Pool Party. Deep Blue Summer Brave. Possesses control over water elements and has acquired the skill of deep diving, perceiving any wall as an ocean, effortlessly navigating through it, like a fish in water. Superpower, Level B, Fountain of Purification. Power levels are categorized as C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Creates drinking water with a purification effect. Capable of cleansing zombie viruses. The host will gain all abilities of Su Ying's skin and has the right to don or remove the armor at will. As the system notification faded, a gentle aquamarine light enveloped Su Ying's form, reminiscent of a magical girl transformation, adorning her in a deep blue one-piece swimsuit. The fabric clung to her skin like a second layer, exquisitely accentuating Su Ying's breathtaking curves. Glancing down at her new attire, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. With a flicker of bashfulness in her eyes, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her chest, yet immediately felt that such an action only served to draw more attention, compelling her to bite her lip and lower her hand. What is happening? Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, as she realized that she had seemingly undergone an instantaneous transformation. Could this possibly be some form of superpower? Xiao Qi's gaze roamed unabashedly over Su Ying, his mind brimming with admiration. Truly, the pool party series skin was simply magnificent. It is a superpower. Xiao Qi spoke slowly. A superpower? Su Ying's expression was one of confusion, her brow slightly furrowed. Her phone had been taken by Xiao Qi, leaving her unaware that extraordinary abilities had emerged in Blue Star. However, what Xiao Qi exhibited was not merely an ordinary power, but rather a capability bestowed by the system. Indeed, it is the superpower I have granted you. A sense of authority emanated from Xiao Qi's eyes, as if he were the sovereign of this apocalyptic world. With the unlocking of the skin, Xiao Qi now possessed two abilities. One was the deep dive from the pool party skin, and the other was Su Ying's power fountain of purification. Particularly the fountain of purification. Although it was merely a B-class ability, the power to produce potable water and purify the zombie virus was nothing short of miraculous in the apocalypse. Xiao Qi could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. He turned his palm upward and gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the water elements in the air seemed to respond to an unseen call, beginning to coalesce with fervor. Countless tiny droplets surged from all directions, converging in his palm to form a translucent, gently flowing sphere of water. Immediately, with a mere thought, Xiao Qi commanded the water sphere to transform into a delicate stream, precisely pouring it into an adjacent empty bottle of mineral water. In an instant, a bottle of crystal-clear mineral water appeared before Su Ying's eyes. She widened her gaze, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the scene. Trembling, she extended her hand to grasp the newly filled bottle, her fingertips brushing against its cool surface, as if seeking confirmation of the reality before her. A tempest of emotion surged within her heart. It was vital to recognize the exorbitant price she had just paid for a mere sip, even going so far as to sacrifice her loyalty. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Qi effortlessly conjured a bottle of water with a mere flick of his wrist. This extraordinary ability utterly shattered her understanding. This was simply unfathomable. Su Ying murmured, her voice tinged with astonishment. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions directed towards Xiao Qi. Awe, admiration, and even an indescribable sense of reliance flickered within her stare. This was merely the beginning. Observing Su Ying's astonishment, Xiao Qi's lips curved into a faint smile. His tone imbued with encouragement. Give it a try. You can do it too. I can too? Su Ying pointed at herself, her expression one of bewilderment, questioning whether she had misheard. Could she truly accomplish such a feat? Focusing her attention, she endeavored to feel the water elements surrounding her through her breath. Xiao Qi embraced Su Ying from behind, guiding her through his recent experience, hand in hand. Feeling the sturdy warmth of Xiao Qi's chest, Su Ying's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively closed her eyes, gradually adjusting her breath in accordance with his guidance. Gradually, she sensed a subtle energy flowing through the air, akin to countless tiny droplets dancing. I did it. Brother Qi, I have succeeded, Su Ying exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she opened her eyes to behold the water orb in her hands. Following Xiao Qi's example, she carefully infused the water orb into a nearby bottle of mineral water until it was filled to the brim. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within her. Yay, this is wonderful. I can create water. Su Ying could not contain her joy, exulting like a child. She turned and embraced Xiao Qi passionately, only to realize a moment later that her actions were perhaps a tad too intimate. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Brother Qi, Su Ying whispered softly, yet she did not withdraw. At that moment, she had fully accepted the reality of being Xiao Qi's woman. After all, she had entrusted herself to him. Moreover, Xiao Qi possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate water resources, a skill that rendered him nearly invincible in the apocalyptic world. Accompanying Xiao Qi, she would no longer need to worry about water scarcity. He was akin to a billionaire in the realm of the apocalypse, and it was likely that women eager to be by his side would soon be lining up from here to France. How fortunate she felt to be the first to encounter Xiao Qi in this desolate landscape. With this thought, Su Ying summoned her courage, rose on her toes, and pressed her lips against his. In response to Su Ying's affectionate advance, Xiao Qi smiled confidently, for everything was unfolding precisely as he had planned. As long as he continuously unlocks system skins and acquires more superpowers, he shall become the sovereign of this apocalyptic world. The so-called goddesses will come to him in ceaseless waves. However, He was somewhat taken aback by the pool party series skin of Su Ying, which not only possessed an alluring appearance but also remarkable abilities. Particularly, the power to create drinking water was an unparalleled divine skill in this resource-scarce world. At this moment, Su Ying, adorned in her pool party skin, also wielded superpowers. To instill a sense of reverence in Su Ying, Chao Chiye reached out, gently pinching her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Su Ying, you must remember that since your superpowers are bestowed by me, I can revoke them at any moment. With that, Chao Chiye waved his hand and directly removed Su Ying's pool party skin from the system interface. Ah! Su Ying exclaimed, feeling a sudden chill as her skin-tight swimsuit vanished without a trace. She hurriedly covered her body, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, engulfed in embarrassment. In that instant, she fully comprehended the weight of Chao Chiye's words. Without him, she was nothing. What are you blocking for? Haven't I seen everything? Chao Chiye chuckled lightly. Overwhelmed with shame, Su Ying trembled as she pleaded, Brother Chiye, I understand. Please, return my clothes to me. Her voice was soft and tinged with a hint of sobbing, reminiscent of a frightened fawn, evoking an involuntary sense of compassion. From this moment forth, I shall be your master. Chao Chiye grasped Su Ying's chin, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Master, Su Ying responded softly. The term master felt unbearably shameful. Very well, Chao Chiye nodded in satisfaction, proceeding to adorn Su Ying once more in her pool party attire. The deep blue swimsuit enveloped her exquisite figure anew, as if all that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Su Ying exhaled in relief, her reverence for Chao Chiye now deeply ingrained. For not only could he retract her superpowers, but he could also reclaim her garments. This was utterly confounding, and she found the latter far more daunting than the former. How could one possibly resist such authority? With newfound enthusiasm, Chao Chiye resolved to experiment with the application of his diving skill. Approaching the wall leading from the dormitory to the restroom, he gently placed his hand upon its surface. To his astonishment, the once solid wall shimmered, rippling like water, transforming into a fluid expanse that felt soft and elastic to the touch. Intrigued, a glimmer of excitement danced in Chao Chiye's eyes. He inhaled deeply and, without hesitation, plunged into the wall, which yielded to him as effortlessly as a surface of water. The sensation was akin to diving beneath the waves, where everything around him blurred and flowed. In the next instant, he emerged from the other side of the wall, standing firmly within the restroom. This feeling was reminiscent of Lan from Honor of Kings or Pike from League of Legends. Chao Chiye murmured to himself, filled with a sense of astonishment. He glanced down at his hands, as if still able to perceive the wondrous sensation of traversing through the wall. This remarkable ability to disregard the barriers of solid structures was undeniably practical. Eager to test it once more, Chao Chiye resolved to retrace his steps, intending to pass through the wall of the restroom back to his dormitory. However, upon reaching out to touch the wall again, he found it as unyielding as ever, devoid of the previous rippling effect. He furrowed his brow and attempted several more times, yet there was still no response. It appeared that the deep dive skill had a cool-down period. Chao Chiye nodded thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend the mechanism behind the skill. Clearly, the deep dive ability could not be employed indefinitely. A certain interval was required before it could be activated again. This limitation was reasonable. Without it, the capacity for endless traversal would indeed be too formidable. Nevertheless, it was already more than sufficient. A smile crept upon Chao Chiye's lips. In this apocalyptic world, the ability to navigate through walls freely was undoubtedly a lifeline. Whether evading danger or launching a surprise attack, it afforded him an undeniable advantage. In summary, both skills acquired at the pool party were truly extraordinary. Chapter 10. Gratitude. 5 minutes later, Chao Chiye emerged once more from the wall of the restroom. The cooldown for the deep dive skill was indeed 5 minutes. He murmured softly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. The interval was not insignificant. It was clear that he must use it judiciously and avoid squandering it frivolously. As he pondered the application of his skills, on the other side, Wu Dingting, who had been in a deep slumber for half the day, finally stirred awake. Weary, she rubbed her bleary eyes, and her vision gradually sharpened. It was then that she beheld Su Ying, clad in a deep blue swimsuit, standing before Chao Chiye with a posture that exuded familiarity and a glimmer of triumph in her gaze. Huh? Brother Chiye. Su Ying, you too. Upon witnessing this, Wu Dingting felt a wave of regret. According to her original plan, she intended to feign sleep, hoping that Su Ying would drift off alongside her. Once Su Ying fell asleep, she would then seize the opportunity to charm Chao Chiye, positioning herself as the one who could share resources with him. Little did she know, Her exhausted body betrayed her, and she truly fell asleep. Ting, you're awake? Suing remarked, her lips curving into a slight smile as she immediately entwined her arm around Chao Chiye's neck, asserting her claim. Allow me to introduce my master, Chao Chiye. Suing. You are exceedingly cunning. Wu Tingting bit her lip, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. To refer to him as master, how could you utter such words? She then turned her gaze toward Chao Chiye. Brother Chiye, I can be of help too. Her voice was soft and laced with a hint of pleading, as if desperately vying for one last chance. Chao Chiye glanced at her, a playful smile gracing his lips. He said nothing further, simply extending a bottle of freshly filled mineral water toward Wu Tingting. Drink, he commanded in a tone that was gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. After all, Wu Tingting was the sister of Wu Zhenghao. How could Chao Chiye possibly allow her to perish so easily? She must survive, to atone for her brother's sins. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Chiye, Wu Tingting exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion as she eagerly accepted the water bottle, desperately gulping it down. It had been over 50 hours since she last had a drink, and her throat felt as if it had been scorched by fire. The cool water flowed into her mouth, swiftly revitalizing her parched body. Cough, 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 cough. In her haste, Wu Tingting choked several times, her face flushed with embarrassment. Do not rush. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, you may drink as much as you desire. Chao Chiye said with a gentle chuckle. Really? Wu Tingting lifted her gaze, her voice quivering, tears welling in her eyes. She had initially believed she would be abandoned, even preparing herself for the worst. Yet, Chao Chiye's demeanor rekindled a glimmer of hope within her. Chao Chiye did not respond verbally, merely nodding slightly. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Wu Tingting threw herself into Chao Chiye's embrace. Her cheek pressed against his chest, tears streamed down her face, as if, in that moment, she had finally found her place of belonging. Brother Chiye, thank you. Her voice was barely audible, yet it resonated with a profound sense of relief akin to being reborn. Chao Chiye gazed down at the weeping Wu Tingting in his arms, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He recognized that her psychological defenses had been utterly breached. Beside them, Su Ying, though harboring a hint of displeasure, could only silently accept the situation. After all, in this apocalyptic world, being able to rely on a powerful figure like Chao Chiye was their greatest fortune. All right, go take a shower. You smell rather unpleasant. Chao Chiye furrowed his brow, covering his nose with his hand, casting a feigned look of disdain at Wu Tingting. After several days without proper hygiene, she indeed bore an unpleasant odor. Shower? Wu Tingting stood frozen, as if she had heard a fantastical tale. In this apocalyptic era where water resources were exceedingly scarce, even a sip of water had become a grand luxury, let alone bathing. Such extravagance was beyond her wildest imagination. I forgot to mention, Chao Chiye chuckled softly, then raised his hand, swiftly conjuring a crystal-clear sphere of water in his palm. I am an extraordinary being, and I can bestow powers upon others as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ying beside them extended her hand, similarly manifesting a water sphere. Super beings. Wu Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. In the past, even witnessing such a phenomenon would have led her to believe she was hallucinating. Yet now, with the zombie virus having erupted across Blue Star and the world descending into chaos, the existence of super beings seemed to fit seamlessly into this madness. Brother Chiye, are you suggesting that once I become your woman, I too could wield extraordinary powers like you and Su Ying? Her voice trembled with barely concealed excitement, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Absolutely, Chao Chiye replied with a confident smile. In the next moment, he suddenly bent down, lifting Wu Tingting effortlessly in a princess carry. Wu Tingting gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks slightly flushed. Brother Chiye, what are you doing? I'm taking you to bathe. Do you wish to remain in a state of uncleanliness forever? Chao Chiye teased, his tone laced with affection. But, Brother Chiye is my master. How could I trouble you with such matters? Very well, it's good to see you have awareness, Chao Chiye replied with a wicked smile. Be grateful. Chapter 11. Unlocking a new skin, Pikachu 5 hours later. Ding. System notification. Goddess Wu Tingting voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a fierce ally. Successfully unlocked the ordinary skin, pool party. Name, Wu Tingting. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 2. Gene lock, 0. Unlocked. Ultimate skin, pool party, Pikachu, ordinary. Possesses water element control, capable of deep diving, perceiving any wall as an ocean, and traversing through it as freely as a fish in water. Ability, Electric Shock. Activates electric currents. The host will gain all abilities of Wu Tingting's skin and has the right to don or remove it at will. As the system notification echoed, a soft azure light enveloped Wu Tingting's form. The radiance flowed like rippling water, gently enveloping every inch of her skin, as if partaking in a grand transformation ceremony. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing Wu Tingting clad in a brilliant yellow swimsuit, adorned with a cartoon design featuring the charming visage of Pikachu. The fabric of the swimsuit clung to her skin like a second layer, perfectly accentuating her voluptuous curves, making Pikachu appear remarkably three-dimensional. One could instantly discern the sheer joy radiating from Pikachu's smile. Although Suing excelled over Wu Tingting in many aspects, her figure fell slightly short in comparison. Had Suing donned Wu Tingting's yellow swimsuit, the effect would have been decidedly different. However, this did not imply that Su Ying's deep blue swimsuit was unattractive. In fact, her pool party skin was even more alluring. Yet, this yellow ensemble was undeniably more suited for Wu Tingting. A seamless transformation, reminiscent of a gaming experience. Wu Tingting glanced down at her new appearance, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush, her eyes sparkling with a mix of surprise and shyness. Indeed, from this day forth, this pool party skin belonged to her. Not only could she command the water element, but she could also traverse walls freely and unleash electric shocks. How exhilarating. I love it. Thank you so much, Brother Chi Yi. Wu Tingting blew a sweet kiss, then began to gather a strand of golden electricity between her fingers. The emergence of her superpower left her both astonished and elated. Chao Chie chuckled softly, gently pinching her cheek, a blend of encouragement and admonition in his tone. However, remember, your abilities are bestowed by me, and I can revoke them at any moment. I understand, Master. Wu Tingting nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with determination. Immediately, the system's prompt echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the second skin of the pool party. The water element control ability of the pool party has increased by 10. The deep dive skill has been enhanced, reducing its cooldown from 300 seconds to 270 seconds, and extending the time to penetrate walls from 3 seconds to 4 seconds. The capabilities of the pool party have been augmented. A flicker of surprise danced in Chao Chie's eyes. Unlocking skins within the same series not only grants exclusive effects, but also amplifies the effects of the series skins. This implies that the more skins of the pool party he unlocks, the stronger his water element control abilities become, while simultaneously reducing the cooldown of the deep dive skill and prolonging the time he can stay submerged. This is simply marvelous. No wonder the system itself declared that the ultimate skin system is one that flourishes in the late stages. The growth potential is astonishingly formidable. However, this also served as a warning for Chao Chie. The stronger the system's capabilities, the more formidable the other chosen ones would be. If it were an overpowering system in the early stages, it would likely render him invincible by now. One could easily speculate the existence of systems that grant effortless rewards, resource multipliers, or a system that provides 1 point of strength per second. Therefore, Chao Chie must expedite his development, striving to be sufficiently powerful when encountering such extraordinary systems. Chapter 12. The convenience store upstairs. Chao Chie opened his attribute panel. Name, Chao Chie. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, 0. Superpower, none. System, ultimate skin. The capacity for reciprocal nurturing. Pool party 2, purification spring, Pikachu. The descriptions of Wu Tingting and Su Ying are quite similar. In the section regarding the genetic lock, the status shifted from never unlocked to unlocked, 0. However, upon testing, Chao Chie found that his strength and speed remained largely unchanged. This implies that, despite the unlocking of his genetic lock, he remains indistinguishable from an ordinary person at the 0 level. Yet, Chao Chie is aware that the upper limit of his genetic lock has been reached. In the apocalyptic environment, it is indeed possible to surpass the limits of the human body. Subsequently, Chao Chie emerged holding Wu Tingting, who was utterly exhausted and languidly nestled in his embrace. Brother Chie, why did you take so long? Su Ying pouted, her expression tinged with jealousy as she regarded the two. She had been waiting outside for a full 5 hours, listening to the sound of rushing water from within, her heart brimming with discontent. Wu Tingting peeked out from Chao Chie's arms, sticking her tongue out at Su Ying, her face radiant with triumph. As if to say, compared to you, Brother Chie favors me a bit more. Seeing this, Su Ying stomped her foot in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Observing the rivalry between the two women, Chao Chi couldn't help but smile faintly, choosing not to comment further. In truth, he had indeed been more attentive to Wu Tingting, as she was the sister of Wu Jianghao. Reflecting on the times he had been deceived and left with nothing, pursued for debts, and reduced to eating only steamed buns, a surge of anger welled up within him. Before addressing Wu Jianghao, let us first extract some interest from Wu Tingting. The thrill of such retribution filled him with immense satisfaction. Thus, he delved deeper into Wu Tingting's affairs. After unlocking 2 new skins in succession, Chao Chi felt a tinge of fatigue. He entrusted Su Ying with the night watch while he rested his head on Pikachu and drifted into slumber. The current circumstances stood in stark contrast to those of the past, having showcased the formidable power of the ultimate skin. Chao Chi now loomed over Wu Tingting and Su Ying as a sovereign of the apocalypse. Their fates had become irrevocably entwined with his. In their eyes, Chao Chi was their system in this desolate world, their external aid. The following morning, Chao Chi lazily stretched his limbs. "Brother Chi, you're awake." Su Ying, who had kept vigil throughout the night, immediately leaped towards him like a clingy kitten, tightly wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of exhaustion. Yet they could not conceal her overwhelming joy. "You've worked hard." Chao Chi chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair, his gesture imbued with tenderness and a touch of indulgence. Su Ying squinted her eyes, resembling a cat being stroked, her face radiating contentment. Subsequently, Chao Chi approached the cabinet, emptied its stockpile of snacks onto the table in a delightful cascade. "Take what you desire. Indulge without restraint." Chao Chi casually waved his hand, speaking in a relaxed tone. "In a while, I will lead both of you out of the dormitory to acquire more resources." The 2 girls exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Wu Tingting eagerly grabbed a bag of chips, tearing open the packaging and crunching away, while Su Ying selected a box of chocolates, savoring them delicately, her face radiating a blissful smile. Observing their voracious consumption, Chao Chi felt immense satisfaction. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Rest assured, once you follow me, you will surely find joy even in your sleep." Wu Tingting and Su Ying's cheeks flushed at his words. The 2 were well aware of Chao Chi's formidable strength, which could only be described with 4 words, utterly terrifying. It was time to take action. "You 2 follow my lead." "Yes, Brother Chi." After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Chao Chi's gaze grew increasingly sharp. To thrive swiftly in this apocalyptic world, merely staying in the dormitory would not suffice. He had to take the initiative, recruiting more goddesses to fully leverage the advantages of his supreme skin system. Furthermore, during his earlier observations, Chao Chi had already devised a meticulous plan. His current location was Building 3 of the girls' dormitory. He had already inquired thoroughly on the school forum and discovered that the sweet school belle, Ling Naimei, who is renowned alongside Su Ying as one of the 4 campus flowers of Jiangxing Media College, resides in this very building. Su Ying can view Ling Naimei's moments on her phone. In the photographs, the girl sports twin ponytails, stands tall, and possesses an enchanting beauty. Dressed in a Lolita-style long skirt paired with delicate white shoes, resembling a quintessential healing princess. However, in the community, Ling Naimei seems to be surrounded by numerous unsavory rumors. There are even circulated photographs of her allegedly smoking discreetly by the restroom, although many assert that these are merely fabrications created by malicious fans using AI. Chao Chi scrutinized the photograph of the alleged smoking incident. While the appearance was identical to Ling Naimei's, the demeanor and aura were strikingly different. In candid shots, Ling Naimei exudes sweetness and charm, yet this clandestine photo radiates an intimidating presence, akin to that of a mafia heiress, clearly a product of artificial intelligence. Ling Naimei. I wonder what kind of persona she could unlock. Chao Chi mused to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was to address the issue of sustenance. The matter of Ling Naimei could wait. Although the fountain of purification possesses the ability to generate drinking water, it is extremely taxing on one's stamina. Without food to replenish energy, the sustainability of the water source becomes compromised. Thus, Chao Chi's primary objective remains securing food. Despite having the space-manipulating Chen Wei, who has already stockpiled a warehouse of provisions for him, the male dormitory is several kilometers away, rendering this supply depot temporarily inaccessible, a distant solution to an imminent need. However, it is not only the male dormitory that houses convenience stores. The female dormitory does as well. In building number 3, where Chao Chi resides, there are 2 such establishments. One is on the 3rd floor, and the other is on the 9th. Chao Chi resides in room 801, with the nearest convenience store located on the 9th floor. At this moment, Wang Lijuan from dormitory 902 is, as usual, selling provisions. Wang Lijuan, girls' dormitory building 3, 902, selling bottled water and food. Ham sausage, 80,000, instant noodles, 200,000, bottled water, 1,000,000. Zhao Xiaowei, Wang Lijuan, why have the prices increased again? Wasn't bottled water just 30,000 per bottle yesterday? Li Feng, Wang Lijuan, have you lost your mind over money? Isn't this akin to extortion? Wang Lijuan, you're not mistaken. I am indeed extorting. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, then leave. Li Yihan, aren't you profiting from a national crisis? Is this how your parents and teachers raised you? Ma Dongmei, exactly. You ought to share food and water with everyone rather than hawking them. Su Wenwen, Wang Lijuan, if memory serves correctly, the convenience store in 902 belongs to your roommate Cheng Lu, so what gives you the right to sell someone else's goods? Wang Lijuan, Cheng Lu has already turned into a zombie. The store in 902 now belongs to me. You impoverished wretches, stop your incessant whining. Su Qing, Lijuan, I possess a Chanel handbag, which I purchased for 120,000. I've only used it for a week. May I exchange it for a bottle of water? Shang Wanyi, Su Qing, have you lost your senses? You only got that bag after spending a year with that old man. And you wish to trade it for a mere bottle of water? Wang Lijuan, half a bottle. Su Qing replied affirmatively. Subsequently, Wang Lijuan, using a rope attached to a basket, first retrieved Su Qing's bag from the 7th floor window, and then gently lowered a bottle of already consumed mineral water. This epitomizes the apocalypse. A bag worth over 100,000 could only be exchanged for half a bottle of water. Su Qing, being astute, understood that if it were tomorrow, her bag might not even fetch that much. In the girls' dormitory, meanwhile, the price of a bottle of water had skyrocketed to 500,000 in the boys' quarters. The boys, displaying a more pragmatic approach, witnessed a rapid devaluation of currency in this new world. Moreover, they indulged in extravagant exchanges, utilizing drones for transactions. Following the arrival of the dark mist, electronic devices no longer required energy, transforming drones into perpetual motion machines. Those who traded supplies for money were essentially gambling on the hope that the apocalypse would come to an end and that peace would once again return to Blue Star. It had only been 2 days since the onset of this cataclysm. In merely 2 more days, currency would become worthless, and the figures in digital wallets would merely represent ephemeral numerals. Chapter 13. Infiltration. The positions of 901 and 902 should be adjacent to the dormitory directly above ours, right? Chao Chiye turned to his companions, Woodington and Suing. They nodded in agreement, confirming the information. Furthermore, they had surmised Chao Chiye's forthcoming strategy. The deep dive skill from the pool party could penetrate walls, implying they could directly move through the ceiling of 801 to enter 901, and after the skills cool down, proceed to the adjacent room, 902. Of course, there was another option, to first traverse into the neighboring 802 before ascending further. Chao Chiye did not act immediately. Instead, he rummaged through a cabinet to retrieve a small mirror, which he meticulously affixed to a drying rack with adhesive tape. Carefully, he extended the rack out of the window, using the mirror's reflection to scrutinize the circumstances of the 2 dormitories. Within the neighboring dormitory 802, 2 zombies aimlessly wandered about, their movements rigid, eyes vacant, with dried blood caking the corners of their mouths. Clearly, this dormitory had succumbed entirely to the transformation, with no survivors left. Furthermore, the door to room 802 stood ajar. Even if the 3 of them managed to eliminate the 2 zombies, the ensuing commotion would inevitably attract other zombies lurking in the corridor. In contrast, dormitory 901 above remained eerily silent, its door firmly shut and devoid of occupants. It appeared that when the zombie virus erupted, all residents had been in class. Compared to room 802, 901 was evidently more suitable as a covert staging area for infiltrating room 902. Based on Chao Chiye's deductions, the outbreak of the zombie virus must have coincided with the arrival of the ominous black mist, which, through some catalyst, transformed all infected individuals into zombies simultaneously. Thus, the widespread emergence of the zombie virus across Blue Star occurred at the same time. The situation in Daxia was relatively fortunate. At least the outbreak transpired during daylight hours. In other nations where the virus erupted at midnight, the survival rate for humanity was even lower. According to the plan, they would first stealthily proceed to room 901. Chao Chiye retracted the drying rack and turned to face Woodington and Suing. They nodded in affirmation, their eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Standing on the upper bunk of the dormitory, Chao Chia inhaled deeply and reached out to touch the ceiling, causing ripples to emanate from his palm. Immediately, his body seemed to melt seamlessly into the water, effortlessly passing through the ceiling and entering dormitory 901. Wu Tingting and Suing followed closely behind, the three of them appearing silently within the confines of the room. The chamber was devoid of any occupants, save for a few beds and desks arranged quietly. The cooldown for the deep dive skill is 4.5 minutes. Let us pause here for a moment, Chao Chia whispered, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Wu Tingting and Suing nodded in agreement, closely trailing behind him. Subsequently, the trio worked together to push a metal bed frame to the entrance of the dormitory, securely blocking it to ensure that the zombies in the corridor could not breach the door. All right, this should provide us with safety, Chao Chia remarked as he brushed off the dust from his hands. Soon after, the three began to scavenge for supplies within 901. They discovered an unfinished half-case of mineral water and an assortment of snacks. Their bounty was considerable, and Wu Tingting and Suing exchanged excited glances before handing all the gathered provisions to Chao Chia. Meanwhile, Chao Chia unearthed a baseball bat within the dormitory, swinging it with satisfaction. Finding such a suitable weapon in a female dormitory was quite fortunate indeed. This must have been a birthday gift that Zhao Jiao bought for her boyfriend, which she hasn't had the chance to give yet, Wu Tingting explained cheerfully, as she was a close friend of Zhao Jiao from the same club. However, at that moment, a low growl unexpectedly emanated from the bathroom of 901. The sound seemed to emerge from the depths of the throat, carrying an eerie rasp that sent chills down their spines. It was evident that it was a zombie. Suing furrowed her brow, her expression one of confusion. The bathroom door is closed. How could there be a zombie inside? Wu Tingting scratched her head, equally puzzled. Clearly, there are no signs of a zombie breaking in outside the dormitory. Where did this zombie come from? Chao Chia narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. It's quite simple. A few individuals must have agreed to attend class together, but suddenly one of them had an upset stomach. Coincidentally, she had previously been infected by the zombie virus, and thus transformed into a zombie in the bathroom. Thus far, although zombies possess greater strength than humans, lacking any sensation of pain and exhibiting high aggression, they are fundamentally unintelligent beings incapable of opening doors. Therefore, it is entirely plausible for one to find itself trapped in a bathroom. Understanding this, Wu Tingting and Suing nodded in unison, their minds enlightened by Chao Chia's analysis. The case was solved. The two women gazed at Chao Chia with admiration, their respect for him deepening. Their master was not only powerful but also remarkably astute. Following him provided an overwhelming sense of security. This zombie arrived at an opportune moment. Chao Chia waved the metal baseball bat in his hand, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. The bat traced a sharp arc through the air, emitting a faint whistling sound. I too wish to test my combat prowess against a zombie. At his words, Wu Tingting and Suing were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. In a post-apocalyptic world, ordinary individuals would scarcely have the chance to evade a zombie, yet Chao Chia was contemplating an active confrontation. Such audacity and spirit left them both astonished and in awe. Suing, go open the door, and then quickly hide behind me, Chao Chia commanded coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Indeed, this was an opportune moment. The door to dormitory 901 had been securely closed, and even if a struggle ensued within, it would not attract additional zombies. Although Chao Chia had observed numerous human-zombie confrontations online, he had yet to engage in combat himself. It was only by facing his adversaries directly that he could gauge the disparity in their strengths, thus enabling him to make the most judicious decisions in subsequent crises. Suing nodded, though trepidation filled her heart. Nevertheless, she gathered her courage and timidly approached the restroom door. The moment her hand grazed the doorknob, a chilling sensation coursed from her fingertips throughout her entire being. With a soft click, the lock was gently turned, and even though no zombies were yet in sight, Suing darted behind Chao Chia like a startled rabbit. Wu Tingting hurriedly joined them, and the two girls clung tightly together, their faces pale and hearts racing like drums. Though both Suing and Wu Tingting had unlocked their genetic seals and possessed extraordinary abilities, at their core, they remained two ordinary university students. They might excel in makeup, photography, and shopping, but facing a zombie in combat was far beyond their current capabilities. Beside Chao Chia, they were merely two accessories capable of providing support, requiring his guidance to gradually develop their own combat prowess. As the door creaked open, a low, guttural growl resonated from within the restroom, heralding the imminent danger. Suddenly, A grotesque zombie erupted forth, its face marred by festering sores. Its skin bore a sickly pallor of grayish-white, and its eyes were clouded and devoid of life, presenting a chilling visage. This was the first encounter for Chao Chi-Ye with a zombie, and instinctively, he tightened his grip on the metal baseball bat, his knuckles blanching from the pressure. In the midst of a pool party, Chapter 14 of Dao, Suing recognized her dear friend, Jiao Jiao, immediately. Despite the grotesque distortion of her features, the sight of her friend transformed into such a hideous creature sent a wave of horror through Wu Tingting's heart. Yet, she also felt a surge of relief. Had she not encountered a man as formidable as Brother Chi-Ye, she might have met the same fate as Jiao Jiao, reduced to a mere shell of her former self. Chao Chi-Ye cast a glance at the zombie's attributes. Zombie. Ability. None. Gene lock. Unlocked. The information was stark and succinct. It appeared to be the weakest and most ordinary type among zombies. With determination, Chao Chi-Ye raised the metal bat high above his head and unleashed a powerful strike towards the zombie's skull. The sound of impact reverberated through the confined space, sending a jarring echo that tingled in the ears. Black liquid splattered forth as the bat crushed into the zombie's head, creating a distinct indentation, with the stench of decay wafting through the air. The force of the blow slightly warped the bat, and Chao Chi-Ye's hands tingled with shock, a dull ache blooming in his palms. The zombie was sent crashing to the ground, emitting a low, guttural growl. However, what Chao Chi-Ye never anticipated was that the pain-free zombie would swiftly rise again, lunging at him with a grotesque ferocity. The indentation on its forehead only served to distort its expression further into a nightmarish visage, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Electric shock. The zombie's resilience far exceeded Chao Chi-Ye's expectations. With no other recourse, he was compelled to unleash his Pika-Pika electric ability. Zzzzzzzzz. A golden current enveloped the metallic bat in an instant, emitting a piercing crackle. Without hesitation, Chao Chi-Ye swung again, striking fiercely at the zombie's skull. This electrified blow was even more ferocious than the last. As the zombies had endured a brutal impact, the current surged through the bat and into its body, causing the golden electricity to dance wildly, crackling with explosive sounds. The air became thick with a charred, putrid stench. With a harrowing shriek, the zombie quaked violently. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was incapacitated by the electric shock, Chao Chi-Ye denied it any respite and delivered another decisive blow, obliterating its skull. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resonated clearly, and the zombie finally succumbed to its loss of vitality, collapsing heavily to the ground. It was over. Chao Chi-Ye exhaled, his metallic bat trembling slightly in his grasp, a trickle of blood seeping from his palm. He glanced down at the fallen zombie, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Damn, the intensity of this encounter was rather absurd. Is this truly the nature of an ordinary zombie, devoid of supernatural abilities or unlocked genetic potential? Even with weapons in hand, it is exceedingly difficult for adult men to eliminate a zombie, let alone a fragile university student. Essentially, a single zombie could wipe out an entire dormitory. As for the girls, one could easily extinguish an entire floor. Jiao Jiao. Wu Tingting's voice emerged from behind, her gaze fixed on her lifeless best friend, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Suing gently patted Wu Tingting's back, saying, "She is no longer Jiao Jiao, she is a zombie." Although the two women often vied for attention in front of Chao Chi-Ye, they were nonetheless sisters sharing the same dormitory and, now, united as Chao Chi-Ye's companions in this perilous situation. After collecting themselves, the two promptly approached Chao Chi-Ye, their eyes brimming with admiration. "Brother Chi-Ye, you have slain a zombie. How impressive." "Brother Chi-Ye, I always knew you could do it." However, in response to their praise, Chao Chi-Ye furrowed his brow slightly. The brutal manner in which he had dispatched the zombie left him smeared with the foul black blood of the creature, rendering him utterly unclean. "Brother Chi-Ye, allow me to cleanse you," Suing offered, extending her hand, a sphere of crystalline water element coalescing in her palm. Yet, just as she prepared to wash away the filth from Chao Chi-Ye, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone in awe. Following the complete demise of the zombie, the black blood adorning Chao Chi-Ye began to dissipate slowly, as if consumed by an invisible force. Not only that, but the splattered blood of the zombie around them also gradually vanished. Even the corpse of the fallen zombie on the ground began to crumble gently, transforming into wisps of dust that ultimately dissolved into the air. What is happening?" Wu Tingting exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Suing also stood frozen, the water element in her hand slowly dissipating as she murmured, "The corpse of the zombie, has it truly vanished on its own?" At that moment, Chao Chi suddenly noticed a small white orb, the size of a grape, appearing where the zombie had disappeared. The orb emitted a faint glow, as if harboring some mysterious power. Chao Chi bent down and picked up the white orb. It felt warm to the touch, its surface smooth as a mirror, inscribed with a single character Dao. Dao? Chao Chi whispered, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by an inexplicable excitement. What could this be? Wu Dingting leaned closer. Her curiosity piqued. Suing also inched nearer, her eyes filled with perplexity. Could it be a treasure dropped by the zombie? Chao Chi did not respond. Instead, he scrutinized the white orb in his hand. He was equally bewildered by the meaning of Dao. Based on the information available since the apocalypse, there had been no mention of Dao. Despite his extensive online observations, no one had ever alluded to its existence. Yet, he sensed that the orb contained a formidable energy, resonating with his own being. Wu Dingting and Su Ying, standing beside him, seemed to perceive this essence as well. Perhaps it was an energy crystal left behind after the zombie's demise. Chao Chi speculated softly, and this character Dao may represent a certain rule or the source of power in this post-apocalyptic world. Rules? Source? Wu Dingting and Su Ying were utterly perplexed. Yet they could sense that this small orb was anything but ordinary. Let us rest for a while in room 901. Given the ruckus we just caused, Wang Lijuan next door has likely heard us, suggested Chao Chi, who was toying with the Dao in his hand. I will first investigate the purpose of the Dao, and once Wang Lijuan lowers her guard, we shall infiltrate. Chao Chi was not being overly cautious. He had seen Wang Lijuan's social media, which portrayed her as a formidable tank weighing over 200 kilograms. One must never underestimate her. Chapter 15. Child of the Demon. Shana Chao Chi began his search for information on the Dao online, yet he ultimately found himself empty-handed. The system was also unable to scan the object's attribute information. Just as Qin Wei had mentioned regarding the mutated fruit, such information, even if known, would not be published online. In this early stage of the apocalypse, the value of information disparity was self-evident. However, Chao Chi was certain that the zombie virus had already erupted in Blue Star for 2 days. No matter how formidable the zombies might be, it was certain that someone had slain zombies before him. He was certainly not the first to discover the Dao. Thus, Chao Chi took out Su Ying's phone and first contacted the infatuated Qin Wei. Su Ying, brother Qin Wei, look what I found. Image, Chao Chi directly showed the Dao to Qin Wei. This fellow was Su Ying's devoted admirer, easily manipulable, and there was no need to worry about information leakage. Qin Wei, a marble? Where did it come from? Su Ying, I found it on the ground. Qin Wei, it is likely just a glass bead. This is not a mutated fruit and is of no use. Su Ying, oh. Qin Wei, Xiao Ying, I sense that this apocalypse will not conclude in the near future. In a few days, the food in my possession will surpass gold in value, and water will be even more precious than gold. Just hold on a little longer, and I will exchange for a drone to deliver food and water to you. Su Ying, that would be splendid. It is evident that Qin Wei lacks an understanding of the concept of Dao. However, upon reflection, it is understandable, as Qin Wei's spatial abilities, despite their rarity, lack combat prowess, making it difficult for him to eliminate zombies. At this thought, Chao Chi recalled someone Shana, who possesses the ability to control flames and is located in the gymnasium. Although 2 days have passed, Shana is no longer the only publicly acknowledged individual with abilities at Jiangqing Academy. Her fiery powers are formidable, and she may have insight into the concept of Dao. Furthermore, based on the information shared by Shana, it appears that her fire abilities have advanced, and the small group at the gymnasium is rapidly expanding. Chao Chi is certain that she has unlocked her genetic locks, and is likely not at the first tier anymore. Thus, he resolved to initiate a private conversation with Shana under the guise of Su Ying. However, prior to this, in order to avoid revealing his true identity, he took great care to gather detailed information about Shana from Su Ying and Wu Dingting. Shana, 20 years old, is a third-year accounting student at Jiangcheng Media Academy. She is a well-known figure among her peers, her notoriety rivaling that of Su Ying. However, Su Ying is one of the 4 campus beauties, a cosplayer with millions of fans exuding a pure and sweet charm, regarded as a goddess by countless young men. In stark contrast, Shana has acquired a notorious reputation as the spawn of the devil. Rumors suggest that she engages in promiscuous activities outside school and entangles herself with teachers within the institution, leading to a scandalous reputation. Moreover, her origins are even more legendary and tragic than her notoriety. Shana's father was a notorious serial killer in Jinghai City, responsible for a series of horrifying murders. After the cases were exposed, Shauna's mother and younger brother succumbed to the unbearable pressure of societal judgment and chose to take their own lives. Only Shauna was taken in by her uncle, barely surviving. Despite her tumultuous background, Shauna excels academically, consistently ranking at the top of her class and frequently receiving scholarships. Yet, in terms of social interactions, Shauna remains exceedingly reclusive, with few friends and often a target of bullying by her peers. Chao Chia, upon hearing the descriptions of the two, reflected deeply. Realizing that Shauna was far more intriguing than he had initially imagined, he murmured to himself, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Online, there are photos of Shauna, depicting a girl with cascading red hair, her locks resembling flames, vibrant and fervent. Her gaze is resolute and piercing, her features exquisitely sculpted. Her high nose and defined lip line impart an aura of inaccessibility. Most striking, however, is the prominent scar on her lower left jaw, extending from her earlobe to her chin, resembling a serpentine path. What perplexed Chao Chia was that the scar on Shauna's face did not mar her inherent beauty. Rather, it lent her an endearing sense of fragility. Chao Chia unlocked his phone. Suing. Image. Without any riddles, he addressed the matter directly. He could roughly envision the temperament of a girl like Shauna, who had endured such experiences. Excessive cunning and deceit would only breed aversion and wariness. Upon seeing Dao, the response was immediate. Shauna, where are you located? Suing. School cafeteria. Chao Chia remained vigilant. Furthermore, the proximity of the gymnasium to the cafeteria could lead Shauna to believe she could attain this Dao. Shauna, what ability have you awakened? Shauna spoke with unwavering clarity, her words concise and purposeful. She seemed aware that Dao was acquired through defeating zombies, hence her inquiry into the abilities Suing possessed. Suing, lightning. Shauna, send me a video to show me. Suing, first, tell me the function of Dao, and I shall provide a video for you. Shauna, I can inform you about the function of Dao, but discussing it online is inconvenient. You should hide in the cafeteria. And once my base is established at the gymnasium, I can speak to you in person. Suing, if you reveal nothing to me, what reason do I have to showcase my abilities? Shauna, whether you show me or not is of no consequence to me. A single remark from her left Chao Chia utterly amused. Indeed, Shauna is utterly unlike an ordinary university student. This young lady seems to be devising ways to master her own capabilities. Could she genuinely believe herself to be Suing? How intriguing. Chao Chia smiled faintly, sensing an unexpected match in this apocalyptic world. It appears that without applying some pressure, she might indeed underestimate me. He then shifted the conversation. Suing, Senior. How many individuals are in your stronghold now? Shauna, 30. If you truly possess extraordinary abilities, I could offer you the position of a small team leader. Suing, Senior, tell me, how would those people react if they discovered that you were the one who killed the physical education teacher? After a brief pause, Shauna replied. Shauna, Suing, what nonsense are you spouting? Suing, I witnessed it in the cafeteria. The physical education teacher did not self-immolate. You are the one who murdered him, seized his powers, and then incinerated his remains. Shauna, what do you intend to do? Chao Chia's suspicions were indeed confirmed. Abilities, much like the system, can be usurped. Suing, Senior, I hold you in high regard and wish to collaborate with you. Therefore, I will forever keep this matter confidential, but you must enlighten me about the purpose of the Dao. Silence enveloped them once more for a few minutes. Shauna, very well, since you are already aware that abilities can be plundered. Allow me to reveal the true purpose of the Dao. By gathering enough Dao, one can unlock the secret realm for treasure hunting. You have read fantasy novels, haven't you? The Dao serves as the key to the secret realm. The key to the secret realm? Chao Chia pondered over the Dao in his hand, deep in thought. Chapter 16. A confession from Shauna, Suing. How did you know? Shauna, there is a hidden ability user in our base. She can comprehend the language of zombies. The information about the Dao was relayed to her directly from the zombies. Suing, how many Dao has your base collected? Shauna, I possess 5. Suing, may I see them? Shauna, I have concealed those Dao. Given the numerous people at the base, it is not convenient. Shauna's response was swift, and she appeared to be truthful. However, upon further reflection, Chao Chia realized that many of her statements lacked scrutiny. Zombies, being mindless and primitive creatures, could not possibly communicate. Furthermore, considering the significance of the Dao, it was illogical for Shauna not to carry them with her, opting instead to hide them in a crowded and chaotic base. This was evidently unreasonable. Suing, Senior, you have truly disappointed me. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you, yet you continue to deceive me time and again. Chao Chia was gradually losing patience. This was his final ultimatum to Shauna. Shauna, you are not Suing. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Shauna stood by the window on the third floor of the gymnasium, gazing at the cafeteria building across the way. Deep in thought, she mused, how could the other party see through her deception so easily? This was clearly beyond what she had come to expect from Suing. A sheltered flower like Suing should have been easily deceived. Thus, she concluded that the person she was conversing with could not possibly be Suing. However, it wasn't long before Suing sent a voice message. Suing, voice, what's wrong? Has the senior recognized me so quickly? Shauna was taken aback to realize that Suing was right beside Chao Chiye, having become one of his loyal subordinates. After the other party confirmed their identity, Shauna's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. Before the apocalypse, their interactions had been rather limited. Shauna had always perceived Suing as an arrogant goddess, adored by many. With a haughty disposition, had she misjudged her? Su Ying's intellect was evidently far superior to what she had imagined. Shauna, so, what is it that you truly desire? After a long pause, Shauna posed the initial question once more. Although it was the same inquiry, her state of mind had transformed completely. After several moments of internal conflict, she felt as though she had lost all strength, aware that her vulnerabilities lay firmly in the other person's grasp, who was both astute and cautious. She had surrendered her struggle. For if those within the establishment were to discover that Shauna was the one who had slain the physical education teacher, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. All the resources she had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days would be rendered null and void, and she could even face life-threatening danger. Suing, didn't I say from the very beginning? I admire you and have come to seek your collaboration. Thus, I implore you to reveal to me the true purpose of the Tao. Shauna, you have unlocked your extraordinary abilities. You must be aware of the genetic lock. Suing, indeed. Shauna, the Tao is not merely a key to some secret realm, but rather the key to the genetic lock. Suing, how does one utilize it? At this juncture, a subtle smile crept upon Chao Chiye's lips. For the means to transcend human limitations was precisely what he yearned to uncover. Shauna, consume it. Suing, consume it. Shauna, video. Noticing Su Ying's hesitation, Shauna promptly sent a video. In the footage, a small flicker of dancing flames coalesced at Shauna's fingertips, illuminating her visage and accentuating her strikingly resolute demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, she produced a Tao and swallowed it whole. Moments later, the flames at her fingertips surged dramatically, as if invigorated with newfound power, burning with even greater intensity. The method to enhance the genetic lock, it turned out, was to vanquish the zombies. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Chao Chiye's eyes, and clarity flooded his mind. He glanced at the Tao in his hand, poised to consume it, when his phone vibrated once more. On the screen, Shauna had sent a lengthy message. Shauna, Suing, I admire you. This initial statement left Chao Chiye utterly bewildered. Shauna, you astonish me. You possess remarkable intelligence, surpassing my expectations. Trust me, the apocalypse will never end. The black mist has enveloped the entire blue star, and humanity has evolved extraordinary abilities. This signifies a complete rewriting of our civilization. In these chaotic times, tyrants reign supreme. Together, we can undoubtedly overturn this world long dominated by men. Chao Chiye could never have anticipated that he was merely leveraging Su Ying's identity to extract information regarding the Tao from Shauna, only to be met with a confession from her. What an unexpected twist. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Chao Chiye finally mustered the courage to respond. Shauna's unexpected declaration left him utterly bewildered. Suing, so, you like girls? What about the rumors circulating outside? Shauna, indeed, I am a lesbian. Those were mere slanders spread by boys who failed in their pursuits of me. As for the gym teacher, he persistently harassed me, and when I rebuffed him, he attempted to coerce me using his powers after the outbreak of the zombie virus. So, I had no choice but to eliminate him. Shauna, Suing, listen to me. In this apocalypse, if we women do not stand up for ourselves, we will merely become commodities for men. So let us strive together. Chao Chiye was astonished to discover that Shauna harbored such grand aspirations for vengeance. If he truly were Suing, perhaps he might have been swayed by her words. A person of inner resilience, decisiveness in action, and lofty ambitions is irresistible to any woman. Sometimes, the boundaries of gender need not be so rigidly defined. Alas, Chao Chiye was a man. Although he held a deep admiration for Shauna, he felt compelled to explain to her why, throughout the years, Blue Star has been predominantly governed by men. This phenomenon is not a consequence of male oppression of women, but rather an inevitable outcome of historical circumstances. Sakura, we can collaborate. However, my sexual orientation is quite conventional. I am attracted to men. Shauna, that is of no concern. Once you become accustomed to the grotesque visages and the hypocritical facades of men, you will inevitably change your perspective. I am willing to wait for you. Despite Chao Chi-Ye's clear rejection, Shauna remained undeterred. He pressed the screen-off button, and the black display reflected his silhouette. His chiseled features appeared remarkably profound in the dim light. Gazing at his own image on the screen, Chao Chi-Ye could not help but reveal a hint of a narcissistic smile. Oh, my damn charm. Chapter 17, A Fatal Strike. No room for retreat. Although he had sensed the sincerity of Sakura, the cautious nature inherent in the Chao lineage rendered him suspicious. To ensure absolute certainty, Chao Chi-Ye sought out a thin string within the confines of his dormitory and instructed Sakura to weave a basketball net, ensnaring the white dao securely. Subsequently, he employed another delicate string to guide the net, ensuring that the dao could be extracted even after being swallowed. Better safe than sorry. Once everything was meticulously prepared, Chao Chi-Ye decisively consumed the dao contained within the net. Nearby, Wudingting and Sakura watched in a state of heightened anxiety. For them, Chao Chi-Ye was the emotional cornerstone in their apocalyptic existence. Should anything untoward befall him, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Soon, a warm sensation began to spread from Chao Chi-Ye's abdomen, coursing through his entire body like an invigorating stream, as if each blood vessel had been infused with newfound energy. The sensation was akin to luxuriating in a hot spring, coupled with a gentle electric stimulation that elicited waves of delightful pleasure. With his eyes closed, Chao Chi-Ye reveled in the transformation of his physique. After a brief moment, he opened his attributes panel. Name: Chao Chi-Ye. Gender: male. Age: 24. Gene lock: 0 tier, 10. Superpower: none. System: supreme skin. Rebound ability: pool party 2, purifying spring, pika pika. Indeed, Shauna did not deceive me. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Chao Chi-Ye's eyes. After digesting the dao, his gene lock had indeed been enhanced. Although the progress was merely a 10, he could distinctly perceive the changes within his body, stirring an indescribable excitement within him. This meant that as long as he continued to vanquish zombies, he could transcend the limits of humanity and grow ever stronger. The zombies surrounding him were not merely terrifying monsters, they were also living experience elixirs. It appeared that, in addition to gathering resources, he must relentlessly hunt zombies to secure his survival in this apocalyptic world. Ugh. Subsequently, Chao Chi-Ye extracted the remnants of the net from his stomach. The sensation was utterly intoxicating. He wiped the corner of his mouth, his complexion slightly pale. To ensure absolute safety, he had indeed taken considerable risks. However, every effort was worthwhile. After all, in this desolate world, caution was the key to survival. Very well. Let us swiftly delve into 902. All preparations are complete, and Chao Chi-Ye is finally set to initiate his plan. Although the genetic lock has enhanced his combat prowess by 10, he remains vigilant and unyielding. In this apocalyptic world, reckless actions can lead one to irretrievable peril. He first instructs Wu Tingting to pose as a buyer, contacting Wang Lijuan via her mobile device to propose a trade, a designer handbag in exchange for a sausage. True to form, Wang Lijuan bites the bait, greedily consenting to this transaction without hesitation. As Wang Lijuan leans out the window, lowering a basket to retrieve the handbag, Chao Chi-Ye silently slips past her. What greets his gaze is a dormitory brimming with opulence, various jewels, and golden trinkets, all seized by Wang Lijuan during this tumultuous period from other girls. This woman truly lacks intelligence, Chao Chi-Ye muses quietly, a flicker of coldness igniting in his eyes. In the current state of Blue Star, such luxury items hold no value, even becoming a burden. Only gold retains a modicum of worth. Yet it pales in comparison to the essentials of water and food. Meanwhile, Wang Lijuan, perched upon the windowsill, waits impatiently for Wu Dingting to place the handbag in the basket, her anger boiling over. What is Wu Dingting playing at? How dare she toy with me? Let her starve. She seethes, her jowls trembling with rage. This marks the first time since the onset of the apocalypse that she has been stood up. However, just as she turns her head, ready to unleash her fury, a cold metallic baseball bat swings towards her with brutal force. Bang! With a dull thud, Wang Lijuan's massive frame, weighing 200 kilograms, collapsed to the ground, creating an illusion that the entire dormitory trembled. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Following this, Chao Chi-Ye unhesitatingly delivered several more blows, ensuring Wang Lijuan's final departure to the underworld. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sound of impact reverberated through the dormitory, causing Wu Tingting and Suing to involuntarily shudder. The scene of Chao Chi-Ye personally slaying Wang Lijuan was far more shocking to them than dispatching a zombie. Although he had previously cast the self-righteous woman out to feed the undead, that had not been a direct act of his own hand. Yet now, before their eyes, Chao Chi-ye had taken it upon himself to end Wang Lijuan's life with swift decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. This ruthless and resolute action instilled both admiration and apprehension in the two women. They were acutely aware that Chao Chi-ye's coldness and decisiveness were their greatest assurance of survival in this apocalyptic world. However, witnessing such a gruesome spectacle was a challenge for them to process. After completing his grim task, Chao Chi-ye wiped the blood from the baseball bat and gestured toward the rolled-up blanket beside the two women. The edge of the blanket revealed a blackened foot, sending chills down their spines. This sight instantly rekindled the tension in Wu Tingting and Su Ying, their hearts racing with fear. What is this? Chao Chi-ye offered no reply, but instead stepped forward and abruptly pulled back the blanket. Beneath it lay a corpse, long deceased. The corpse had turned black, emitting a foul stench that was utterly nauseating. It was Qing Lu. Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't Wang Lijuan claimed that Qing Lu had transformed into a zombie? How could she possibly be here? Wu Tingting's voice was also filled with confusion. Chao Chi-ye cast a cold glance at the body and calmly remarked, "The 902 convenience store must have been run by her." His words illuminated the minds of the two women. The 902 convenience store had originally been managed by Qing Lu, but Wang Lijuan had asserted that she had become a zombie, thus claiming ownership of the store. Yet, the truth lay bare before them. Qing Lu had not turned into a zombie, she had been murdered. The perpetrator was none other than the covetous Wang Lijuan, who coveted her store. Living in the same dormitory as the dead, did she not fear nightmares? Wang Lijuan, appearing so meek, turned out to be so malevolent. Chao Chi-ye coldly stated, in this apocalyptic world, the human heart is more terrifying than zombies. Remember, never trust anyone too easily. When you strike, aim for a fatal blow. Do not grant your opponent any chance to breathe. Yes, master. Wu Tingting and Su Ying nodded, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. They understood that Chao Chi-ye's words were not mere alarmist rhetoric, but the unyielding laws of survival in this grim reality. If they could not keep pace with Chao Chi-ye, they would inevitably be abandoned. Chapter 18. Eliminating the zombies. After dispatching Wang Lijuan, Chao Chi-ye proceeded to take control of the 902 convenience store. Although the supplies in the convenience store were squandered to a considerable extent by the foolish Wang Lijuan, the harvest remains quite substantial. Upon inventorying, there are still 5 boxes of mineral water, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of egg noodles, 2 boxes of ham sausages, and a variety of loose snacks left. These provisions are undoubtedly treasures in the apocalypse, sufficient to sustain Chao Chi-ye and his subordinates. The next consideration for Chao Chi-ye is how to transport these food and water supplies. Naturally, he also intends to take the gold collected by Wang Lijuan. Gold, as a rare precious metal on Blue Star, possesses remarkable stability and scarcity, even in the late stages of the apocalypse. When social order has collapsed and the monetary system has disintegrated, gold continues to serve as a hard currency. Unfortunately, Chao Chi-ye currently lacks spatial abilities. Although he has tested that the deep dive skill can allow him to carry a limited number of items underwater, the quantity he can transport each time is restricted. The cooldown period for the skill is lengthy, and it consumes considerable stamina. Clearly, this is not a wise choice. Given this situation, it may be more prudent to establish 902 as a stronghold. Chao Chi-ye has decided to alter his strategy. After all, the supplies he previously gathered have already been packed and brought over by Wu Tingting and Su Ying. Presently, the 902 dormitory not only has ample food and water, but also contains the gold jewelry hoarded by Wang Lijuan, making it an ideal temporary safe haven. More importantly, Chao Chi-ye has learned the method to advance the gene lock and the source of acquiring the Dao. It would be wise to clear out the zombies on the 9th floor, simultaneously enhancing the gene lock while sweeping through the building. In search of other suitable goddesses to recruit under their banner, they contemplated using this place as their stronghold. Wu Tingting and Su Ying surveyed the disarrayed dormitory, their brows furrowing in dismay, particularly at the sight of Qing Lu, who had perished long ago, and Wang Lijuan, whose life had just been extinguished by Chao Chi-ye. To establish their base here seemed rather ominous. Fear not, a slight renovation will suffice. We shall not linger for long, Chao Chi-ye declared as he rolled up Qing Lu's lifeless body and unceremoniously cast it out of the window. As for Wang Lijuan, her weight of 200 kilograms proved too burdensome for even Chao Chi-ye, whose genetic enhancement had only granted him a 10% increase in strength. To dispose of at the moment, Wu Tingting and Su Ying, being mere university students without any combat experience, could offer little assistance and thus decided to set aside their concerns for the time being. Suing, remain in the dormitory and do not move. Tingting and I will venture outside to clear the zombies, Chao Chiya instructed. Me? Wu Tingting pointed to herself. Feeling akin to the character Ben Borba being commanded by the nine-headed insect to eliminate Sun Wukong, Chao Chiya handed her a metallic clothes-drying rod. In a moment, you will be responsible for utilizing electric shock to control the zombies while I deliver the fatal blow. Understood. Wu Tingting nodded, though still anxious. The prospect of fighting alongside her brother Chiya alleviated some of her fears. Brother Chiya, I wish to join you as well. The more of us there are, the greater our strength. Suing eagerly volunteered, determined not to be outdone by Wu Tingting. No, your fountain of purification can cleanse the zombie virus. If Tingting and I get injured later, you must take responsibility for our healing. Chao Chiya gently patted Su Ying's forehead with his sturdy palm, affirming her with a glance. Yes, master. Su Ying nodded resolutely, understanding her role within the team. After devising a plan, Chao Chiya positioned himself behind the door of dormitory 902. Scrutinizing the situation outside through the peephole, the corridor occasionally witnessed a few scattered zombies trudging past the entrance, their movements stiff, emitting low, guttural growls as if they were awaiting the arrival of prey. The moment he confirmed that no zombies were present at the door, Chao Chiya swiftly opened the dormitory door and, accompanied by Wu Tingting, charged out. The zombies at the entrance immediately sensed the commotion, turning their heads in unison. Their murky eyes fixated on the two, before lunging forward with claws outstretched. Simultaneously, Chao Chiya quickly shut the dormitory door, positioning himself back-to-back with Wu Tingting in the narrow corridor. Each confronted the zombies on their respective sides, protecting one another's rear. Tingting. When the zombies are in front of you, just electrocute them, understood? Chao Chiya cautioned, keeping a vigilant eye on the approaching zombies while whispering. Wu Tingting trembled, her hands gripping the metal rod tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Yet she nodded firmly. Zzz. Zzz. Almost simultaneously, Chao Chiya and Wu Tingting unleashed their capacity for electrocution. Golden currents surged from their hands, coursing through their metallic weapons and paralyzing the zombies before them in an instant. Yet, Chao Chiya was acutely aware that mere electrocution could not ultimately vanquish these undead foes. He had previously tested their resilience and recognized that their vitality was formidable. Their skulls must be violently shattered to ensure their demise. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were incapacitated, Chao Chiya did not hesitate to swing the baseball bat in his grasp, striking forcefully at the skull of the nearest zombie. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the zombie's head caved in, dark liquid splattering forth. The creature swayed a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. After dispatching the zombie before him, Chao Chiya swiftly exchanged positions with Wu Tingting. He brandished the bat, charging towards another zombie that Wu Tingting had stunned, while she remained behind him, continuing to control the advancing horde with her electrocution. Zzz. The golden currents flickered in the narrow corridor, accompanied by the relentless screams of the zombies. Chao Chiya's movements were swift and precise, each strike landing squarely on the zombies' vital points. Despite her tension, Wu Tingting gradually found her rhythm under Chao Chiya's guidance. The two worked in seamless tandem, alternating their roles. Wu Tingting managed the electrocution while Chao Chiya dealt the damage. In no time, they had dispatched 5 or 6 zombies. Well done, Chao Chiya remarked, taking a breath and turning to Wu Tingting, his tone laced with a hint of approval. A weary smile graced Wu Tingting's face, her hands trembling slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. However, the continuous exertion of releasing electric shocks took a considerable toll on her stamina. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, and her breaths grew shallow and rapid, her entire being on the verge of collapse. What perplexed Chao Chiya further was that, although they had dispatched 5 or 6 zombies, the disintegrated corpses had vanished, leaving only a singular white dowel on the ground. Without a moment to ponder, Chao Chiya swiftly picked up the dowel and promptly grasped Wu Tingting's hand. Let us return, he declared. Almost simultaneously, they both activated the deep dive skill. Their bodies seamlessly melded into the tightly shut dormitory door, traversing through the wall and reappearing in room 902. Meanwhile, zombies in the corridor surged from both sides, colliding at the entrance in a chaotic heap. They shrieked, clawing at the air, unable to locate their target, and spun in disarray like headless flies. This was precisely why Chao Chiya had chosen to escort Wu Tingting out of the dormitory. If they had utilized the deep dive skill to exit directly, they could have moved silently. However, the skill had a cooldown of 270 seconds. Should they encounter danger during that period, they would likely be unable to return to the dormitory in time, finding themselves in a perilous situation. Chapter 19. Genlock 30 Master, Ting, are you all right? Su Ying, who had been anxiously awaiting in the dormitory, rushed forward upon seeing Chao Chi-Ye and Wu Dingding emerge, her eyes filled with concern. She had even prepared the spring of purification, ready to heal the two at any moment. It was nothing serious. It was just that Ting had exhausted her energy significantly. Chao Chi-Ye waved his hand, his tone calm, though a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow. That's good to hear. Su Ying finally eased the anxiety that had been weighing on her heart. She let out a long breath, a smile of relief gracing her face. Had any misfortune befallen Chao Chi-Ye and Wu Dingding, it would have been of little consequence. Even with her ample supply of water and food in the dormitory, for she would be unable to leave, given the current state of Blue Star. Rescue seemed an arduous task indeed. Here, have some water. Su Ying swiftly produced the mineral water she had prepared. The spring of purification not only possessed the ability to cleanse but also aided in the recovery of physical stamina. Both Chao Chi-Ye and Wu Dingding drank half a bottle, gradually regaining their strength. Although Wu Dingding was drained, Chao Chi-Ye was not faring much better. The relentless strikes had caused his palms to bleed, and the pain in his hands had numbed him. During the battle, due to heightened tension, he had not noticed. Now, as he relaxed, the sensation of tearing pain began to wash over him. Brother Chi-Ye, your hand. Su Ying, with keen eyes, instantly spotted the wounds on Chao Chi-Ye's palm. She hurried to his side, gently cradling his hand, her eyes filled with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Chao Chi-Ye replied with a smile, maintaining a light-hearted tone. No, I must treat you. Su Ying shook her head, her voice resolute. She closed her eyes, and the air around them shimmered slightly as the water elements rapidly converged. The gentle spring of purification enveloped Chao Chi-Ye's palm, its cool sensation swiftly dispelling the pain. The blood that seeped forth was purified, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid rate. This sensation resembled the instantaneous cleansing of a bleeding status in a game by a purifying potion. In a certain sense, the spring of purification indeed possesses a remarkable healing effect. Although Su Ying's ability is merely classified as B-grade, its significance in the apocalyptic environment is particularly pronounced. Whether it involves generating water sources, restoring physical stamina, purifying viruses, or healing wounds, her powers demonstrate a practicality that far exceeds the B-grade classification. After a brief respite, Chao Chi-Ye reached out to Shauna. Su Ying, Senior, I have just slain 5 or 6 zombies, yet I only received 1 Dao. Upon receiving this message, Shauna on the other end appeared somewhat astonished. Shauna, you single-handedly defeated 5 or 6 zombies. How potent is your electric ability? Shauna, to have slain 5 or 6 zombies and obtained a Dao is indeed fortunate, according to my statistics. The probability of acquiring a Dao from killing zombies is only around 10. Su Ying, I see. Chao Chi-Ye nodded thoughtfully. Having obtained a Dao from his first kill, he was under the impression that all zombies would yield a Dao. After confirming this information, Chao Chi-Ye swallowed the Dao in his hand once more. Genlock, 0 tier. 20. As a warm current surged through him, Chao Chi-Ye experienced another enhancement. A 10 drop rate is not particularly high, according to the effectiveness of each Dao enhancing the 0 level by 10%. A total of 10 Dao is required to transcend the 0 level, necessitating the defeat of approximately 100 zombies. This is by no means a trivial endeavor, given the formidable strength of the zombies. Furthermore, not everyone possesses the same fortuitous advantage as Chao Chi-Ye, who has the spring of purification as a safeguard. Once injured in combat against the zombies, one risks being irrevocably transformed into a monster. After resting for an hour, Chao Chi-Ye prepared to embark on another mission with Wu Dingding. The number of zombies on the 9th floor was only around 30 to 40. If they could eliminate 5 or 6 with each wave, they would nearly clear the area in about 7 or 8 waves. This time, to avoid straining his wrist, Chao Chi-Ye bound the metal bat to his hand with a bedsheet. This not only provided additional cushioning but also prevented the weapon from slipping from his grasp. Yet again, a fierce battle ensued. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his genetic lock, Chao Chi-Ye and Wu Dingding successfully vanquished 8 zombies in this round. Fortune smiled upon them as they uncovered yet another Dao. After consuming it, Chao Chi-Ye's genetic lock reached 30% at the 0 level, resulting in significant boosts to his strength, agility, and mental acuity. With the assistance of Wu Dingding and Su Ying, Chao Chi-Ye astonishingly lifted the 200-kilogram Wang Lijuan and hurled her out of the window. He could distinctly feel his body pushing beyond its limits. With a thunderous crash, Wang Lijuan's body plummeted from the 9th floor, fortuitously crushing a passing zombie beneath her. The commotion had indeed roused the survivors of the entire dormitory. What was that noise? Was it an earthquake? Look, it's Wang Lijuan. She has fallen from the dormitory. Haha, this is hilarious. Truly, evil deeds meet with retribution. Indeed. Let her taste the consequences of her actions. What goes around comes around. She deserves it. Surely, there must still be plenty of supplies on the 9th floor? With Wang Lijuan dead, who else can retrieve those resources? Are there any survivors left on the 9th floor? Even if there are, what difference does it make? The hallways are teeming with zombies. Who would dare venture out? Moreover, even if one were to go out, no one possesses the key to room 902. In the wake of Wang Lijuan's unexpected fall, the majority of individuals expressed a sense of schadenfreude. After all, her reputation had been quite poor. And coupled with her opportunistic behavior, she had garnered considerable disdain. Furthermore, the fact that they were unaware of her having killed Xing Lu added to their sentiments. Although Wang Lijuan's demise presented opportunities to many, the sight of the zombies in the hallway rendered all hesitant. The combat capabilities of the average university student were already limited. And even more so for female students. With zombies of such ferocity, a single one could easily wipe out an entire floor in the female dormitory. This was no exaggeration. Chapter 20. Shangguan Fian. Just as everyone coveted the supplies in room 902, yet dared not act, Chao Chie and Wu Tingting, through 4 rounds of coordinated efforts, had successfully cleared all the zombies on the 9th floor. However, this did not imply that the 9th floor was entirely safe, as the stairways remained unobstructed. The zombies from the 8th and 10th floors could wander over at any moment. After consecutively dispatching over 30 zombies, Chao Chie acquired 2 more Dao Orbs. The genetic lock had now reached 50% at 0 tier, and his combat prowess surged dramatically, rendering him incomparable to his former self. If he continued to progress steadily, he would soon escape the female dormitory, locate Chenwei, and claim his novice gift pack. How peculiar, it seems the number of zombies on the 9th floor has diminished. I believe I just heard intense fighting outside. I heard it too, and there were male voices. Males? Who let men into our building? Which sister brought her boyfriend in here? With men around, wouldn't they be able to fight the zombies? No, dear sister, what do you take men for? Even Tyson might not be a match for these zombies. However, there truly are fewer zombies on the 9th floor. I haven't seen one pass by the peephole in quite some time. Why don't you just open the door and check? Goodness. There really are no zombies outside. Gradually, the survivors on the 9th floor also realized the truth of the zombies being cleared away. Goodness, sisters from the 9th floor. Come and see. The zombies in the corridor have truly vanished. Has one of our sisters awakened some extraordinary ability? This is astonishing. There isn't a single one left. Am I dreaming? Is this real? There are genuinely no zombies on the 9th floor? Then why are we still standing here? Let us hurry to room 902. The supplies are all inside. Could the fortunate ones who have obtained them share a little with me? Upon discovering that the 9th floor is devoid of zombies, the survivors on that entire floor grasped what seemed to be their last glimmer of hope and surged towards the entrance of room 902. The door was locked. Impervious to their efforts, they resolved to force it open. Without water and food, we shall all perish. Yes, break down the door, lured by the tantalizing promise of sustenance. The girls outside began to frantically batter the door, their faces contorted, resembling the very essence of zombies. Although their strength paled in comparison to that of the undead. Their fervent will to survive awakened latent potential within them. Master, they are about to break in. What shall we do now? Wu Tingting slumped onto the bed, her complexion ashen. She had just fought alongside Chao Chie to clear the zombies from the corridor, her stamina utterly depleted and not yet recovered. As Chao Chie continually absorbed the Dao, his body transcended limits, his combat prowess escalating. In contrast, Wu Tingting's genetic locks remained stagnant, leaving her in a perpetual state of exhaustion after every battle. Each confrontation seemed to grow increasingly effortless for Chao Chie, while Wu Tingting found herself wearied at every turn. Nevertheless, Wu Tingting understood that her allocation of Dao bore little significance. Ultimately, it was paramount for Chao Chie to grow stronger. For her and Su Ying's safety depended upon it. It's fine. I fear not the zombies. Can I possibly fear a horde of girls? Chao Chie scoffed, tightening his grip on the deformed metal bat in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. Whoever dares to touch our supplies is courting death. After enduring several brutal battles, the metal bat in his hand had become severely deformed, its shaft exhibiting a pronounced curve, clearly signaling its time for retirement. Nevertheless, it remained Chao Chie's most reliable weapon. I counted down to 10. They would soon scatter. Chao Chie spoke with unwavering confidence, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. 10, 9, 8. Woodington and Suing exchanged puzzled glances, utterly perplexed by Chao Chie's intentions. Yet, inexplicably, they placed their trust in him. As Chao Chie continued his countdown, they silently joined in. 4, 3, 2. Just before reaching 1. A sudden scream erupted from outside, followed by a chaotic rush of footsteps, and soon, the girls fled in a frenzy. Ah, zombies. The zombies are coming. Run, run. The commotion outside quickly attracted the zombies from the 8th and 10th floors. Although few in number, the sight of the undead sent the girls scurrying back to their dormitories. However, the narrow corridor became a perilous crush as the crowd surged. Don't push. Don't push. Ah, who stepped on me? Everyone, get out of the way. Help. Help me. Just as the girls on the ground were about to be overwhelmed by the zombies, a fully armored girl suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself as a barrier at the rear. I will hold them off. You all hurry and escape. Her voice resonated with determination and strength as she wielded a fencing saber, its blade pointed resolutely at the advancing zombies. The silhouette of the young woman loomed large in the dimly lit corridor, embodying an aura of indomitable resolve. Shang Wanfian. The crowd gasped in recognition. She was none other than the captain of the academy's fencing team, Shang Wanfian. Under her protection, the fallen girls began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Although the slender saber in her hand was insufficient to inflict significant damage upon the zombies, the quality of her protective gear was commendable. Resilient against bites and capable of buying precious time. Thanks to Shang Wanfian's cover, the previously chaotic group of girls gradually regained their composure and managed to retreat safely. Chao Chie observed the scene through the peephole, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Name, Shang Wanfian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 80. Physique, 71. Aura, 89. Charm, 85. Overall score, 81. Unlockable skin level, ordinary. Despite her helmet obscuring her features, Chao Chie could sense the unique allure radiating from Shang Wanfian's gallant demeanor and agile movements. Her actions were swift and decisive. A single girl stood her ground against 2 zombies, undeniably showcasing her prowess. A woman does not yield to a man, Chao Chie murmured to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. His team was in need of such a formidable warrior, although Wu Tingting and Suing are loyal and trustworthy. Their combat abilities are still woefully insufficient. The emergence of Shang Wanfian undoubtedly fills this void. Furthermore, if Chao Chie were to recruit Shang Wanfian, she could assist in training Wu Tingting and Suing, achieving a dual purpose. Chapter 21. The Savior Xiaohua. Open the door. Let me in. After the other girls fled back to their dormitory, Shang Wanfian arrived at her own door, which was none other than room 903, adjacent to Chao Chie's. However, when she knocked vigorously on the door, a cold response echoed from within. Fian, it's not that I don't want to open the door. There are zombies behind you. Indeed. Fian, you can't put the entire dormitory at risk because of your actions. Now that you have chosen to hold the rear, you must possess the resolve to face death. We will all remember you. Not only did her roommates refuse to open the door, but they also barricaded it with metal bunk beds. Hey, do you have no conscience? If it weren't for me holding the rear, you would have been devoured by zombies long ago. Shang Wanfian shouted from outside, her voice laced with resentment and despair. Yet, despite her pleas, her roommates remained unresponsive. In desperation, Shang Wanfian ran to the doors of other dormitories seeking help. However, all she met was silence and closed doors. No one was willing to take the risk to save her. Despite her recent bravery in rescuing everyone, the harsh reality remained. In this brutal apocalypse, survival is the only rule, and the instinctive reaction of all is to seek immediate safety. Her kindness and bravery would be appreciated by others. Yet few would make the same choices as she did. If only she had known, she would have chosen to flee first. Shang Wanfian found herself overpowered by 2 zombies. Her spirit utterly despondent. Her helmet askew and her vision blurred. She was engulfed by the deep, guttural growls of the undead. As she recalled the previous scene, regret began to seep into her heart. If time could rewind and fate offered her another chance, she would certainly disregard the girls who had been trampled. With her agile movements and protective gear, she could have easily saved herself. Alas! Suddenly, as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, 2 muffled thuds echoed in her ears. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld the imposing figure of Chao Chie, gripping a bent and deformed baseball bat. His gaze was resolute and unwavering. Let's go. Without further ado, Chao Chie extended his hand, pulling Shang Wanfian to her feet and enveloping her in his embrace. His movements were swift and decisive, imbued with an irresistible force. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself in his arms, hastening towards dormitory 902. At that moment, another zombie barreled out of the corridor, lunging at the pair with clawing hands. Chao Chia's expression hardened, with one arm holding Shang Wanfian securely. He swung the metal bat with a single hand, striking the creature squarely on the head. Bang! Once again, a dull thud resonated as the zombie's skull shattered. Dark liquid splattering in all directions. The tremendous force caused the already deformed metal bat to snap in two, and the zombie crumpled to the ground. With a 50 enhancement from the genetic lock at 0 level, Chao Chia had acquired the prowess to eliminate a zombie with a single hand. His movements flowed like water. As if this were merely a mundane task, the scene before her left Shang Wanfian utterly astonished. She stared at Chao Chia, her eyes wide beneath her helmet. The man's strength was overwhelming. In his presence, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. If I am not mistaken, you single-handedly vanquished all the zombies on this floor, correct? Who are you? A tremor tinged Shang Wanfian's voice, yet it was predominantly filled with astonishment and admiration. Chao Chia glanced down at her. A slight smile gracing his lips. I am your savior. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfian's heart quaked. Had it been any other time? With her prowess as the head of the fencing club, she would have unhesitatingly rebuked any boy daring to utter such words, retorting loudly, "Who do you think you are?" But in this moment, Shang Wanfian's gaze was filled with reverence. For at this very instant, Chao Chia was indeed her savior. Subsequently, Chao Chia led Shang Wanfian back to room 902. The moment they entered, she was left dumbfounded. So, there had been people inside all along. No wonder they had struggled to kick the door open earlier. Someone had been bracing against it. Just as she was about to inquire, "Why didn't you open the door for us?" Upon reflection, this is indeed an apocalyptic world. What reason do others have to open their doors for you? Subsequently, Shang Wanfian removed her helmet, gently shook her head, and ran her fingers through her lustrous, dark hair. Her movements were graceful and composed, exuding an undeniable charm. While Shang Wanfian's features were not exceptionally refined, they were certainly pleasing to the eye, particularly with her commanding presence that imparted a unique aura and allure. Chao Chia found himself momentarily entranced, inwardly critiquing, "Seriously? With such looks, the system only rated her an 80? That's quite unreasonable." However, upon further contemplation, it seemed justified. After all, the campus belle Su Ying, with millions of fans, received an overall rating of merely 85, merely unlocking a warrior skin. It appeared that an epic skin would require a composite score of over 90 for a goddess. According to the system's criteria, that was quite a challenge. Su Ying. Wutingting. When Shang Wanfian noticed the alluring swimsuits adorning Wutingting and Su Ying, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never donned such audacious attire. Especially in this world overrun by zombies, where they seemed to be dressed for a Hawaiian vacation, a stark contrast to the grim reality. 902 has already been secured by us, Chao Chia remarked nonchalantly, subsequently signaling for Su Ying to retrieve a bottle of water and a cup of instant noodles. As long as you choose to follow me, food and water will be plentiful. However, Shang Wanfian did not immediately acquiesce. She simply shook her head in resignation, a flicker of bitterness crossing her eyes. "Thank you for your kindness, but I fear I am unworthy of such fortune," she murmured, glancing down at her calf and slowly removing her protective gear. Her protective gear had been severely damaged in the battle against the zombies, and a conspicuous bite mark marred her left calf, the surrounding flesh having turned an ominous shade of dark green, clearly infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, an infection marred her neck, the skin exhibiting an unnatural grayish hue. "You should just kill me. Otherwise, it won't be long before I transform into a zombie." Shang Wanfian's tone was calm, her eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead by a profound sense of resignation and acceptance. She even made a jest about hell, stating, "My strength is formidable. If I were to become a zombie, it would certainly pose a significant problem." Chapter 22. Unlocking a New Skin. Battle made. Do not worry. For I am here. You shall not become a zombie. Chao Chia smiled faintly, his gaze serene and profound, as if everything lay within his grasp. "Su Ying." Tend to her. "Yes, master." Su Ying nodded and promptly approached Shang Wanfian, beginning to employ the power of Fountain of Purification. Her hands gently enveloped Shang Wanfian's wounds. As the surrounding water elements swiftly converged, transforming into a soothing energy that gradually permeated her skin. "Master? Master? What did you just call him?" Shang Wanfian was taken aback. Wasn't he this Su Ying, one of the 4 school beauties from Jiangxing Media Academy? How could she address the man before her as "Master"? "Call him Brother Chia, master," Both Dingding and I are his subordinates, Su Ying proclaimed proudly while concentrating on her healing. Her tone carried an air of inherent pride, as if becoming a subordinate of Chao Chiye was an exceedingly honorable affair. Shang Wanfian stood there, utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for words. She glanced at Su Ying, then at Chao Chiye, her heart swelling with a tumult of emotions. Was this delivery boy truly so captivating? How could he persuade one of the 4 renowned campus beauties, Su Ying, to willingly don a revealing swimsuit in his company? Moreover, there was Wu Tingting, another beauty of some repute within the academy, standing by. Before long, under Su Ying's care, Shang Wanfian's zombie virus had completely abated, her skin and flesh returning to their original hue. Not only that, but even her wounds had healed, as if she had never been harmed at all. Su Ying wiped the perspiration from her forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shang Wanfian's injuries had been severe, which had taken quite a toll on Su Ying's stamina. Yet her face still radiated a smile of satisfaction. Well done, Chao Chiye remarked, gently patting Su Ying's forehead in commendation. Receiving his approval, Su Ying beamed with contentment. To be needed by Brother Chiye was her utmost honor. I have actually recovered. I am an ability user, Shang Wanfian exclaimed in shock, her eyes alight with the joy of newfound life. She looked down at her fully restored calf and neck, an indescribable excitement welling up within her. Thank you, Su Ying. Shang Wanfian expressed sincerely, her tone laced with gratitude. Su Ying smiled gently and shook her head. You need not thank me. If anyone deserves your gratitude, it is Brother Chiye, for he is the one who enabled me to save you. As Shang Wanfian turned her head to gaze at Chao Chiye, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She parted her lips as if to articulate something, yet ultimately settled for a soft, thank you. Shang Wanfian had discerned that within this small circle, Chao Chiye wielded absolute authority. Moreover, both Su Ying and Wu Dingding exhibited unwavering loyalty towards him. Although Shang Wanfian did not belong to the same social sphere as Wu Dingding and Su Ying, she had heard snippets of their stories. Wu Dingding's brother was a modest entrepreneur, and the number of suitors vying for her attention was overwhelming. She would scarcely glance at anyone lacking ambition. As for Su Ying, she required no introduction. One of the top 4 campus beauties, a cosplayer with millions of fans, yet to graduate, and inundated with lucrative commercial contracts, with a plethora of affluent patrons eager to provide for her. However, what utterly astonished Shang Wanfian was that these 2 illustrious young ladies would submit themselves entirely to a mere delivery boy. There's no need to thank me so soon, Chao Chiye stated bluntly. Before you lie 2 choices, either follow me, becoming my subordinate, which grants you access to sustenance and the potential for extraordinary abilities, akin to Su Ying and Wu Tingting, or I could summon a couple of zombies to take another bite out of you and cast you aside, as if I had never intervened. At his words, Shang Wanfian was taken aback. What kind of choice was this? It was hardly a choice at all. The other party could even rescind the offer of salvation? Have you made your decision? Chao Chiye gently grasped Shang Wanfian's chin and inquired softly, so, you choose to follow me? Shang Wanfian timidly nodded. Her decision to follow Chao Chiye stemmed not merely from a lack of alternative choices, but rather from a profound disillusionment with the world, reminiscing on the moments of betrayal she had endured. Her life had been spared by Chao Chiye, thus, it seemed only fitting to entrust this life to him. Ding. System notification. Goddess Shang Wanfian voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the ordinary skin combat made. Name, Shang Wanfian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, 0, unlocked. Supreme skin, combat made Vanguard, ordinary. Based on her inherent characteristics, she has acquired a unique weapon. Superpower, C-class, piercing. Physical attacks carry a certain piercing effect. The host will possess all abilities associated with Shang Wanfian's skin and has the right to don or remove armor at will. A radiant beam of holy light suddenly enveloped Shang Wanfian. Much like a magical girl transformation, her form gracefully spun within the luminescence. As the shattered armor pieces vanished one by one, replaced by a black and white cat-eared maid outfit, the playful cat-ear hairpin added a touch of charm, while the heart-shaped cutout at the neckline of her top elegantly showcased her delicate collarbone and subtly curvaceous silhouette, exuding an alluring aura. The hem of the dress gently flared, adorned with delicate lace, complemented by sheer black stockings and a pair of petite leather shoes, exuding a sense of vivacity and playfulness. The leather collar and leg cuffs added a touch of rebellion and wildness, harmoniously merging with her original commanding aura. Truly, she epitomized the essence of a battle maid. What is this? Shang Wanfian inquired, glancing down at her new attire, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. Chao Chi-ye offered a subtle smile, his tone laced with a hint of jest. "This is your new skin, battle maid. What do you think? Do you like it?" I like it," Shang Wanfian replied, her face flushed with shyness, having never experimented with such audacious attire before. In that moment, she also comprehended how Wu Tingting and Su Ying had achieved their distinctive styles. So, this was Chao Chi-ye's ability. Remember to address him as master, Su Ying whispered from the side. Upon hearing this, the blush on Shang Wanfian's face deepened, and she shyly added, I like it, master." "That's wonderful to hear," Chao Chi-ye responded with a casual smile, giving Su Ying a thumbs up. This young lady was increasingly adept at winning his favor. She certainly deserved a fitting reward. Chapter 23. A life akin to Dong's was strange. Why is Fian's outfit different from ours? Wu Tingting mused, tilting her head. Her eyes filled with curiosity. She glanced at the swimsuits she and Su Ying were wearing, then at the maid outfit donned by Shang Wanfian, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Yours is the pool party-themed skin, with the effect of the deep dive skill," Chao Chi-ye explained with a smile. "Fian's theme is battle maid, allowing her to summon a unique weapon." With that, Chao Chi-ye made a gesture as if grasping something in the void, and suddenly, a pitch-black spear materialized in his hand. Sear-ink black radiant spear. The spear was entirely black, its surface glinting with a cold metallic sheen, clearly forged from a special alloy. The tip was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through any defense with ease. Intricate patterns adorned the shaft, resembling a black dragon, both elegant and formidable. Chao Chi-ye gripped the spear, feeling its substantial weight, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. Just in time, since his metal bat had broken, with this exclusive spear, his combat prowess had significantly increased. "Fian, why not give it a try?" At Chao Chi-ye's suggestion, Shang Wanfian mimicked his gesture of grasping the void. Instantly, a sleek, pitch-black sword appeared in her hand. The blade was long and sharp, the hilt wrapped in fine leather, providing an excellent grip. "Am I also an ability user now?" Shang Wanfian exclaimed, her face alight with joy and excitement. She elegantly swung the sword, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whooshing sound. Her movements were clean and precise, as if the sword had been crafted specifically for her. "This is amazing. This sword is simply perfect for me." Shang Wanfian caressed the blade lovingly, her face radiating a smile of pure contentment. Although she majored in Western swordsmanship at university, the slender blade of the Western sword proved inadequate in combat against the undead, failing to showcase its advantages. In contrast, the traditional sword of the Great Xia, capable of both thrusting and slashing, shone in such battles. Despite everything progressing smoothly, Chao Chi-ye found himself deeply troubled. He mused to himself, so it was merely a matter of allegiance to unlock the skins I had thought it required. At that moment, Chao Chi-ye truly grasped the misunderstanding regarding the system's intent. "No, I am not mistaken." With determination in his gaze, he recalled the adage, one misstep leads to another. Since the error had already been made, he might as well embrace it. Acknowledging the mistake, yet refusing to concede it, was the traditional virtue of the Chao family. Only with such awareness could one embody the spirit of a formidable leader in turbulent times. "Fian, come here. I wish to discuss something with you." Chao Chi-ye called upon Shang Wanfian, the recent addition to his team. It was essential for him to conduct a thorough investigation of newcomers. Understanding their background was crucial for ensuring victory in countless battles. Demonstrating his unparalleled marksmanship with his obsidian spear before Wu Tingting and Su Ying, he executed a stunning display of skill. However, Shang Wanfian appeared unimpressed, even rolling her eyes, which infuriated the petty Chao Chi-ye. Fortunately, Wu Tingting and Su Ying offered their enthusiastic support, showering him with praise. With a new member joining, Chao Chi-ye's team's combat prowess surged significantly, especially with Shang Wanfian's skin effects. Whether it was the exclusive weapon of the battle maid or the armor-piercing capabilities of the piercing ability, they all epitomized pure combat talent. With the enhancement of Chao Chi-ye's 0-level 50 gene lock, he is akin to a tiger with wings. As he prepares to confront the zombies, it seems he will not need to employ stealth tactics, he can simply engage in reckless slaughter. However, night has fallen. The limited visibility of humans under the cover of darkness augments the aggressiveness of the zombies, rendering it unsuitable to continue the fight. That night, Chao Chi-ye entrusted Wu Tingting with the night watch, finding solace as he rested his head upon Su Ying's soft abdomen and drifted into slumber. He is the soul and the undeniable powerhouse of the team, necessitating ample rest to restore his vigor. On the fourth morning after the apocalypse had descended, Chao Chi-ye awoke, stretching lazily like a languid dog. Upon rising, he was greeted by a steaming bowl of Master Kang's beef noodles prepared by Wu Dingting, accompanied by a large chicken leg. Ensuing attended to his grooming and washing. The recently joined Shang Wanfian proved to be quite considerate, noticing that Chao Chiya's toenails had grown a tad long, and she took it upon herself to trim them while he enjoyed his breakfast. Ah, what bliss! Indeed. Only in chaotic times can one indulge in a life reminiscent of Dongzhuo's extravagance. After attending to Chao Chiya's meal, the ladies finally began to partake in their own food. There were no restrictions on what they could eat. They were free to enjoy the existing resources as they pleased. This generous gesture deeply moved Shang Wanfian, who had been starving for several days, causing tears to flow from the corners of her mouth. She had initially thought that if Chao Chiya feasted on meat, they would only be left with broth. Fian, take your time eating. Don't choke, someone advised. Indeed. As long as you're with Brother Chiya, such luxuries will become the norm. Wu Dingting and Su Ying couldn't help but chuckle as they watched Shang Wanfian devour her food voraciously. They secretly lamented that even someone like Shang Wanfian, who had dominated local competitions and claimed the fencing championship, was struggling in this apocalypse. Had they not encountered Chao Chiya, they might have met a dire fate long ago. Standard configuration? As Shang Wanfian slurped her instant noodles and sipped unlimited mineral water, her excitement was beyond words. It was worth noting that for the past 2 days, she had been drinking her own urine, and just yesterday, she couldn't even manage that. The thought of enjoying instant noodles and mineral water every day was almost too beautiful to contemplate. How could such a life be considered standard? Chao Chiya's expression turned cold as he swiftly dismissed her notion. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfian paused momentarily, then nodded earnestly. That's more like it. Such blissful days could not possibly be an everyday occurrence. Just as she was pondering this, Chao Chiya's next remark dropped her jaw in disbelief. Merely eating instant noodles would not suffice. The future standard configuration must include fish and meat, hot pot, poetry, and beauty. Ha ha ha. Chao Chiya's words had the women laughing uncontrollably. In this apocalypse, if any other man had said such things, they would have dismissed him as a braggart, merely painting an unrealistic picture. Yet, if it was Chao Chiya who spoke, there was a chance that it could indeed come to fruition. Although he too was envisioning a dream, he possessed not only the talent to dream, but also the ability to make it a reality. He was not merely an exceptional artist, he was also a skilled chef. Chapter 24. A glimmer of cold light, then the gunfire roars after indulging in a sumptuous breakfast. Chao Chiya continued to lead his team into the fray. Once again, Su Ying remained behind, while Chao Chiya accompanied Wu Dingting and Shang Wanfian to hunt down the zombies. Throughout the night, numerous wandering zombies had gathered in the corridor of the 9th floor. Before setting off, Chao Chiya received a message from Xiang Na. Xiang Na, Su Ying. Be cautious while hunting zombies outside. I have already encountered an anomalous type. Su Ying, anomalous type. Xiang Na, precisely, it is entirely different from ordinary zombies. Not only does it possess supernatural abilities, but it also exhibits a degree of cognitive and leadership skills. Due to this anomalous type, our base has suffered the loss of 7 or 8 individuals. Su Ying, zombies with supernatural abilities? So, it means not only can we humans unlock our genetic potential, but zombies can do so as well. Xiang Na, that appears to be the case. However, there is no need for excessive concern, so far. We have only identified one anomalous type, located on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. The number of anomalous types among zombies should be as rare as the number of empowered individuals among humans. In any case, if you encounter one, do not confront it recklessly, exercise caution. Su Ying, understood, thank you, Senior. I will share any useful information I discover with you at the earliest opportunity. Xiang Na, by the way, what percentage of your genetic lock have you unlocked? Su Ying, 0 level, 30. How about you, Senior? Chao Chiya suppressed his level. Xiang Na remarked, you are quite fortunate. I lead a team of dozens and have only unlocked 80 of the 0 stage. Yet you have surpassed 30 on your own. Su Ying responded, let us strive together, eagerly anticipating the day we reunite with our senior. As he turned off his phone, Chao Chiya wore a faint smile. To be honest, he found himself somewhat looking forward to the moment when he would meet Xiang Na. What would her reaction be upon discovering that the person she had confessed to was none other than him? Would she be filled with embarrassment and fury? Or would he successfully sway her sentiments? The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Subsequently, he set aside thoughts of Xiang Na and returned his focus to the ongoing struggle between humanity and the zombies on Blue Star. A frown creased his brow as he pondered the matter. His greatest fear had indeed come to pass. The zombies were capable of evolution. Although he had anticipated this development, he was taken aback to discover that the evolved zombies possessed a degree of cognitive ability. Such intelligence implied that zombies could develop wisdom. If that were the case, humanity's solitary advantage would be rendered obsolete. At this juncture, the fate of Blue Star would hinge upon which side could evolve more swiftly. Despite possessing a system, Chao Chi-Ye had been hindered by the initial lack of combat power from the Supreme Skin System, forcing him to remain in his dormitory for 3 days before venturing out. As a result, his development lagged behind that of other ability users like Xiang Na. Moving forward, he needed to accelerate his efforts in hunting zombies. Moreover, upon realizing that zombies could evolve intelligence, a curious notion began to form in his mind. The system had previously mentioned that upon the host's demise, it would automatically bind to the slayer, designating them as the new host. What if the killers are evolved zombies? Could it be possible for zombies to become hosts for the system? In such a scenario, a system designed to aid humanity might paradoxically transform into a weapon of human destruction. The thought is truly chilling. Ting and Fian, you two shall confront the zombies on one side, while I will tackle the other. Chao Chi-Ye meticulously devised a plan and immediately set it into motion. Rather than fretting over future uncertainties, it is far wiser to seize the present opportunity. Given that Chao Chi-Ye's specialized weapon is the black obsidian spear, it is ill-suited for narrow corridors, prompting the trio to choose the hallway entrance as their battleground. This location proves more advantageous for long-range weaponry, and its position is more likely to draw zombies from the 10th and 8th floors, allowing them to ensnare multiple foes at once. The zombies surge forth, their guttural growls echoing ominously through the corridor. Woodingting and Shang Wanfian swiftly entered combat mode. Their synergy was impeccable. One incapacitated the zombies with electric shocks while the other wielded the black obsidian sword, deftly decapitating the undead. Although the battle-made specialized weapon is classified as a C-grade armament, its material is not composed of any metal found on Blue Star, endowing it with remarkable strength. Coupled with Shang Wanfian's piercing ability, the black obsidian sword sliced through flesh as if it were mere clay. Each swing effortlessly severed the zombies' heads, leaving no damage to the blade, which retained its durability to the fullest. With a decisive strike, Shang Wanfian brought her sword down, and a zombie's head fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Her movements were clean and swift, her eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Truly, she was the prodigious young woman who had consecutively triumphed in various fencing competitions within the city, her combat prowess far surpassing that of Woodingting and Su Ying. Meanwhile, Chao Chi-Ye appeared even more formidable, wielding the black shining spear, its tip glimmering with a frosty light, resembling a black dragon emerging from the depths. A flash of cold brilliance preceded him, and then the spear was unleashed like a dragon. With a low shout, Chao Chi-Ye thrust the spear with lightning speed, instantly piercing through the skull of a zombie. With a flick of the spear, the zombie's head shattered like a watermelon. His movements flowed like water, each thrust striking with impeccable precision, targeting the zombies' heads. As soon as they showed themselves, they were dispatched. One spear, one kill, without any hesitation. Already exceptionally strong, Chao Chi-Ye became invincible after acquiring the top-tier abilities of Battle Maid and Piercing. Within just a few minutes, the zombies in the corridor were eradicated. However, luck was not particularly on Chao Chi-Ye's side today. After slaying over 30 zombies, he had only obtained 2 daos. It seemed Su Ying's statistical probability was quite accurate. The probability of ordinary zombies dropping dao should be around 10, and should luck falter, one might find themselves in Chao Chi-Ye's current predicament. What is this? Shang Wanfian curiously picked up a small white ball from the ground, sensing her resonance with the dao. It could enhance the genetic key. Woodington quickly retrieved another dao and handed it to Chao Chi-Ye without a moment's hesitation, not daring to covet it. Observing this, Shang Wanfian also wisely presented her dao to Chao Chi-Ye. Her life was granted by Chao Chi-Ye, and her extraordinary abilities were bestowed upon her by him as well. Moreover, Chao Chi-Ye possessed the power to shed her skin at will. Thus, Shang Wanfian held an unwavering loyalty towards him. The reason she did not report immediately was merely due to her own curiosity. Chao Chi-Ye took hold of the dao and swallowed it without hesitation. Gene Lock, 0 stage, 70. I shall first consume all the dao to ensure my own development. In the future, surplus dao will be rewarded to those who excel. As a leader, this is a course of action Chao Chi-Ye must undertake. Thank you, Master. Wu Tingting, upon hearing this, was equally exhilarated alongside Shang Wanfian. Although their primary desire in following Chao Chi-Ye was simply to secure food and warmth, and to avoid being bullied in this apocalyptic world, the prospect of enhancing their own strength was an added boon. Chapter 25, breaking the gene lock after elevating the gene lock to 0 stage at 70. Chao Chie's power surged uncontrollably. Armed with the black glorious spear, he resembled a war god, sweeping upwards from the 8th floor. The remaining zombies before him fell as easily as if they were made of paper, utterly defenseless. The low growls of the zombies echoed through the corridor. Yet before they could approach Chao Chie, they were pierced through the skull by the cold gleam of the black glorious spear. His movements were swift and precise. Each shot struck with unerring accuracy. Wherever the spear tip landed, the zombies' heads burst open like watermelons. He ascended to the rooftop, eliminating every wandering zombie in his path. Like a highly efficient killing machine, no zombie escaped his wrath. His movements were as swift as lightning, and the zombies had no time to react before he dispatched them. After clearing the zombies, Chao Chie proceeded to block the corridor from the 7th to the 8th floor with various debris. Ordinary zombies lack cognitive abilities when faced with obstacles. They resort to brute force in an attempt to break through, ultimately giving up upon failure. Thus, as long as the peculiar varieties mentioned by Shauna do not appear, there would be virtually no zombie activity above the 8th floor of the female dormitory. Of course, Chao Chie only cleared the external corridor and did not inspect each individual dormitory, leaving the possibility that many zombies remained trapped inside. However, such considerations were not within Chao Chie's purview. His objective was to create a relatively safe environment, allowing other survivors to emerge. In doing so, he could extensively screen for potential female candidates. After eliminating the zombies on 4 floors and a rooftop, Chao Chie did not keep count of the number he had slain. He merely recognized that he had been occupied throughout the day, ultimately acquiring 9 Dao orbs. He did not distribute any of these to Wu Tingting and Shang Wanfian, who had also toiled throughout the day, and Chao Chie retained all 9 orbs for himself. Genetic lock, 0 tier. 80. Genetic lock, 0 tier. 90. Congratulations, host. The genetic lock has advanced to the 1st tier. At the moment the genetic lock ascended to the 1st tier, Chao Chie felt an explosive surge of tangible energy erupting within him. This energy surged forth from every cell of his being, flooding his body instantaneously. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from him, distorting the very air as it spread forth with immense force. Chao Chie's body hovered slightly, as the surrounding dust and debris were swept away by a shockwave, forming a fleeting ripple of air. Not only did he perceive the surge of power within himself, but even the nearby Wu Tingting and Shang Wanfian were compelled to retreat a few steps, overwhelmed by this formidable pressure. What is this power? Wu Tingting's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Shang Wanfian tightened her grip on the obsidian sword, her eyes filled with astonishment. Brother Chie's aura has become so powerful. Chao Chie gradually descended to the ground, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him. At this moment, he had completely transcended the limits of humanity, unlocking the genetic shackles that bind mankind. Chao Chie sheathed the black obsidian spear and cast a steely gaze toward the wall of the corridor. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted his strength, directing a powerful strike at the wall with an Iron Mountain technique. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the cement wall crumbled like tofu, debris scattering and dust swirling in the air. Instantly, a massive hole appeared in the wall. Chao Chie stood at the mouth of the opening, gazing down at the earth beneath him. A gentle breeze flowed through the aperture, rustling the edges of his garment and dispelling the last vestige of doubt in his heart. Is this the power of the 1st tier genetic lock? He murmured softly, his tone tinged with unmistakable excitement and fervor. His fist tightened slightly, as he reveled in the unprecedented power coursing through him, feeling as though he were the sovereign of an apocalyptic world. Master, has your power truly grown to such heights? Wu Tingting's eyes brimmed with awe and admiration. At this moment, Chao Chie embodies the deity in her heart. It is splendid, with the protection of her master. She firmly believes that the apocalypse shall soon come to an end. Shang Wanfian cannot help but express her admiration in being oblivious to other information. Her attitude towards the end times begins to skew towards unwarranted optimism. Undoubtedly, it is the formidable presence of Chao Chie that has fostered such an illusion within her. Furthermore, Chao Chie still possesses 6 Dao, which can further enhance his capabilities. Gene Lock, Level 1. 5. Gene Lock, Level 1. 10. Gene Lock, Level 1. 15. Gene Lock, Level 1. 20. Gene Lock, Level 1. 25. Gene Lock, Level 1. 30. Upon reaching Level 1, the progression achievable through each Dao begins to decelerate. The higher the tier of the Gene Lock, the greater the number of Dao required. It seems that in order to attain a higher realm, relentless effort is imperative. After consuming all the Dao, Chao Chi had transported all provisions and water to room 801. Woodington and Suing wholeheartedly endorsed this decision, as it was originally their dormitory, and the amenities and surroundings were familiar to them. Observing this, Shang Guanfian prepared to return to room 903 to retrieve her personal belongings. She knocked forcefully on the dormitory door. "Open up. Who is it?" "Goodness, it seems to be Shang Guanfian. She appears to be alive. You must be confused." Shang Guanfian was pursued by zombies, and I clearly saw the wounds on her neck. It is impossible for her to still be alive. I assure you. Not only is she alive, but she has also donned a rather provocative maid outfit. I comprehend every word you utter, yet when pieced together, it sounds utterly bizarre. Shang Guanfian's 3 roommates peered through the peephole, and lo and behold, it was indeed Shang Guanfian, accompanied by a man clad in green. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," one girl recited, referencing the delivery slogan on Chao Chi's attire. The 3 major food delivery services of Blue Star, the yellow-clad Meili, the blue-clad Eat One, and the green-clad Chow Chow Delivery. It seems he is merely a delivery man. Did you not mention hearing a man's voice outside? It must have been him. Do not open the door. It could be that they have perished and returned as vengeful spirits seeking retribution. Are you implying that not only are there zombies on Blue Star, but also malevolent spirits? What shall we do now? If that is the case, we are surely doomed. Woe is me. When will the police arrive to rescue us? The 3 of them concluded that Shang Guanfian was dead and thus dared not open the door. Chao Chi, however, had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He forcefully kicked open the door to room 903. In an instant, it felt as though a gas canister had exploded from the outside, sending the 3 girls, along with the dormitory door, tumbling in a chaotic upheaval. 3 individuals lay on the ground, gazing at the imposing figure of Chao Chi at the entrance, their faces etched with terror. Chao Chi cast a cold glance at the 3 girls, finding no remarkable qualities among them, merely ordinary university students. The system's evaluation yielded scores of 31, 41, and 44 respectively. Cumulatively, they barely surpassed the 100 mark, failing to unlock any potential. Frankly, there was no need to consult the system. Such individuals held no value in Chao Chi's eyes, warranting no further attention. "Fian, expedite your actions," he commanded, turning to leave, intending to wait outside for Su Guanfan's emergence. Chapter 26. Those who disrespect the master shall perish. Su Guanfan began to pack her belongings within the dormitory. "Fian, are you alive?" Her best friend, Xiaohua, was the first to rise from the ground, rushing over and gasping in astonishment upon sensing Su Guanfan's steady breathing. "Get lost," Su Guanfan replied coldly. While she could overlook the lack of assistance from the other 2, it was disheartening that Xiaohua, her closest confidant, was the first to deny her entry. This betrayal shattered any trust she had in them, compelling her to yearn solely for Chao Chi's company, ready to forge ahead and realize her life's worth in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, only Chao Chi could provide her with such a stage. "Fian, you look rather well. Have you managed to procure some food and water? Please share some with me," Xiaohua said, her eyes ignited with hope upon hearing Su Guanfan's robust voice. At her words, the other 2 roommates approached, shamelessly pleading with Su Guanfan for assistance. Shang Guanfian remained silent, solely focused on packing her belongings. Many items proved useless in this apocalyptic world, and after a brief gathering, she prepared to leave. "Master, shall we depart?" "Indeed," Chao Chi nodded, casually retrieving a bottle of water, twisting off the cap, and sipping leisurely before carelessly stowing it back in his backpack. He remained oblivious to the impending storm that such a simple act would unleash in this harsh reality. At that moment, Shang Guanfian's 3 roommates hastily followed, their eyes fixated on the bottle in Chao Chi's hand, glimmering with an insatiable thirst. "Water! It's water!" Like rabid dogs, they lunged forward, observing their fervor. Chao Chi made no move but cast a fleeting glance at Shang Guanfian. Understanding his silent cue, a glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. With a swift motion, she conjured the obsidian sword, its blade shimmering ominously, radiating an air of lethal intent. In a swift arc, Shang Guanfian severed her friend Xiaohua's arm. "Ah!" Xiaohua's piercing scream shattered the silence, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the ground. Terror etched across her face as her body quaked from the excruciating pain. The 2 roommates behind her stumbled in shock, retreating in fear. "Anyone who dares to take another step forward, who disrespects my master, shall face certain death." Shang Guanfian's gaze was as sharp as her blade, her voice frigid as ice. The 3 roommates, now paralyzed by fear, hesitated to advance even a single step. Xiaohua had not had a sip of water for 2 days, her body severely dehydrated, even the blood she expelled had begun to thicken. Yet, despite this dire state, her two roommates, upon witnessing the blood splattering onto the floor, could not resist the primal urge to crouch down and lick it like beasts. Observing this, Chao Chi merely shook his head in cold disapproval. Human blood is replete with salt and metabolic waste, and consuming it could exacerbate dehydration. Clearly, the three of them had little time left. There was not a trace of compassion in Chao Chi's gaze, for he was the chosen one, destined by the system to bear the monumental responsibility of reviving human civilization. According to the intelligence provided by Shauna, the Blue Star had transformed into a race between humanity and zombies. Should Chao Chi falter, the world would plunge into a global transformation, with zombies supplanting humans as the new denizens of the Blue Star. The chosen one had a heavy burden to carry, and there was no time for pity towards the weak. His resources could not be squandered on those deemed worthless. This was a transformation of human civilization, and sacrifices were inevitable. Only through relentless evolution could salvation be achieved. At this moment, the environment from the 8th floor of the female dormitory upward had become relatively secure. Chao Chia instructed Sheng Wanfian and Su Ying to guard the supplies in room 801 while he boldly sat at the entrance of the 9th floor corridor, carrying a box of mineral water and a box of ham sausages, prepared to recruit new subordinates. The survivors were still unaware that the zombies outside had been eradicated, remaining like startled birds, cowering in their dormitory, scarcely daring to breathe. Come out. The zombies from the 8th to the 11th floors have all been eliminated by my master. At present, my master is openly recruiting beautiful women. As long as they meet the requirements, water and food are guaranteed. Wu Tingting held an electric loudspeaker, her voice resonating in the vast corridor. This was something she had scavenged from room 902 earlier, and unexpectedly, it now proved to be quite useful. Chao Chi brought Wu Tingting along, believing that the camaraderie between women would foster a sense of trust among these survivors, making them more likely to lower their guard. Initially, upon hearing Wu Tingting's voice, the survivors did not emerge immediately. They concealed themselves in their dormitories, cautiously peering through the cracks of the doors, fearful that this might be a trap. However, after a period of observation, they discovered that the corridor was indeed devoid of zombies. Not even a faint growl could be heard. Finally, someone mustered the courage to open the dormitory door. Goodness! The zombies in the corridor had truly been eradicated. Is it the police? Have they finally come to rescue us? It must be the rescue team. It certainly is the rescue team. And there is free water and food. Let us hurry over. The provisions from the rescue team must be limited, so let us run. First come, first served. Once they grasped the situation, the girls eagerly opened their dormitory doors and surged towards the 9th floor. Their eyes brimmed with longing and excitement, as if they glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, the severely injured Xiaohua lay in a pool of blood, her vision gradually blurring. Her body had grown exceedingly weak, leaving her without the strength to call for help. Yet, she understood better than anyone else. There was no rescue team, only a malevolent delivery man. Though he was formidable, he was certainly not there to save them. Chapter 27. Selecting a consort water. Truly, there is water. And food. We are saved, at long last. How curious, is that not a rescue team? Why are they garbed in delivery uniforms? I cannot fathom it, nor dare I inquire. In any case, we must secure provisions first, with such scant resources. It will undoubtedly be insufficient. Is that not Whittington? Why is she still wearing such a provocative outfit? Even amidst an apocalypse, she remains fashionably inappropriate, truly a disgrace. Are you daft? Have you not seen Whittington brandishing a loudspeaker? She has leveraged her assets to secure a position of some authority within the rescue team. Upon hearing this, the girl puffed out her chest. Ah, I'm not lacking either. I too desire a stable livelihood. Chao Chia and Wu Tingting were soon surrounded by a throng of survivors, their eyes brimming with longing. As if the bottled water and sausages in Chao Chia's hands were their sole lifeline. Chao Chia stood at the center of the crowd, his gaze cold and scrutinizing the surrounding girls, akin to a suitor on a matchmaking show, assessing potential partners. However, the outcome left him profoundly disheartened. Among this initial group of girls, none achieved a composite score even reaching 60, far below the threshold required to unlock any skins within the system. After all, even basic skins necessitate a score exceeding 80. Let us move on to the next batch. Chao Chia coldly declared the classic phrase. You all fail to meet the master's expectations. Be gone. Do not obstruct the way for others. Whittington immediately grasped Chao Chia's intent and shouted loudly into the megaphone. Although she was unaware of the specific criteria for Chao Chia's recruitment of newcomers, it was evident that the standards were quite stringent. This aligned perfectly with her own interests. After all, with the increasing number of people, the available resources would soon be insufficient. A change of personnel? What does that even mean? Can't you see? This individual is not a rescue team at all. Damn it. After all this time, he's merely a delivery person trying to wield power. What is this? Has he been chosen as a concubine? Wu Tingting, feeling hungry herself, scoffed at the notion of a mere delivery boy garnering attention, questioning the value of her years of education. Although this delivery lad possessed a hint of charm, in a post-apocalyptic world, strength and background were paramount. What audacity for a mere courier to act so pretentious. Exactly. With so many of us, are we to fear just two of them? If they refuse, let us seize what we need. As Chao Chi-ye and Wu Tingting dismissed them, the surrounding girls immediately expressed their discontent. They lunged forward, ready to initiate a direct confrontation. Tingting, show them a taste of their own medicine. Demonstrate who truly wields power here. Chao Chi-ye said coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Yes, master. Wu Tingting's gaze turned icy, and a cold smile graced her lips. She had long yearned to teach this group of people, who disregarded Brother Chi-ye, a lesson they would not soon forget. Laughter erupted as a girl taunted a delivery person. Wu Tingting, you truly are. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Tingting's hand had already settled on her shoulder. Suddenly, a crackling golden current surged forth from Wu Tingting's palm, instantly incapacitating the girl, who convulsed violently, her hair standing on end, and a plume of black smoke escaping her mouth. A piercing scream abruptly ceased as the girl collapsed to the ground, her body twitching slightly, clearly rendered unconscious. An anomaly. In an instant, the surrounding girls no longer dared to act rashly. Their eyes widened in terror and disbelief as they comprehended the situation. They understood why the zombies from the 8th to the 11th floors had vanished. It became clear that the figures before them, Chao Chi-ye and Wu Tingting, had surpassed all the zombies in strength. Furthermore, from Wu Tingting's awe and respectful demeanor towards Chao Chi-ye, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could grasp the truth. At that moment, Wu Tingting's display of power merely marked her as a minor character. The true powerhouse was Chao Chi-ye, who was in the midst of selecting individuals. Chapter 28. The imprisoned twins. Following Wu Tingting's intervention, order gradually returned to Chao Chi-ye's vicinity. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. Next batch. Next batch. Next batch. After assessing 5 or 6 dozen candidates, not a single one met the criteria. Some even attempted to re-enter the line after touching up their makeup, believing they might fare better upon their return. Yet, in the eyes of the system, their combined scores would remain unchanged. It is not feasible, still not feasible. There exists a score of 75, which is indeed regrettable. The system's definition of a goddess is exceedingly stringent. One cannot say that a mere 5 points is insufficient. Even a single point short is unacceptable. This is quite troublesome. Chao Chi-ye was engulfed in distress and suddenly recalled a female zombie he had previously dispatched on the rooftop, whose figure had seemed rather appealing. Had she not transformed into a zombie, her overall score might have reached 80. Alas, he had put an end to her existence. Just as Chao Chi-ye was sinking into despair, a girl he had recently turned down approached him. Esteemed one, may I inquire if there is a reward for providing you with information? As she spoke, the girl pressed her parched lips together, her gaze fixated intently on the bottle of mineral water beneath Chao Chi-ye. Speak, and I shall listen. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. If you can indeed furnish me with valuable information regarding beautiful women, I shall offer you food and water. Chao Chi-ye responded with keen interest. After all, if he could not locate even a single individual, his efforts for the day would be in vain. Esteemed one, I reside in dormitory 1109. Where there are a pair of exceedingly charming twins, they must certainly meet your criteria. Twins, Chao Chi-ye exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, and then he inquired. If they meet the requirements and have not been infected by zombies, why do they not come here themselves? In our dormitory, there exists a school bully who harbors jealousy towards those twins. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she has relentlessly tormented them. At this moment, they are tethered like dogs within the dormitory. Esteemed benefactor, I, too, am risking dire consequences by imparting this intelligence to you. Should the campus tyrant discover my involvement, my fate may well be more wretched than that of the twins. Let on. Intrigued and with time to spare, Chao Chi-ye resolved to investigate the truth of the matter. Promptly, under the guidance of the young woman, Chao Chi-ye arrived at the threshold of dormitory 1109. Damn you, you wretched harlots. You're the reason I wasn't chosen. A shrill denunciation erupted from within the room, brimming with fury and envy. Soon after, a cacophony of blows and kicks ensued, intermingled with the gasps and whimpers of the tormented girls. Upon hearing this commotion, the girl who had provided Chao Chie with the information immediately sought refuge behind him, her body trembling slightly, evidently overcome with dread of the school bully. Fear not. Should she retaliate against you for divulging information to me, I shall ensure her demise is exceedingly unpleasant, Chao Chie declared frigidly. Given his current prowess, he was the sovereign arbiter here, the architect of the rules. However, upon breaching the threshold of dormitory 1109, Chao Chie was utterly aghast. Indeed, the scene was so appalling that even Wu Tingting, who had never witnessed such barbarity, nearly vomited. Before them, two frail girls had been shorn of their hair and were scantily clad, tethered to the water pipes near the lavatory like canines. Their heads were covered in bloody welts and scars, evidently inflicted by violent lacerations. The two girls were even smeared with excrement, their bodies marred with extensive bruises. A ghastly tableau of fresh and old wounds. Name, Shinyoyu. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 82. Figure, 82. Temperament, 82. Charm, 82. Overall score, 82. Unlockable skin level, ordinary. Name, Xinyue. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 82. Figure, 82. Temperament, 82. Charm, 82. Overall score, 82. Unlockable skin level, ordinary. Although the two girls find themselves in a state of utter disarray, even battered beyond recognition, the system still bestows upon them an exceedingly high evaluation. However, at this juncture, the scene before them transcends the matter of scores. Even if the sisters fail to meet the criteria for unlocking skins, this predicament cannot escape the attention of Chao Chie. Esteemed one, what brings you here? The girl perpetrating violence against the sisters possesses an appealing appearance and is a regular at the gym, her physique both toned and robust. Chao Chie distinctly remembers her from the system's assessment, where she received a score of 75, a rather unfortunate rating. Upon seeing Chao Chie, the school bully initially appears taken aback, followed by a wave of exhilaration. Esteemed one, I knew you would notice me. And although my figure and looks do not quite compare to Wu Tingting's, I assure you, my skills are exceptional and will undoubtedly satisfy you. The bully mistakenly believes that Chao Chie has had a change of heart, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, at this moment, Chao Chie's inner fury reaches its zenith. He felt a profound sense of regret, for the system only evaluated beauty, physique, temperament, and charm, neglecting the crucial standard of morality. Were it otherwise, the likes of Senku and Chao Chie would undoubtedly receive a score of 0. In a fit of rage, Chao Chie swiftly approached the school bully. Before the latter could react, Chao Chie delivered a flying kick, sending the bully hurtling through the air. Bang! The bully's figure soared like an arrow released from a bow, crashing through the 11th floor window. Her scream arced through the air, ultimately fading into silence. Chao Chie understood well that in the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature would be magnified infinitely. At this moment on Blue Star, such incidents were far from rare, and many could be even more atrocious than the scene before him. Alone, he could not address every injustice, but should he cross paths with one, he would certainly take action. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Tingting and the girl who had provided the information stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated that Chao Chie would not remain indifferent, yet they were taken aback by his decisive action in dispatching the bully on the spot. This only deepened Wu Tingting's admiration for the man before her, though he could be rough at times and often spoke with an air of dominance. Within him resided a gentle, kind, and just spirit. Furthermore, Chao Chie's sense of justice was not the rigid kind. It was a pursuit of his true self, prioritizing his own and his companion's interests while following the path of conscience. Give her 2 bottles of mineral water and 5 sausages, Chao Chie instructed Wu Tingting, who stood nearby. He was clear in his judgments. Those deserving of punishment received it, and those deserving of reward were duly acknowledged. Thank you, esteemed sir, the girl stammered, unscrewing the cap of the mineral water and gulping it down eagerly. The ham sausage remained unopened, consumed together with its plastic wrapping, a clear indication of how ravaged hunger had rendered them. At this moment, Shinyoyu and Xinyue were merely staring blankly, huddled together. The prolonged torment seemed to have inflicted a significant toll on their mental state. As Chao Chie approached, the sisters instinctively recoiled into the corner. Chapter 29, A Feast of Delights. Tingting, please bring Suing here. Chao Chie had initially intended to use the fountain of purification to heal the sisters, yet he feared that his actions might further agitate them. After careful consideration, he concluded that this task was better suited for Suing, another girl. However, while his attention was focused on Shinyoyu and Xinyue, a girl behind him, who had just satisfied her hunger, stealthily retrieved a pair of scissors hidden in her pocket. Her gaze was greedily fixed on the entire box of mineral water and ham sausages beside Chao Chiye. If she could eliminate Chao Chiye right here, she would inherit all the supplies. In the current environment, such resources were invaluable. This would allow her to usurp Chao Chiye's position and become the ruler of this domain. Moreover, her sympathy for Xinyoyu and Xinyue was feigned. Her motive for informing Chao Chiye about the school bully was not only to gain rewards from him, but also to usurp the bully's position herself. She crept closer, thinking to herself, "So, you possess extraordinary abilities, do you? I shall see if you're indeed invulnerable." Little did she know. Every move she made had long been observed by Chao Chiye through the shattered glass of the window. His gaze sharpened. As the girl raised her hand to thrust the scissors into the nape of his neck, Chao Chiye suddenly turned, snatching the scissors and plunging them into her throat. A spray of crimson erupted, and her eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. Her body gradually crumpled to the ground, the scissors slipping from her grasp. "Why tarnish my reputation?" Chao Chiye sighed, a hint of vexation in his demeanor. Human greed knows no bounds. He was a man of clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Eliminating someone who provided him with information would undoubtedly tarnish his image. "Master, what is happening?" At that moment, Woodington had brought Suing along. She glanced at the girl, lifeless in a pool of blood with her throat pierced, her expression one of utter confusion. Brother Chiye is a man of fairness. This person contributed information. How could she end up dead? "She attempted to ambush me," Chao Chiye replied, equally distressed. He had no desire to resort to violence. Yet the other party had recklessly offered up their life. To dare to launch a surprise attack on the master was nothing short of courting death. Wu Tingting cast a cold glance at the corpse, then began to collect the unopened bottled water and sausages, muttering, "Such fine water and sausages. Do you have any idea how many people outside would fight for these? What a waste." Meanwhile, the hooded Suing stepped forward. Since Su Ying's identity had been claimed by Chao Chiye, who was in communication with Shana, she could not reveal herself to avoid raising suspicions. Is this truly something a person can do? As Su Ying gazed at Shun Yoyu and Xin Yue before her, she found herself momentarily stunned, her voice trembling. Although she had already heard the account of events from Wudingting on her way here, witnessing the scene firsthand was still rather shocking. The two little ones appeared to be in a state of emotional instability. "I apologize for the trouble, Su Ying," said Chao Chiye, his brow slightly furrowed. He refrained from unshackling the chains around Xinyoyu and Xinyue's necks, fearing that his actions might trigger an adverse reaction from the sisters. First, he would allow Su Ying to tend to their wounds, and then they could address subsequent matters. "Yes, master, leave it to me," Su Ying replied with a nod. It was the first time she had heard Chao Chiye use the word trouble, indicating the significance he placed on this situation. Su Ying initially employed the ability of the Spring of Purification to cleanse the filth from the sisters. Subsequently, she offered them food and water while using the Spring of Purification to heal their wounds. Although the Spring of Purification had no effect on their previous scars, under Su Ying's meticulous care, Xinyoyu and Xinyue gradually regained their emotional stability. "Master, it is done." At Su Ying's signal, Chao Chiye stepped forward and effortlessly severed the chains binding the two girls. The sound of the chains breaking was crisp and resonant, as if it had also shattered the shackles within their hearts. Immediately afterward, Su Ying dressed them in clean garments and gently guided the sisters out of that nightmarish dormitory. Given their current state, both sisters were clearly troubled, let alone the prospect of willingly submitting to Chao Chiye and unlocking their skins. Fortunately, the two sisters had immense trust in Su Ying, and soon Xinyoyu and Xinyue were brought to room 801. Beasts. Simply beasts. Upon hearing the plight of the two young women, Shang Wanfian was filled with indignation. Her fists were tightly clenched, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she longed to rush out and rend the perpetrators to pieces. However, the opportunity had slipped away. That school bully had already been kicked off the 11th floor by Chao Chiye, and by now, he was likely reduced to a mere pulp. As night fell, Chao Chiye instructed Su Ying to continue tending to Xinyoyu and Xinyue, while Shang Wanfian was tasked with keeping watch. As the core and foremost powerhouse of the team, it was imperative for Chao Chiye to rest and replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Woodingting indulged herself heartily. The next morning, as was his routine, Chao Chiye stretched lazily, resembling a contented dog. Glancing at Wu Tingting, who was still peacefully slumbering, he wore a satisfied smile. It must be said, university life was indeed splendid. As usual, the morning began with a beautiful girl changing and freshening up, offering massages and nourishment. Recently, Su Ying had been exceptionally diligent. and Chao Chi-ye rewarded her with a generous cup of freshly squeezed soybean milk. In this apocalyptic world, where others might fight over a drop of water, his subordinates enjoyed imported beverages and snacks daily, living in comfort. "Master, there is troubling news," Shang Guanfian reported gravely from her post at the door. Chao Chi-ye appeared relaxed, his tone imbued with a hint of nonchalance. Given his current strength, the notion of bad news was virtually non-existent. The barricades we established between the 7th and 8th floors were breached by zombies in the early hours of the morning. Now, the 8th floor and above have reverted to the previous state of zombie infestation, albeit with a lesser number than before. "I understand," Chao Chi-ye nodded. "Zombies, in the current circumstances of Blue Star, are an insurmountable challenge." He never contemplated how long those makeshift barriers could withstand the undead. His primary objective was to clear the building, granting the female residents the opportunity to emerge, thus allowing him to recruit new subordinates. Meanwhile, after changing into fresh attire, the sisters Xinyoyu and Xinyue appeared significantly rejuvenated, though the scars on their foreheads remained rather conspicuous. However, Chao Chi-ye held firm in his belief that time would heal all wounds. The two sisters were remarkably alike, and with Suing dressing them in identical outfits. Even without the system's assistance, Chao Chi-ye found it difficult to distinguish between Xinyoyu and Xinyue. It was no wonder that even the system's evaluations rated them as indistinguishable. "Fian, you will accompany me in the sweep of the building today, while Tingting and Suing will keep watch at room 801 and tend to Xinyoyu and Xinyue." Chao Chi-ye delineated the roles within his team, ensuring that each member had a specific task. "Master, please exercise caution on your journey and remember to return safely. We will be waiting for you at home." Suing and Mu Tingting bid farewell, their voices laden with concern. Chao Chi-ye responded, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Though the blue planet now finds itself in a post-apocalyptic state, the days filled with the anticipation of returning home are rather pleasant. "Little fish and little Wei, why don't you greet our master?" Suing patiently guided the two injured little ones like a caring elder sister. "Come, let us say together, Master, be careful on the road." Xinyoyu and Xinwei exchanged glances and slowly began to speak. "Master, be careful on the road." Perhaps they did not fully grasp the meaning of this phrase, yet it seemed that by doing so, they could find solace in one another's presence. Chao Chi-ye nodded with a smile. This was his first time hearing the sisters Xinyoyu and Xinwei speak. To be honest, it was somewhat touching. He believed that, with Su Ying's assistance, the sisters would soon regain their health. Subsequently, Chao Chi-ye, accompanied by Shang Guanfian, burst out of the dormitory. Just outside, two zombies charged towards them. However, these zombies appeared quite peculiar. They sported slender tails protruding from their rears, resembling some form of mutated creature. "Fian, be cautious. These zombies are not normal." Chao Chi-ye immediately sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that they had encountered the aberrant creatures mentioned by Shauna? Indeed. Shang Guanfian nodded, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in her eyes. She grasped the air, and the obsidian sword in her hand was instantly unsheathed, its blade glimmering ominously. However, to her utter astonishment, the normally unyielding obsidian sword was thwarted by the arm of the zombie before her. The blade penetrated the creature's limb, becoming ensnared and unable to advance even a fraction further. "What?" Shang Guanfian's pupils constricted, her heart flooded with shock. It was evident that the bones of this zombie were far sturdier than those of the ones she had previously encountered. Yet, what truly astonished Chao Chi-ye was the realization that this zombie possessed the awareness to block. Typically, ordinary zombies lack cognitive abilities, merely enduring human assaults with their insensate bodies. The fact that this one could defend itself indicated a certain level of consciousness. In response, Chao Chi-ye swiftly turned and unleashed a shot. Akin to a dragon emerging from the depths of the ocean, the obsidian spear pierced the zombie's skull in an instant. With a flick of the tip, the creature's head exploded like a watermelon. The same fate befell another zombie, which Chao Chi-ye dispatched with a single shot through its cranium. Although these two zombies exhibited a degree of awareness, they remained insufficiently formidable in the presence of Chao Chi-ye, who had a 30 activation of his genetic lock, rendering them little different from ordinary zombies. However, for Shang Guanfian, the strength of these zombies was indeed concerning. No wonder our barricades were breached by these creatures. Something was clearly amiss. Shang Guanfian furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with gravity. She could distinctly sense the enhancement of the zombies. And it was not limited to just the two she had encountered. A glance around the corridor revealed that all the zombies had sprouted tails, as if undergoing a bizarre form of evolution. The issue is not significant. Let us take a round to ascertain the situation that has led to these zombies mutating. Chao Chi-ye spoke with a tranquil demeanor, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He continued to lead Shang Wanfian through the building. But due to the evident increase in the strength of the zombies, he instructed her to stay behind him, taking the lead himself. Along the way, Chao Chi-ye dispatched numerous mutated zombies with tails. Their speed and strength surpassed that of ordinary zombies, yet they remained insufficient in the face of Chao Chi-ye. The black radiant spear in his grasp moved like the scythe of death, each strike executed with remarkable precision, causing the zombie skulls to shatter. However, as Chao Chi-ye glanced at the information regarding these zombies through the system, he discovered some peculiarities. Zombie. Ability. None. Gene lock. Unlocked. There was nothing unusual. They still lacked abilities and had not unlocked their gene locks, being the most ordinary type of zombies. This left Chao Chi-ye somewhat perplexed. According to the intelligence provided by Shauna earlier, the anomalous types among the zombies should possess abilities and have their gene locks unlocked, making them exceedingly rare. It was evident that the mutated beings before him, with tails, were not of that extraordinary variety. To uncover the reason behind these zombies' mutations, Chao Chi-ye resolved to investigate the floor below. However, upon reaching the 7th floor, the scene that unfolded before him was rather astonishing. It was in stark contrast to the scenes above the 8th floor. The dormitories on the entire 7th floor had been forcibly breached, leaving chaos in their wake. All that met his gaze were zombies, devoid of any trace of survivors. The appearance of Chao Chi-ye and Shang Wanfian drew the attention of all the zombies. Their heads rotating erratically, their vacant expressions twisted into a grotesque snarl, as if awaiting the arrival of prey. Fian, you must return, Chao Chi-ye commanded decisively, sensing the urgency of the situation. Given the current circumstances, Shang Wanfian's combat capabilities would undoubtedly prove to be a liability, while she could contend with ordinary zombies. Facing such a multitude of mutated beings with tails was beyond her capacity. Chao Chi-ye had no intention of diverting his focus to protect her amidst the chaos. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shang Wanfian promptly turned and fled back to 801. Meanwhile, Chao Chi-ye took it upon himself to provide cover. His gaze steely and unwavering as he surveyed the horde of zombies before him, the black obsidian gun in his grasp poised for the impending battle. It is you. At last, I have found you. A chilling and sinister voice echoed, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell, imbued with a spine-chilling distortion. This voice was clearly beyond the realm of human capability, as if it had been wrenched from the throat of some monstrous entity. Chao Chi-ye's eyes narrowed with vigilance as he turned toward the source of the voice. To his astonishment, all the tailed zombies parted to create a path, as if acknowledging the arrival of a being of supreme significance. Following this eerie procession, a zombie rode upon another, approaching with a deliberate slowness. The one atop wore shattered glasses, its face grotesquely adorned with 9 eyes, densely clustered across its forehead, cheeks, and chin, each eye glimmering with a bizarre radiance. The dread of trypophobia surged forth, manifesting in an immediate affliction. Her skin exhibited a morbid pallor, and the corners of her mouth stretched into an incredulous arc, revealing sharp fangs. Beneath her, the ghastly creature that resembled a zombie was utterly repulsive, possessing 8 legs that supported its grotesque form like a spider. Each leg was grotesquely contorted, with sharp bony protrusions at the joints. Most unsettling of all was the metallic hairpin embedded in its eye, piercing deeply into the socket and causing a viscous black liquid to seep forth, trickling down its cheek and pooling on the ground. Chao Chi-ye instantly recognized this as the zombie administrator he had encountered upon his arrival at the female dormitory. The very one he had struck in the eye with Su Ying's metallic hairpin. The female zombie riding atop it, if Chao Chi-ye's assumptions were correct, was the self-righteous woman he had flung away. Chapter 31. Laser eyes, you can speak, and you recognize me. Chao Chi-ye gazed at the self-righteous woman and the zombie administrator before him, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The zombie, not only capable of human speech but also retaining fragments of its former memories, represented a staggering revelation. He swiftly consulted the system to examine the attributes of the 2 zombies. Anomalous species. Abilities. Gene lock. Zombie. Abilities, none. Gene lock. 0 tier, 9. Among the 2 zombies, the self-righteous woman's attributes were shrouded in mystery, while the administrator's information was accessible. Moreover, the so-called Holy Mother sat atop the administrator, clearly revealing her dominion as the one endowed with extraordinary powers. Most notably, among the multitude of zombies present, she was the sole one to utter a word, and there was no trace of a tail. Of course, I recognize you. It was you who bestowed upon me the glorious evolution. In gratitude, I have decided to make you my steed. The Holy Mother grinned widely, exposing the flesh and blood within her mouth with every syllable. Her teeth were sharp and distorted, her gums a putrid black, while her tongue writhed like a serpent, undulating within her maw, truly revolting. Upon hearing this, the administrator beneath her cast a mournful glance at Chao Chie. Its eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, as if, due to Chao Chie's presence, its status as a steed was threatened, inciting feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy. If you wish to claim me as your mount, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Surrounded by zombies, Chao Chie exhibited no fear whatsoever. In his grasp, the obsidian spear surged forth like a dragon, its tip glimmering with a cold light, reminiscent of a serpent navigating effortlessly through the horde. While slaying ordinary zombies might yield the possibility of acquiring Dao, what treasures might one discover when vanquishing an aberrant creature? Yet, a minor vexation lingered for Chao Chie. The system appeared only capable of scanning the attributes of mere foot soldiers. It offered no insights into the abilities or combat prowess of the aberrant beings. However, upon further reflection, this might not be entirely unfavorable. As he was not the sole chosen one of Blue Star, there existed 100 systems. Just as he could not perceive the information of others, neither could they discern his. This undoubtedly serves as an enhancement for the Supreme Skin, a late-stage system characterized by its growth potential. Moreover, according to Chao Chie's previous conjectures, it is entirely possible that among these 100 systems, some have already succumbed early on, falling into the clutches of the zombies. Given that the initial strength of the zombies is already formidable, the augmentation provided by the system would render them exceptionally formidable. Should they also possess the ability to accurately detect the presence of other systems, then Chao Chie would find himself in peril. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. With such a vast blue star, the existence of merely 100 systems suggests that perhaps the entire Great Xia Kingdom harbors only a handful of them. Within the entirety of Jiang City, he might be the sole chosen one. While the probability of encountering other chosen individuals exists, it remains exceedingly low. Suddenly, the eight-eyed harpy emitted a furious roar, her voice akin to the shredding of metal, sharp and piercing. Instantly, the surrounding zombies surged forward as if propelled by an invisible force, frantically lunging at Chao Chie. This corroborated what Shana had previously stated. The anomalous beings endowed with special abilities indeed possess a distinct aptitude for leadership. Chao Chie let out a cold chuckle, and with a swift motion, he brandished the black obsidian spear in his hand. The spearhead sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound reminiscent of a swift, black dragon, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. In a flash, as the shadows of the spear flickered like lightning, any zombies that dared approach were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Black liquid and severed limbs splattered in all directions, filling the air with a putrid stench. After Shangwan Fian departed, the Dao that erupted from the ground was something Chao Chie had no time to collect. However, he had no intention of wasting his time on these mere pawns. After clearing a wave of ordinary zombies, Chao Chie's gaze turned icy. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet and dashed forward, closing the distance to the Holy Mother in an instant. In the eight eyes of the Holy Mother, Chao Chie's dark gun muzzle was vividly reflected. Her pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of terror crossing her gaze as if she beheld the arrival of death itself. Clearly, Chao Chie's speed had surpassed her wildest imagination. "Move," the Holy Mother growled, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. The administrator beneath her reacted instantly, its 8 legs scuttling like a spider, carrying the Holy Mother swiftly up the wall, deftly evading Chao Chie's strike. With 8 eyes, every movement of Chao Chie was within her perceptive grasp, coupled with the speed and reflexes of her 8-legged steed. The Holy Mother exhibited remarkable agility, capable of dodging lethal attacks in the blink of an eye. There is something there, but not much. A glint of determination flickered in Chao Chie's eyes, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. He suddenly channeled his strength and hurled the black obsidian spear in his hand. The spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, instantly piercing through the head of the Holy Mother's steed, eliminating it with lethal precision. With her 8-legged mount gone, the Holy Mother's mobility was immediately curtailed. She slid down from the wall, a trace of panic flashing in her 8 eyes. However, at that moment, Chao Chie found himself unarmed. Seeing this, the Holy Mother swiftly commanded the surrounding zombies to surge forth, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet, Chao Chie remained unfazed. In a swift motion, he leaped atop the heads of the zombies, soaring into the air like a falcon diving toward its prey. His fist clenched tightly, imbued with the force of thunder. He intended to obliterate the mother with a single punch. Yet, at that very moment, The 8 eyes of the mother began to glow a sinister red. A strange crimson light flickered within her pupils, as if some energy was accumulating. Chao Chiya immediately sensed the danger. Suddenly, beams of energy erupted from the mother's eyes, akin to laser beams, and shot directly towards Chao Chiya's chest. Reacting with remarkable speed, he swiftly sidestepped. 8 beams of energy grazed his shoulder, crashing into the adjacent wall and leaving deep scars in their wake. Chapter 32. A-Class, Supreme Command Power. Is this the extent of your power? Chao Chiya remarked disdainfully toward the 8-eyed mother, his tone laced with mockery. He had anticipated that her laser beams would pierce through the wall, only to find it was a false alarm. With his current strength, he could have withstood such an attack without issue. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, never granting his adversary the slightest opportunity. Seizing the moment, Chao Chiya retrieved the obsidian spear that was pinned to the wall, its tip glinting ominously as it pierced through the mother's skull. With a sickening squelch as the spear penetrated her head, the mother's 8 eyes widened in horror, blood vessels bursting, as if her very eyeballs would shatter. A low, anguished howl emanated from her throat, reminiscent of a mournful lament of defiance. In her despair, one by one, her 8 eyes exploded, showering the surroundings with dark liquid and fragments of flesh. His body felt as though all vitality had been drained, swiftly deteriorating. The skin began to rot, and the bones shattered, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, the attributes that had previously eluded Chao Chiya became effortlessly discernible. Zombie. Ability, Grade A Handsome. Gene Lock, 0 level, 95. To his astonishment, it was indeed a Grade A ability. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, for this was the highest level of ability he had encountered thus far. In the wake of the demise of the hypocritical saint, the surrounding zombies instantly lost their tails. They reverted to their former state as lowly ordinary zombies. With a sweeping motion of the black spear in Chao Chiya's hand, he dispatched a multitude of them. Numerous Daos fell around him, yet he did not spare them a glance. His sole concern now was the treasures that might emerge from the complete disintegration of the hypocritical saint's corpse. As the last remnants of her body vanished into the ether, a golden-hued Dao materialized before Chao Chiya's eyes. Not only did it shimmer with a distinct hue, but this Dao was also not circular in shape. It took the form of a hexagram. A new Dao. A glimmer of excitement shone in Chao Chiya's gaze as he cradled the hexagram down his palm, scrutinizing it closely. Its surface radiated a faint golden glow, while within, an essence akin to spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly, remarkably wondrous. Chao Chiya sensed a resonance with this Dao that was far more intense than that of the previous circular ones. The sensation was akin to an intangible summons, as if it were whispering to him that this Dao would bestow upon him unprecedented power. He meticulously scrutinized the Dao in his grasp, while his other hand instinctively wielded the obsidian spear, vanquishing the surrounding zombies with relentless precision. After the demise of the so-called Holy Mother, these zombies had lost their combat efficacy. Even though Chao Chiya's focus was entirely captivated by the golden Dao, they posed no threat to him. The intense battles of recent days had ingrained muscle memory into Chao Chiya's physique. Thus, when he regained his senses, he realized that the surrounding zombies had been annihilated. Huh? Where did the zombies go? Chao Chiya found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that the bizarre creature's death triggered a self-detonation among these zombies? Oblivious to the fact that he had been lost in thought, Chao Chiya suppressed his inner exhilaration and presented the Dao to Shauna. Suing, image. Shauna, you. Which ability user did you kill? Suing, ability user. Shauna, yes, this is the ability Dao. I previously killed that lecherous physical education teacher, and this is the form I obtained, albeit in a different hue. It was red, not gold. Suing, this is the ability Dao? Shauna, indeed. Consuming it grants one an ability. However, since you are already an electric shock ability user, I cannot ascertain whether it would have any effect on you. Chao Chiya began to grasp the situation. In other words, the abilities of zombies and humans can be mutually plundered. Shauna believed that Chao Chiya had slain a particular ability user because she thought that only by vanquishing such individuals could one obtain the ability known as Dao, which is precisely how her own flame power was acquired. However, she was unaware that defeating a zombie could yield the same results. This realization further solidified Chao Chiya's previous conclusions. If humans could seize the Dao from zombies, then zombies could equally extract the Dao and systems from humans. Moreover, it could be posited that among humans, there exists 100 chosen individuals. Perhaps within the ranks of the undead, there are also 100 chosen corpses. They not only have the capability to usurp human abilities and systems, but they also possess the innate advantage of being progenitor zombies already bearing systems. This conjecture left Chao Chiya's heart taut with apprehension. Henceforth, he must proceed with greater caution. Su Ying, Sr., this Tao was not obtained by slaying an ability user. It was acquired by my defeat of a peculiar aberration. Shauna provided herself with such information. Chao Chiya, too, did not withhold anything and shared his insights with Shauna. Shauna, what? You single-handedly defeated an aberration? How is that even possible? Chao Chiya found himself curious about the astonishment that must have painted Shauna's face upon receiving this news. Su Ying, perhaps it was because the aberration I encountered was relatively weak. Chao Chiya remarked casually. Yet, he was acutely aware that the self-righteous entity he had just vanquished was certainly formidable, as its A-grade ability was the most powerful he had encountered thus far. However, Chao Chiya initially believed that the abilities of the Holy Mother would resemble something akin to laser vision, only to discover that it was actually handsomeness. This left him utterly perplexed. What was so handsome about it? Xiangna, your luck seems extraordinarily favorable. You must have encountered a newly awakened aberrant species. I possess the red ability path, which grants me a B-class fiery explosion, while you have attained the golden ability path. I suspect it is likely superior to B-class, possibly A-class, or even higher. If your inherent electrocution ability is below A-class, I would recommend consuming it. Su Ying, I have my own abilities. I shall keep it for myself. Xiangna, that is also acceptable. After all, having an ability and then consuming another ability path could yield unpredictable results. Nevertheless, you have provided me with invaluable intelligence. It appears that defeating aberrant species can also grant the ability path. It seems I must devise a way to eliminate the aberrant creature in the gymnasium, despite her claims of abstaining from consumption. Chao Chiya promptly swallowed the A-class ability path after responding to the message. His current powers were entirely a result of the Supreme Skin system's feedback. Chao Chiya himself possessed no inherent abilities. Thus, the A-class ability path was an immense temptation for him. As he consumed the shimmering golden ability path, it transformed into a torrent of blazing energy the moment it entered his mouth, coursing down his throat and into his abdomen. In an instant, it felt as if his body had been ignited, with golden chi rapidly spreading from his core, permeating every vein within him. A faint golden radiance emerged upon his skin, as if countless tiny golden specks were coursing within him, imparting an intense, burning sensation. A soft groan escaped Chao Chiya's lips, and beads of perspiration began to dot his forehead. He could feel that energy rampaging through his body, threatening to reshape every inch of his flesh. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, while his muscles continuously contracted and expanded, as if undergoing a process of evolution. However, this searing sensation did not endure for long. As the golden energy gradually coalesced, Chao Chiya's body began to settle into tranquility. His breathing became steady, the golden glow on his skin slowly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. Is this the power of an A-class ability? Chao Chiya clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within him, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. He eagerly examined his status panel. Name, Chao Chiya. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, Tier 1, 50. Ability, A-class, commanding presence. Leadership aura, which allows his followers to gain a 10 enhancement from his gene lock. System, exquisite skin. Reversal abilities, pool party, 2. Battle maid, 1. Purification spring, Pika Pika, piercing. Chapter 33. Fairy tale, it was the commanding presence of a leader. Only then did Chao Chiya grasp the true essence of the A-class ability commanding presence. It was not merely about being handsome, but rather possessing the capacity to lead. Upon careful reflection on the abilities of the so-called motherly bitch, it becomes evident that her prowess does not stem from her laser-like gaze, which cannot even penetrate walls. Rather, it lies in her commanding power to cause other zombies to sprout tails. However, due to the inherent weakness of the motherly bitch, this attribute, with its mere 10 genetic lock, fails to manifest significant effects. In the hands of Chao Chiya, however, this ability transforms entirely. Should the effects of this commanding power extend to his subordinates, his continuous growth and strength would subsequently enhance the abilities of those around him. Even a mere 10 effect is undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, within dormitory 801, the college girls tasked with watching over the place were utterly bewildered. Wu Tingting sat on the edge of her bed when she suddenly felt a tingling sensation, as if something was writhing beneath her skin. Instinctively, she reached to touch it, only to encounter a furry appendage. "Ah, what is this?" she exclaimed, springing to her feet and turning to look behind her. To her astonishment, a yellow, lightning-shaped tail was slowly emerging from her coccyx, the tip adorned with a small lightning bolt emblem, reminiscent of Pikachu's tail, exuding a sense of playfulness. I have grown a tail. Whittington's eyes widened in disbelief. As she attempted to move the tail, she discovered that it could sway in accordance with her thoughts, as if it were an innate part of her body. Meanwhile, Suing also sensed something amiss. She stood by the window when a sudden warmth enveloped her. Turning her head, she noticed a small orange kitten's tail slowly extending from behind her. The tail was soft and fluffy, with a hint of white at the tip, reminiscent of a newborn kitten's tail. What could this mean? Suing gently reached out to touch the tail, feeling its warmth and softness. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart fluttering with a mix of surprise and shyness. Although the tail appeared quite adorable, she could not shake off the concern of transforming into some peculiar creature. Nearby, Shin Yoyu and Shin Yue were equally intrigued, extending their small hands in tentative exploration. They even glanced behind themselves, wondering why they had not sprouted fluffy tails like Suing. Meanwhile, Shangguan Fian remained relatively composed, sitting on a chair, polishing her obsidian sword. She suddenly felt a sharp pain at the base of her spine, akin to a pinprick, furrowing her brow. She turned to discover a black and white border collie tail sprouting from her back. The tail's fur was thick and smooth, its stark coloration adding an air of wild allure. A tail? Shangguan Fian raised an eyebrow, reaching to touch the base of the tail, confirming that this was no illusion. A flicker of confusion passed through her gaze, but she quickly regained her composure. Experimenting with a swish of the tail, she was astonished to find it swayed in response to her emotions, as if it were an integral part of her being. What a strange sensation, Shangguan Fian murmured, her tone laced with contemplation. What on earth is happening? Could it be that we consumed something peculiar, leading to our mutation? How should we respond to this? With tails sprouting, will our master no longer favor us? I sense that my physical form has grown stronger. Indeed, I too feel an immense surge of strength and heightened reflexes. Truly, it feels as though I have undergone an evolution. If that is the case, I need not fear the zombies outside. I can fight alongside my master. Upon experiencing a 10 enhancement from the genetic lock granted by the commanding presence of Chao Chia, the three women felt a wave of exhilaration. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in their minds. Chao Chia, hey? Can you hear me? Wu Tingting, huh? Who is it? Suing. It seems to be the master's voice. Shangguan Fian. It is indeed the master's voice. Wu Tingting, what is going on? Suing. I am uncertain. It must be related to our tails. Shangguan Fian. Could it be that our newfound strength is attributed to our master? Strangely, none of them utilized their phones, yet they could communicate through their thoughts. Chao Chia. So, you have all grown stronger? Wu Tingting. Indeed, my genetic lock has reached 0 tier, 16. Suing. Likewise, 0 tier, 16. Shangguan Fian. Same here. Chao Chia. That's wonderful. You have now inherited a 10 enhancement from my genetic lock, which implies that as I continue to grow stronger, so too shall you. Shangguan Fian. This is truly wonderful. I can keep pace with you, my master, without exerting effort. Suing. From now on, I too possess the capability for combat. Wu Tingting. Master, your strength is remarkable. Even though we have only inherited 10, we feel as if we have undergone a complete transformation. Chao Chia. That is excellent. You all shall guard the house, while I continue my exploration of the building. By the way, Fian, come forth and accompany me. I shall remain downstairs. With the mental communication concluded, Chao Chia felt immense satisfaction from the feedback of his companions. He realized that the power of command could indeed be inherited by the goddesses with the ultimate skin. Not only that, but he could communicate with his subordinates at any moment within the sea of consciousness, which proved to be exceedingly convenient. This A-grade ability had no effect on the so-called virtuous individuals, yet in the hands of Chao Chia, who possessed the ultimate skin system, it could undoubtedly rival S-grade abilities, or even transcend them. With the handsome ability, the subordinates he recruited were no longer mere accessories for providing him with powers. Even in his absence, they could wield significant combat prowess. Gone were the days when Shangguan Fian, having just joined him, could not withstand the pressure from the zombies and was forced to retreat. Had she possessed the power of command and the 10 enhancement from the genetic lock earlier, she would have easily dealt with those zombies. Chapter 34. The New Year's Tale of the Dog. Sailing smoothly, master. I have arrived. After Shangguan Fian re-entered the fray, her face radiated with excitement. Her movements displayed heightened agility, and her strength was markedly enhanced. Along the way, she encountered several zombies, which she effortlessly dispatched, her commanding power significantly elevating her combat prowess. "Please gather the Tao from the ground," Chao Chie commanded, his gaze sweeping over the scattered white orbs. "Yes, Master," Shang Wanfian replied with great delight. Joining Chao Chie in the battle against the zombies represented the pinnacle of her existence. She bent down, diligently collecting the Tao from the ground. In that instant, Chao Chie's attention was suddenly drawn to the base of her spine, where he noticed a black and white border collie tail. The tail swayed gracefully with her movements, exuding a lively charm. Chao Chie, momentarily taken aback, mistook it for a detachable ornament and curiously reached out to grasp it. To his astonishment, Fian possessed such an extraordinary trait. Shang Wanfian trembled, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. The sensation of her tail was intensely vivid. When Chao Chie grabbed it, she felt as if an electric current had surged through her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Feeling the tail's warm, supple texture, Chao Chie finally comprehended the reality of the situation. "Is the tail real?" "Indeed," Shang Wanfian replied, her expression one of mild grievance. Her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. "Ting has Pikachu's electric tail, Suiying has a cat's tail, and I have a border collie's tail." She had not anticipated that Chao Chie would suddenly grasp her tail. Although taken aback, she did not resist. It was then that Chao Chie comprehended the effect of the commanding power. Previously, the so-called saintly bitch had similarly empowered the surrounding zombies by causing them to sprout elongated tails, thus enhancing their strength. Now, endowed with the same commanding power, he experienced a similar effect. However, what caught Chao Chie off guard was that, in his presence, each individual could manifest a unique tail. This piqued his interest, and he yearned to explore the tactile sensations of the various tails. The new year brought forth the delightful experience of petting a dog's tail, flowing smoothly and effortlessly. Chao Chie reveled in the soft fur and warm texture, unable to part with the delightful sensation. Shang Wanfian did not object. She merely lowered her head, finding her greatest satisfaction in her master's happiness. Subsequently, Shang Wanfian collected a total of 11 Dao, Gene Lock. First stage, 55, Gene Lock. First stage, 60. Gene Lock. First stage, 65. Gene Lock. Second stage, 3. Due to his prior consumption of the ability Dao, Chao Chie had enhanced his Gene Lock by 20. Thus, the 11 Dao directly elevated his Gene Lock to the second stage. At this moment, Chao Chie's physical limits experienced yet another qualitative leap, rendering him capable of slaughtering zombies with the ease of butchering pigs and dogs, slicing through them as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. However, simultaneously, the number of genetic locks that each path can provide has been reduced to 3, making subsequent enhancements increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, this is not a significant concern for Chao Chie. After all, his speed in eliminating zombies is rapidly escalating. Moreover, with the augmentation of his commanding power, the genetic locks of his subordinates have reached the 0 tier, 64. With a second-tier genetic lock, he now possesses the capability to break out of the female dormitory. Yet, given the advantageous development environment, Chao Chie currently has no intention of departing. His immediate objective remains to scour the building, unlock additional skins, and acquire further abilities. However, as he descends, the situation within the female dormitory is proving less optimistic than he had envisioned, likely due to the emergence of aberrant species. The 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th floors are predominantly filled with zombies, with only an occasional survivor to be found. The system's requirements for unlocking skins are exceedingly stringent, and without a substantial base, it is challenging to recruit new members. Even the previously discovered Shun Yoyu and Shun Yue cannot be unlocked in the short term. He must wait for their recovery before seeking further opportunities. For now, they can only be considered potential reserve members. However, a floor devoid of survivors and filled solely with zombies will provide ample opportunity for Shang Wanfian to relish the slaughter. Chao Chie can sense Shang Wanfian's profound hatred for zombies and her fervor for battle, making her an ideal vanguard within the team. As for Suiying, she serves as the supportive healer. Wu Tingting, on the other hand, can be regarded as a semi-control agent, primarily acting as a tool for Chao Chie's revenge against Wu Zhenghao. Wu Zhenghao could never have anticipated that his meticulously cared-for sister was being mercilessly attacked by Chao Chie every day. It was akin to the time when Chao Chie had tirelessly managed his company, only to be utterly deceived by Wu Zhenghao, leaving him in insurmountable debt. Truly, the wheel of fortune turned ceaselessly. However, this alone could not quell the deep-seated resentment harbored by Chao Chie. He yearned for Wu Zhenghao to experience the betrayal of being vanquished by his own beloved sister. allowing him a taste of the anguish that accompanies the treachery of those we trust. After the arrival of the ominous black mist, the communication range of all tools was reduced to a mere 10 kilometers. It had been quite some time since there had been any news from Wu Jinghao, which even caused Chao Chiye to feel a tinge of concern. Could this traitor have met his demise? If that were the case, Wudington would suffer greatly. One could only hope that Wu Jinghao would consider the well-being of his sister and strive to survive. After eliminating the zombies from the 4th to the 7th floors, Chao Chiye instructed Su Ying and the others to relocate their base to room 401, facilitating their subsequent operations. During this time, Chao Chiye and Shang Wanfian scavenged for supplies within the dormitory. The presence of zombies on these floors indicated there must be uneaten provisions remaining. As Chao Chiye had anticipated, they discovered a considerable amount of resources within the dormitories on the 4th floor, significantly bolstering their team's supplies. After all, Chao Chiye's group had expanded to 6 members, leading to a substantial daily consumption. Yet, as the genetic lock continued to evolve, Chao Chiye gradually realized that his dependency on food and water was diminishing. Indeed, he was truly undergoing a transformation. However, this did not imply a complete disregard for sustenance. The true reason for Chao Chiye's current modest demand for food lies in his lack of spatial abilities. An abundance of food would merely become a burden, cumbersome to transport. Had he possessed spatial powers, he could easily carry these resources with him and subsequently scour the Blue Star for provisions to claim as his own. "Master, let us wash your feet," said Shin Youyu and Shin Yue as they approached him with a basin of warm water, their faces alight with joy, their eyes sparkling with newfound brightness, and their speech no longer faltering. "Very well," Chao Chiye replied, nodding in acceptance. It was evident that they had been taught by Su Ying. The two had yet to unlock their skins or abilities, and with little to occupy themselves at the base. Taking the time to wash his feet was indeed a pleasant diversion. "For now, there is no need to call me master. You may refer to me as Brother Chiye. When you truly pledge your allegiance to me, then you may use master," he said, gently ruffling Shin Youyu and Shin You's heads. Under Su Ying's attentive care, they had begun to sprout fine downy hair, suggesting that their roots had remained unscathed. In a few months, they would likely blossom into lovely young ladies with flowing locks. Chapter 35. Ram and Rem do not feel any pressure. Just follow me obediently, and I shall provide for you, Chao Chiye said, his tone gentle yet resolute, as he caressed the scars on Shun Youyu and Shun Yue's heads. Meanwhile, the two little ones were meticulously washing his feet and offering him a massage, their movements delicate and cautious. As she washed, tears silently cascaded into the basin, creating delicate ripples. "Master, thank you for rescuing us. Had it not been for you, we truly could not fathom how long those days would have endured." Shin Yoyu's voice quivered, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto Chao Chiye's instep. Her fingers trembled slightly, as if suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. "Thus, we shall follow Sister Su Ying, eternally devoted to repaying your life-saving grace." Shin Yue took over, her voice equally choked with sobs. The sisters wept, their noses and eyes streaming, their bodies shaking as if they were releasing all the grievances and fears accumulated over time. Reflecting upon the days of humiliation in the dormitory and contrasting that with their current warm life alongside Chao Chiye, their hearts brimmed with gratitude and relief. They had never imagined they would experience kindness again. "Is this what Sister Su Ying taught you?" Chao Chiye glanced at Su Ying, who hastily waved her hand, a hint of comforting smile gracing her face. "I certainly did not teach them that. Master, congratulations on acquiring a pair of delightful twins. All right, no more tears. From now on, this shall be your home, and no one will dare to bully you again." Chao Chiye chuckled. "With me, there will be no tears. I will ensure that each of you finds joy even in your slumber." Upon hearing this, Su Ying, Wudingting, and Shang Wanfian felt a blush rise to their faces. The prowess of Chao Chiye is well known to them, especially after the evolution of the gene lock, which has significantly enhanced her strength, making her an undeniable force. With a sequence of A-class combos, she remains invincible. Shin Youyu and Shun Yoshi raised their heads, their eyes glistening with tears as they gazed at Chao Chiye, filled with trust and reliance. Ding. System notification. Goddess Shin Youyu willingly pledges allegiance to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the common skin battle maid. Name, Shin Youyu. Gender, female. Age, 18. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, 0.64. Ultimate skin, battle maid, Little Ram, common. Based on her unique traits, she gains an exclusive weapon, Superpower, C-Class, Flame. The host will inherit all abilities associated with Shinyoyu's skin and possess the right to don or remove armor at will. Ding. System notification. Goddess Shin Yue willingly pledges allegiance to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the common skin battle maid. Name, Shin Yue. Gender, female. Age, 18. Loyalty, 100 development value. 0 gene lock. 0, 64. Supreme skin, battle maid, little rim, normal. Based on intrinsic characteristics, a unique weapon is obtained. Ability, Class C, Ice. The host will acquire all abilities of the Shun Yue skin and possess the right to don and doff armor at will. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second battle maid skin. The exclusive weapon of the battle maid has advanced from Class C to Class C. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the third battle maid skin. The exclusive weapon of the battle maid has advanced from Class C to Class B. After Shinyoyu and Shin Yue chose to follow Chao Chiya, they simultaneously unlocked 2 battle maid skins. Although the Class C abilities of Flame and Ice offer little utility to Chao Chiya, they merely provide 2 additional attributes for attack. However, the effect of Battle Maid 3 enables the exclusive weapon of the battle maid to rise to Class B. This represents a significant enhancement for both Chao Chiya and Shang Wanfian, who also possesses a battle maid. Moreover, Chao Chiya was further astonished to witness Shinyoyu and Shin Yue's transformation after unlocking the battle maid skins. Their recently sprouted fuzz of hair, with the aid of the system's power, rapidly grew, completing a splendid metamorphosis akin to a rebirth. Shinyoyu now sported smooth, pastel pink short hair that veiled her right eye, revealing only her left eye, clear and pink like water. Shin Yue's hair is a mesmerizing shade of aquamarine, her sleek short locks delicately cascading to obscure her left eye, revealing only her warm and clear blue right eye. The sisters possess tails reminiscent of jellyfish, translucent and charming. One a soft pink and the other a tranquil blue, both short and endearing. Their personalities resonate with shyness and restraint, exuding a bashful aura akin to Ram and Rim from Re. 0, starting life in another world. At this moment, Shinyoyu and Shin Yue have donned adorably alluring maid outfits. The bodice features a heart-shaped cutout, perfectly accentuating their blossoming figures. The skirts gently flare, adorned with intricate lace at the edges, swaying playfully with their movements, embodying a sense of grace and whimsy. Chapter 36. Gravity Meteor Hammer. Let me see the powers I have bestowed upon you, Chao Chiye remarked with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He was eager to witness how this twin pair would manifest their newfound abilities. Powers? The 2 charming girls inquired. Subsequently, he could not resist employing the ability of Battle Maid 3. B-Class Specialized Weapon, Thunder Spear. With a swift gesture in the air, a magnificent golden spear materialized in his grasp. The thunder spear glimmered with radiant golden light, its shaft adorned with intricate lightning patterns that crackled with small arcs of electricity, emitting a subtle sizzling sound. Compared to the previous black spear, the thunder spear exuded a more commanding and splendid aura. Each rune intricately carved along the shaft seemed to encapsulate immense power. Chao Chiye grasped the thunder spear, feeling its substantial weight, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. With a gentle flourish, the spear's tip sliced through the air, conjuring a golden arc of electricity, which, when coupled with Wu Tingting's electrifying abilities, rendered him nearly invincible. Indeed, this B-rank thunder spear was considerably superior to the C-rank black spear. Nodding in approval, Chao Chiye felt a deep sense of contentment. Beside him, Shin Yoyu and Shun Yue mimicked his actions, each summoning their own designated weapons, the B-rank gravity flail. Despite their petite stature and delicate demeanor, the 2 girls wielded enormous gravity flails. Their appearances were strikingly identical, and even their weapons mirrored each other. Were it not for their differing hair colors, Chao Chiye could easily have mistaken one for the other without the aid of the system. The flail heads were as large as basketballs, their surfaces adorned with sharp metallic spikes, each glimmering ominously, exuding formidable power. The juxtaposition of the 2 diminutive girls brandishing such colossal weapons was striking. Though their movements still bore a hint of awkwardness, the awakening of their powers had infused their gazes with newfound confidence. Nearby, Shang Wanfian also tested her new weapon, a wind element longsword, which boasted enhanced piercing and lethality, leaving her thoroughly enchanted. Wu Tingting and Su Ying, part of the Pool Party series, lacked the specialized weapons of the battle mates. Watching their companions skillfully wield their respective arms, they felt a pang of envy. Fear not, once I acquire some divine weaponry, you too shall not be left out, Chao Chie remarked with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of affection. He possesses a unique weapon tailored for battle maids. Thus his need for additional armaments is minimal. In the future, should he acquire exceptional weaponry, it would indeed be prudent to prioritize gifting it to Wudingting and Suing. The Black Mist has rendered all firearms ineffective. And in the current landscape of Blue Star, the age of cold weapons prevails. In this novel era, the quality of a weapon often determines the line between life and death. Thank you, Master. Wu Tingting and Su Ying exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. They understood that Chao Chie never made promises lightly, yet once he did, he would invariably fulfill them. Since aligning themselves with Chao Chie, not only have they secured their safety, but their own strength has been steadily growing. Gradually, the apocalypse, which seemed to herald a catastrophic fate for Blue Star, has begun to lose its terror in their eyes. After all, with Brother Chie around, all is well. Su Ying, you have been diligent in caring for the young Yu and Wei these past few days. I appreciate your efforts. Chao Chie regarded Su Ying with a soft and warm voice, his gaze reflecting a hint of gratitude. He understood that his swift unlocking of Shun Yu and Shun Youwei's skins was greatly aided by Su Ying's assistance over these days. Her patience and meticulousness have made everything significantly smoother. It is merely my duty, Su Ying replied with a gentle smile, her eyes radiating warmth. Her smile was like a gentle breeze, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a unique charm. In the days when he played Source God, Chao Chie's favorite character was Raiden Shogun. Before him, Su Ying was not only a cosplay blogger adored by millions, but also bore a striking resemblance to Raiden Shogun, managing to evoke a semblance of her spirit, as if she had stepped out from a two-dimensional world. You are aware that I have always been strict in matters of reward and punishment. Suddenly, Chao Chie's voice took on a deep timbre, imbued with an undeniable authority. Those with nefarious intentions shall not escape my grasp easily. However, for someone like you, who dedicates oneself quietly and wholeheartedly, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Before his words faded, Chao Chie strode forward and lifted Su Ying effortlessly into his arms. Su Ying was momentarily taken aback, instinctively grasping his shoulder. A faint blush gracing her cheeks. Master, what are you doing? Su Ying's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of shyness. This is the reward you deserve, Chao Chie replied, casting a glance at her, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He carried Su Ying directly into the bathroom, where the air was thick with steam, enveloping them in a warm embrace. The following morning, as Chao Chie prepared to embark on his journey, Su Ying remained lost in slumber. Tingting, please look after Su Ying in the dormitory while Fian, Yu Wei, and I scout the premises, he instructed. Unperturbed by Su Ying's silent reproaches from the previous day, following the breakthrough to the second stage of the genetic lock, Chao Chie's combat prowess had reached a level beyond ordinary comprehension. Had it not been for Su Ying's 10 enhancement from her commanding genetic lock, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness for several days. Thanks to Chao Chie's acquisition of this A-grade supernatural ability, he is able to fight without hesitation. Otherwise, he would have had to tread lightly, which would have detracted from the thrill of battle. To enhance our efficiency, let us split up today. Should danger arise, use telepathy to call for my assistance. Do not act recklessly. Prioritize your safety above all. If any of you were to sustain injuries, it would deeply sadden me, and I am certain you would not wish to see your master distressed. With that, the group set off in different directions. Shang Wanfian, as usual, took the lead. Her movements as swift as a swallow, and her sword strikes as electrifying as lightning. Ever since her specialized weapon, the combat maid, advanced to the wind-whispering sword, her swordsmanship has become increasingly formidable. The wind attribute enhances her speed and lethality, elevating them to unprecedented heights. As her blade slices through the air, the zombies fall like wheat stalks before the harvest. The edges of her wind blades are impeccably smooth, akin to the finest butter. Shang Guanfian weaves through the corridor like a tempest, unstoppable in her path. Furthermore, wielding a sword is advantageous in confined spaces. Meanwhile, the sisters Xin Yu and Xin Yue, though inexperienced in combat, possess powers that far exceed those of ordinary individuals, thanks to their zero-level gene lock, 64. Coupled with their B-grade specialized weapon, the gravity meteor hammer, the two sisters can effectively contend with these common zombies. Ha! Xin Yu exclaimed, brandishing the meteor hammer, which she swung with great force. The flaming hammer traced a graceful arc through the air, resembling a shooting star, before crashing down upon the horde of zombies with a resounding boom. The meteor hammer, resembling a bowling ball, swiftly annihilated all the zombies in a straight line. In an instant, flames erupted, and flesh was scattered, creating a scene of utter devastation. The power of the gravity meteor hammer lies in its ability to alter its own gravitational force at will. In the hands of the two sisters, it felt as light as a feather, yet once released, its gravity would increase exponentially, far surpassing its outward appearance. This stark contrast rendered the hammer's lethality astonishing. Wow! Shinyoyu and Shinyue gazed at the spectacle before them, even startling themselves. It dawned on them that this seemingly lightweight weapon harbored such terrifying strength. As university students, they instinctively felt this defied the principles of physics, but upon reflection, they realized that in this apocalyptic world, scientific accuracy no longer held significance. Seeing her sister's prowess, the younger Shinyue was determined not to be outdone and hurled her own meteor hammer. With a thunderous explosion, yet another wave of zombies fell. Even those not struck directly by the hammer were rendered frozen by the chilling aura it emitted. The sisters, one embodying ice and the other fire, wielded this formidable weapon, their combat capability rivaling that of Shangguan. However, this prowess was limited to slaying zombies. Should a confrontation arise, the agile Shangguan could effortlessly evade their attacks. If the sisters were to be approached, they would swiftly find themselves overwhelmed by Shangguan's superior skills. Moreover, what astonished and delighted Chao Chiye was the unexpected manifestation of abilities by Shinyoyu, who wielded the power of flame, as she promptly unleashed an ice meteor hammer. While Shinyue, who commanded ice, similarly cast a flame meteor hammer. Though the reasons were unclear, it appeared that the powers of Shunyoyu and Shinyue were interconnected. Intriguingly, the ice utilized by Shinyoyu was a delicate pink, while the flame summoned by Shinyue radiated a striking blue. This was undeniably fascinating. Were the twins nurturing each other's abilities? Chao Chiye pondered. Even the system provided no information regarding the shared attributes of Shinyoyu and Shinyue. Furthermore, Chao Chiye himself had been bestowed with the pink ice and blue flames, a unique surprise gifted by the twin sisters that might prove advantageous in the future. Standing quietly to the side, he observed the performances of Shangguan and the Shin sisters, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He resembled a devoted father, watching his carefully nurtured daughters gradually mature, finally capable of standing independently in a world fraught with peril. Even in his absence, they would possess the strength to survive, provided they did not encounter other ability users or aberrant creatures. With Shangguan alongside Shinyoyu and Shinyue in their quest for the Tao, Chao Chiye's rate of growth would surely ascend to a new pinnacle. As his subordinates toiled diligently, Chao Chiye did not remain idle. He unsheathed his thunder spear, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. Shinwei, Su-Ying, I have heard that there is an exceptionally skilled delivery person in your building, who has eradicated all the zombies on the floor and recruited beautiful women with food. It seems that Wu Tingting from your dormitory and Shangguan from the fencing club have both fallen for her. Is this true? As soon as Chao Chiye cleared the zombies on the floor, Su-Ying received a message from the infatuated Chunwei. Su-Ying, I have been hiding in the dormitory, so I am unaware, but the zombies in the corridor have indeed vanished. Chinwei, it appears to be true. Su-Ying, keep your distance from that delivery person. Do not get involved with her. I will come to Building 3 to fetch you. You can come directly to my dormitory. It is quite safe there. And there is an abundance of food. Su-Ying, you're coming to get me? The place is swarming with zombies. How can you possibly get here? Chinwei, that's for you not to worry about. In 10 minutes, wait for me on the rooftop of the dormitory. I have a surprise for you, but be discreet. Do not let that nefarious delivery person find out. I have a feeling she is quite the lecher. If she sets her sights on you, it could spell trouble. Su-Ying, but as a girl, isn't it dangerous for me to go to your male dormitory? What if someone bullies me? Chinwei, Little Ying, you have been hiding in the dormitory for so long that you may not even be aware of the existence of the way. To be frank, my current strength transcends mere humanity. In short, once you arrive, no one will dare to bully you, except for me, of course. Hee. Su-Ying, whoa. You are so bad. Chinwei, Sakura, let me be honest with you. As a space ability user like myself, I am akin to a sovereign in this apocalyptic world. Utterly invincible, you understand? To put it plainly, the Blue Star now resembles a thrilling novel to me. I could act as I please. However, for your sake, I am willing to restrain my desires. I want you to be my first woman. Su-Ying, let us wait until the afternoon. It's not convenient for me at the moment. Chinwei, then let us meet at 5 o'clock this afternoon on the rooftop. We shall not miss each other. Su-Ying is under the care of Chao Chiye, who is fully aware that she won't awaken any time soon, hence he postponed the meeting to the afternoon. After turning off his phone, Chao Chiye smiled faintly. He had yet to seek out the beginner's gift pack. And yet the gift seemed to eagerly present itself at his doorstep. He pondered what opportunity Chen Wei must have encountered in recent days to claim he could come to fetch Su Ying. It's worth noting that the distance from the boys' dormitory to the girls' dormitory is quite considerable, surrounded by zombies and the potential threat of mutants. The rooftop. Reflecting on the keywords provided by Chen Wei, Xiao Qiye began to grasp something. Shen Yuyu, Shen Yue. Chapter 38. It turns out to be Xiao Wei. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth, casting a golden-red hue across the horizon. Although the black mist shrouded the sky, it did not obstruct the sunlight. Xiao Qiye often wondered what lay above this gray fog, capable of disrupting communications and annihilating firearms. At this moment, Su Ying stood alone on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. A gentle breeze caressed her long purple hair, which danced gracefully in the wind. Shimmering softly under the glow of the setting sun, her gaze was fixed on the horizon, her expression tranquil yet tinged with anticipation. As if she were waiting for a moment of great significance. Not far from her, in a secluded corner, Xiao Qiye quietly concealed himself within a wooden crate, silently awaiting the appearance of his prey. Through the slits of the crate, his eyes scrutinized the surroundings, his mind meticulously plotting the next course of action. He had already shared the chat history with Su Ying, though she was fully aware of all his plans. Xiao Ying. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. From the direction of the sunset, a figure emerged in the sky. More precisely, it was a person carrying another, the latter flapping their wings as they sped towards him. The wings glimmered with a faint light in the sunset, as if adorned with a gilded edge. A faint smile crept upon Xiao Qiye's lips as he mused inwardly, just as I suspected. He had long surmised that Chen Wei chose to meet on the rooftop precisely because of his ability to fly. Otherwise, traversing such vast distances in a world ravaged by zombies would be utterly impossible. Moreover, Chen Wei had initially suggested a meeting 10 minutes later. Even if he possessed extraordinary skills to navigate through hordes of zombies, it was inconceivable for him to arrive at the rooftop of Building 3 of the girls' dormitory within that time frame. Thus, there could only be one explanation: he could fly. Or his companion could fly. Ah, Chen Wei, you truly are an intriguing character. A wave of emotion washed over Xiao Qiye, not in jest, but genuinely touched. Bestowing upon me spatial abilities is one thing, but to also generously grant an additional power of flight is indeed overly gracious. Chen Wei's actions left Xiao Qiye feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, despite having unlocked skins for such a long time, he had yet to acquire such an astonishing ability. It is not to say that the abilities unlocked by the ultimate skins are not impressive. Rather, the powers of space manipulation and flight are simply extraordinary. Now, Chen Wei had delivered it right to his doorstep. Chen Wei, I'm here. Su Ying waved her hand, her voice laced with urgency. Soon, the winged figure of the young man with yellow hair, carrying a bespectacled boy, landed gracefully on the rooftop, concealed within a wooden crate. Xiao Qiye discreetly examined the attributes of the two with the system. Name: Chen Wei. Gender: male. Age: 21. Gene lock. Ability: Name: Ma Fei. Gender: male. Age: 20. Gene lock. Ability: As expected, the system could only display the attributes of lesser beings. For any true abilities, precise information remained elusive. This realization brought Xiao Qiye some relief, as other chosen ones would also be unable to ascertain his true capabilities. Otherwise, with his multitude of powers, he would have undoubtedly left them in shock, revealing himself as the owner of the system. Wow. Away, you really managed to contact the campus belle Su Ying. Impressive. All that effort wasn't in vain. As soon as the yellow-haired Ma Fei landed, his gaze unabashedly roamed over Su Ying, filled with greed and frivolity. Su Ying felt utterly uncomfortable under his unabashed gaze. A wave of panic coursing through her. Yet, she suppressed the revulsion within, maintaining an outward composure. Goodness. A swimsuit. How scandalous. Ma Fei laughed boisterously, his voice dripping with unrestrained lewdness. Fei Gu, you shouldn't act this way. You'll frighten Xiao Ying. Chen Wei interjected timidly from the side, his tone lacking the invincible bravado he had displayed during their online exchanges with Su Ying. In this moment, he resembled a cowardly lackey, a stark contrast to his previously boastful demeanor. He had blustered loudly online, yet in reality, he was a complete coward. What is there to be scared of? Ma Fei scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Given my current prowess, it is a privilege for her to be in my presence. And that Shauna from the gym? I'll have her as well, sooner or later. As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. He then shot a glance at Chen Wei and commanded, Go. Close the rooftop door for me. I want the campus belle to truly witness the firepower of a new generation. At his words, Chunwei trembled slightly, but hastened to the rooftop door, securing it tightly. His actions appeared somewhat frantic, as if he were trying to evade something. Chunwei, what does this mean? Suing feigned anxiety, her voice quivering slightly. However, internally, she remained remarkably calm, for she knew that her brother Qi was nearby, ready to intervene at any moment. She had never anticipated that the seemingly valiant Chunwei, who had displayed such bravery in their conversations, would be so utterly disgraceful in reality. Suing, is it not evident what is transpiring? You have been betrayed by Chunwei. Ma Fei approached her with a sinister grin, his voice brimming with arrogance. Did you think I brought him here for no reason? The cost of this round trip is all on you. Haha. Chunwei stood by, his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly, his voice barely a whisper. Xiaoying, please. Endure for a moment. Once we reach our dormitory, everything will be safe. Chunwei, you are truly revolting. Suing regarded him coldly. Her eyes filled with disappointment and fury. When Chao Chiye first unveiled this plan, she had even pleaded for Chunwei, hoping her brother Chiye would spare his life. Little did she know that he was such a despicable and vile individual, even more repugnant than Ma Fei before her. This was a man she wished to confront herself. Shout. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I become. And this is the rooftop, where there will be plenty of spectators. Ah ha ha ha. Ma Fei inched closer, his smile growing ever more grotesque. However, his laughter abruptly ceased beneath the setting sun. His grotesque visage appeared frozen in time, rigidly fixed upon his face. Just as his laughter had not yet fully dissipated, it was suddenly interrupted by an invisible force, as though an unseen hand had grasped his throat. Chunwei, stationed at the doorway, sensed the anomaly and slowly opened his eyes. However, the scene before him plunged him into an abyss of despair, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. A golden spear, like a bolt of thunder, had pierced Ma Fei's heart. Crimson droplets of blood cascading from its tip, appearing particularly glaring under the setting sun. Behind Ma Fei stood a tall and imposing figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. It was Chao Chiyi. Silently, he had traversed to Ma Fei's rear using his deep dive skill, delivering a swift and lethal blow, leaving no opportunity for escape. Chao Chiyi's methods had always been thus. After all, Ma Fei was the possessor of flight abilities, and should he flee, it would spell trouble. Chunwei, you beast, how dare you conspire against me? Blood gushed from Ma Fei's mouth, his eyes filled with incredulous malice. Until his last moments, he believed Chunwei had orchestrated his downfall, his gaze brimming with bitterness and rage. The character color is a knife above the head, had I known. Before he could finish his words, life fled him, his body limp upon the thunderous spear held by Chao Chiyi. Soon after, a golden energy emanated from his dantian, gradually coalescing into a shimmering six-pointed star. The Dao, the ability of Dao. With Ma Fei's demise, Chunwei, stripped of his flight capabilities, found himself trapped like a fish in a barrel, with no escape in sight. He slumped to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, trembling all over, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. He bellowed, "It's that wicked delivery man. Suing, you wretched woman, you have indeed allied yourself with this foul courier. The feeling is mutual." Su Ying's voice cut through the air, her gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the fallen Chunwei. The gentleness that once graced her eyes had vanished, replaced by a resolute and fierce determination. "Master, may I take action myself?" Chao Chiye offered no reply, merely discarding Ma Fei from the lightning spear as if he were refuse, before handing the weapon to Su Ying. His eyes glimmered with approval and recognition. Chao Chiye had not anticipated that the typically gentle and submissive Su Ying would unveil such a bold and resolute side. Perhaps, through their profound interactions, she had gradually absorbed some of his own fierceness and decisiveness. Chapter 39. The Sweet School Bell, Ling Naime. Su Ying grasped the lightning spear tightly, her icy gaze locked onto Chunwei. "Su Ying, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me." As Chunwei knelt in supplication, he rummaged through his spatial ability to produce supplies. "I have an abundance of resources, if you spare my life. I can offer you everything I possess. Moreover, I am an A-grade spatial ability user. I can serve as your mobile warehouse." It was evident that Chunwei remained oblivious to the fact that abilities could be usurped. While he had acquired some knowledge regarding the apocalypse, it was evidently limited. Seeing Su Ying and Chao Chiye remain indifferent, Chunwei hurriedly opened the rooftop door and fled, cleverly locking it behind him as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ying possessed the deep dive ability that allowed her to traverse any barrier, barely having taken a few steps. He felt a piercing pain as Su Ying struck him through the chest. "Su Ying, Actually, really, like you. Shun Wei gazed at the wound that punctured his chest, slowly raising his palm in a futile attempt to reach out to the girl who occupied his thoughts. Regrettably, the scene before him grew increasingly blurred. As Su Ying withdrew the thunder spear, Shun Wei's body crumpled lifelessly in the corridor. Chao Qie looked upon Shun Wei, lying in a pool of blood, utterly perplexed. If he professed to like Su Ying, why had he betrayed her to Ma Fei? Yet if he did not harbor feelings for her, what compelled him to take such enormous risks to seek her out in a perilous world? A devoted fool, a truly intriguing creature. However, these musings were of little concern to Chao Qie at that moment. What he desired now were the extraordinary abilities possessed by Chun Wei and Ma Fei. Both abilities, represented by golden orbs, indicated that their powers of flight and space manipulation were of A grade. This revelation surprised Chao Qie, who had assumed Chun Wei's spatial ability was S grade. It seemed that Chun Wei's spatial power was limited to item storage, lacking any combat capability, thereby failing to achieve S-grade status. Yet, upon acquiring these two abilities, Chao Qie found himself confronted with a new dilemma. He now possesses the commanding power of Grade A. Although this extraordinary ability is also classified as Grade A, it is of paramount importance to Chao Qie, serving as his core competency. Unless he encounters an exceptionally overpowered ability, he has no intention of relinquishing it. Thus, the pathways of space and flight must be bestowed upon others. Chao Qie also seeks to conduct an experiment to observe what transformations would occur when an individual, already endowed with abilities, consumes another ability pathway. Among the goddesses in his possession, with the exception of Su Ying's fountain of purification, which is irreplaceable, he can consider substituting Wu Tingting's electric shock, Shang Wanfian's piercing, Shin Youyu's blazing flame, and Shin Youwei's icy chill, as they all represent rather mediocre grade C abilities. However, prior to this, Chao Qie has noted a peculiar phenomenon of reciprocal enhancement existing between Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei, a phenomenon typically found among twins. Furthermore, this enhancement appears to extend to Chao Qie himself. If he were to grant the ability pathways to Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei, it is conceivable that he could acquire 2 flight abilities and 2 space abilities. With this thought in mind, Chao Qie feels a burgeoning impatience. Meanwhile, Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei are engaged in slaying zombies outside the female dormitory. Earlier that morning, Chao Qie had already eradicated all the zombies within the entire dormitory building. Now, the two of them, alongside Shang Wanfian, have commenced their efforts to eliminate zombies outside the dormitory. The sisters, endowed with the dual powers of flame and ice, unleashed their gravity meteor hammers, decimating hordes of zombies with each throw. On this day alone, they had amassed 15 Dao. They envisioned that by presenting these Dao to their elder brother, 7 Knights, they would undoubtedly receive accolades of affection, akin to those bestowed upon Sister Su Ying. Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei were filled with elation, their minds conjuring the image of Sister Su Ying, both tormented and blissful. Gradually, they became entranced, their excitement bubbling like fish rising to the surface. Surely, that must be the epitome of joy. As they indulged in these thoughts, 2 more Dao suddenly appeared on the ground. Their fortune was truly remarkable. The sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with delight. However, just as they bent down to retrieve the Dao, a black leather shoe abruptly crushed the white orbs beneath it. Hey, you too. Do you not realize that this horde of zombies is under my jurisdiction? A chilling voice resonated from above, imbued with an imperious authority. The sisters looked up to find a tall woman standing before them. Leave the Dao and scram. The girl held a slender cigarette between her fingers, the smoke swirling around her visage. Her long, straight black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a delicate face adorned with dark sunglasses, behind which her gaze was as sharp as a blade. She wore a dark, Gothic-style JK uniform, wielding a katana stained with the blood of the undead. The black blazer was embroidered with silver patterns, and a finely crafted skull brooch adorned the collar. Beneath a short skirt, a pair of long, elegantly slender legs were tightly encased in black, revealing a pristine expanse of skin at the point of absolute territory, adorned with black leg bands. Lingname? Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei gradually raised their heads, confronted by a girl who was both familiar and alien to them. The familiarity stemmed from Lingname being one of the 4 renowned beauties of the academy, akin to Su Ying. The strangeness arose from the stark contrast between the Lingname before them and the sweet, enchanting beauty they remembered. Her gaze was piercingly cold, and a chilling smirk lingered at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a merciless assassin. Lingname, do not dare to bully my companions, declared Shang Wanfian, who had just dispatched a few zombies. She elegantly flicked the black blood from her sword, her movements poised yet fierce. As a senior to Xin Yu and Xin Yue, she could not tolerate the mistreatment of her own sisters. If this reached the ears of Chao Chi-yi, where would her dignity reside? Ling Na-mei cast a sidelong glance at Shang Wanfian, a playful smile dancing upon her lips. Oh, so these two reckless little ones are under your protection. How about this? Would you care to join my Imperial Abyss Gate as my second-in-command? From now on, I shall watch over you. In this territory, aside from those of the Imperial Abyss Gate, no one else may seize the Dao. Ling Na-mei evidently held a considerable respect for Shang Wanfian's prowess. She recognized that the latter was previously the head of the fencing department and had now awakened her abilities, making her a valuable ally. As for Xin Yu and Xin Yue, despite their seemingly dazed expressions, they were also capable of wielding powers. They would just have to be accepted. Having concluded her proposition, Ling Na-mei observed as numerous survivors armed with weapons emerged from the nearby ruins. All individuals bore skull-shaped brooches upon their chests, indicating their affiliation with what was referred to as the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. The name itself seemed rather juvenile. Ling Na-mei, I have no time to indulge in your childish games, upgrading Fian remarked with a cold laugh, her gaze sharpening. I apologize, but I already have a master. I cannot serve another. Upgrading Fian's words were resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. Deep within her heart, she had long since resolved to loyally follow Chao Chi-yi. For only he could fulfill her aspirations, no one else could suffice. So you intend to disrupt the proceedings? Ling Na-mei scoffed, raising her blade with a swift motion. Its tip aimed directly at upgrading Fian. Chapter 40. Capturing Ling Na-mei for my master. No, I have come to retrieve you on behalf of my master. Upgrading Fian declared with a spark of inspiration. With her meticulous care, Su Ying had successfully aided Chao Chi-yi in winning over the newcomers, Xin Yu and Xin Yue. Chao Chi-yi had rewarded her generously in the past, filling the void within her heart and causing Su Ying to become almost deliriously joyful. Upgrading Fian also yearned for Chao Chi-yi's commendation, yet she excelled solely in combat and lacked the means to assist him as Su Ying had. However, a thought struck her. If she could subdue Ling Na-mei, the campus belle, and present her to Chao Chi-yi, would she not receive immense rewards akin to those bestowed upon Su Ying? Thus, she resolved to capture Ling Na-mei for Chao Chi-yi. To retrieve me for your master? Such audacity. I shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Ling Na-mei let out a cold laugh, her form suddenly lowering, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. With a swift twist of her sword, a silver arc glimmered in the air, and in an instant, she lunged forward toward Shang Wanfian. Shang Wanfian's gaze sharpened. With a gentle flick of her wind-whispering sword, it emitted a clear, resonant hum. She deftly angled her feet, her movements as light as the breeze, evading Ling Na-mei's initial strike. Whoosh! Ling Na-mei's blade grazed the hem of Shang Wanfian's attire, the wind from the blade stirring her hair. Instead of retreating, Shang Wanfian advanced, her sword elegantly thrusting forward, its tip aimed directly at Ling Na-mei's throat. Reacting swiftly, Ling Na-mei horizontally positioned her sword, firmly blocking the assault of the wind-whispering sword. The instant their weapons clashed, sparks flew, accompanied by a sharp metallic ring. Intriguing. Ling Na-mei's lips curled slightly, a flicker of excitement gleaming in her eyes. With a sudden twist, her blade struck like a viper, aiming for Shang Wanfian's side. In response, Shang Wanfian elegantly pivoted, her sword carving a graceful arc through the air, the tip expertly striking the back of Ling Na-mei's blade, neutralizing the onslaught. Their movements flowed like water, a seamless exchange of strikes, each action both fierce and graceful. Ling Na-mei's attacks were like a tempest, each blow infused with lethal intent, while Shang Wanfian's wind-whispering sword danced like a gentle breeze, agile yet concealing its sharp edge. Bang! Another fierce collision erupted, their weapons intertwining in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Ling Na-mei's saber was slightly deflected, while Shang Wanfian's wind-whisper sword was also repelled. Both retreated a step simultaneously, exchanging glances that held a mix of admiration and vigilance. Truly, as the captain of the fencing club, she was formidable. Ling Na-mei let out a light chuckle, raising her saber once more. Curiosity sparked within her about the master behind Shang Wanfian, who had managed to win such unwavering loyalty from a warrior of her caliber. You are not lacking either, Shang Wanfian replied nonchalantly, pivoting her wind-whisper sword so that its tip pointed directly at Ling Na-mei. At that moment, uncertainty began to creep into Shang Wanfian's mind. The situation was not unfolding as smoothly as she had envisioned. Ling Na-mei's strength was indeed on par with her own. Meanwhile, Xin Yu and Xin Yue took advantage of the brief respite in the fight to retrieve the Dao lying on the ground. The sisters wished to assist. but Shang Wanfian dismissed their intentions. The thrill of facing an opponent like Ling Naimei invigorated her. Her combative spirit surged, and she was eager to subdue Ling Naimei herself to present her as a trophy to Cao Qiye. She understood that the greater Ling Naimei's prowess, the more substantial the reward from Cao Qiye would be. It seems that without the use of abilities, I shall not be able to take you down. Ling Naimei's expression grew serious, her tone imbued with gravity. She glanced down at her saber, noticing fine cracks beginning to mar its blade. This is her ancestral weapon, which has never sustained damage in battle. Her father, as the leader of the dark assassination organization of the Imperial Abyss, has used it to sever countless heads. Yet today, Shang Wanfian's wind-whispering sword has inflicted irreversible harm upon it. Ling Naimei has lost interest in Shang Wanfian. What she desires now is the divine weapon in Shang Wanfian's grasp. I have had enough of this. Shang Wanfian's gaze was piercing as she gently shook the wind-whispering sword, producing a clear, resonant hum. Shadow clone technique. Ling Naimei exclaimed, her form suddenly shifting, instantly creating 3 distinct figures. The 3 Ling Naimais charged towards Shang Wanfian, their blades tracing 3 arcs of silver light in the air, as if to completely encircle her. The unexpected appearance of 3 adversaries prompted Shen Yuyu and Xin Yue, who had been passive observers, to spring into action, wielding their ice and fire meteor hammers with decisive force. In response, Ling Naimei was compelled to use 2 of her clones to defend against the onslaught. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 2 clones of Ling Naimei were reduced to smoke by the sisters' strikes. She had never anticipated that the sisters, whom she had always looked down upon, wielded weapons with such formidable lethality. Nonetheless, Ling Naimei, displaying her cunning, utilized the cover of the vanishing smoke to suddenly launch herself towards Shang Wanfian. Futile effort. My weapon surpasses yours. Shang Wanfian's eyes glinted sharply as she violently shook the wind-whispering sword, causing the runes along its blade to illuminate, emanating a faint azure glow. An invisible pressure of wind enveloped the sword, as if even the air itself were being cleaved apart. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture echoed as Ling Naimei's katana shattered in her grasp. Without the slightest pause, Shang Wanfian deftly maneuvered her wind-whisper sword, its tip poised directly against Ling Naimei's throat. Do not move. If you so much as twitch, I shall take your life. Shang Wanfian's voice was as frigid as ice, rendering Ling Naimei rigid, standing immobile in fear. Boss. This scene left Ling Naimei's subordinates in utter shock. No one could have anticipated that the formidable Ling Naimei, who dispatched zombies with such ease, would succumb to Shang Wanfian. They hastily grasped their weapons, eager to rush in and rescue her. Stay where you are. Shang Wanfian commanded coldly, pressing the wind-whisper sword closer to Ling Naimei's throat. The blade's edge grazed her skin, its icy sensation compelling Ling Naimei to hold her breath. None of you approach. Reluctantly, Ling Naimei had to call off her subordinates. Most of them were young women, students of Jianqing Academy, merely seeking refuge in this apocalyptic world. None harbored a desire to fight to the death. Shang Wanfian, I refuse to accept this. You have flouted the rules of a fair duel. Were it not for the assistance of those 2, I, alongside my doppelganger, would not necessarily be bested by you. Moreover, your weapon is of a lower caliber than mine. Ling Naimei's face radiated defiance. Truth be told, she did not believe she would lose to Shang Wanfian under equitable circumstances. Yue, come here and bind Ling Naimei with ropes. Shang Wanfian had no intention of engaging with Ling Naimei. Her sole desire was to bind Ling Naimei and present her to Brother Qiye for reward. I never claimed I would duel with you, she asserted. Ling Naimei, gritting her teeth in frustration, felt utterly helpless. But we have no rope, she lamented. Shin Yuyu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain where to procure a rope at such short notice. However, Shin Yue had a sudden inspiration. She brandished the chain connected to her meteor hammer and proposed, Sister Fian, if we lack rope, surely a chain will suffice. Even better, Shang Wanfian concurred. Given Ling Naimei's perilous nature, utilizing a chain was evidently more secure than a mere rope. The sisters promptly sprang into action. Shin Yuyu clumsily yet earnestly wrapped one end of the chain around Ling Naimei's wrist, while Shin Yue adeptly secured the other end around Ling Naimei's ankle, ensuring her inability to easily escape. Throughout this binding process, Ling Naimei regarded them coolly, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, yet she refrained from resisting. She understood that any defiance would only exacerbate her predicament. All done, Sister Fian. Shin Yuyu and Shin Yue declared, stepping back to admire their handiwork. Ling Naimei was ensnared entirely by the chain, adorned with 4 hefty meteor hammers, rendering her utterly immobile. It is worth noting that the gravitational weight of the meteor hammers, once liberated from Shin Yu and Shin Yue, would multiply, leaving Ling Naimei with no feasible chance of escape. Chapter 41. Shangguan Fian's Thirst for Progress. Chao Chia. Fian, Yue, where are you? The hunt for today has concluded. Return swiftly, as I have significant matters to arrange. Shin Yu. Yes, master. Shin Yue. Yes, master. Shangguan Fian. Master, I have a surprise for you. Chao Chiao. I am intrigued to discover what this surprise entails. Fian, you are aware that I am quite discerning in matters of reward and punishment. Should you dare to misrepresent the situation, I shall impose a severe penalty upon you. Shangguan Fian. Rest assured, master, you shall be thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, having acquired 2 orbs of extraordinary ability, Dao, Chao Chiye and Suing returned to base 401. Yue, let us hasten our return. A blush crept across Shangguan Fian's face at the thought of the generous reward awaiting her from Brother Chia. Shin Yu and Shin Yue nodded, grasping their gravity meteor hammers and escorting Ling Naimei on their way back. The chain swayed gently in their hands, producing a clattering sound. Where are you taking me? Ling Naimei exclaimed, ensnared by the dark chains, her limbs rendered immobile, forcing her to hop awkwardly. I informed you earlier, did I not? I am here to collect you on behalf of my master, so naturally we are bound for our master's presence. Shangguan Fian gently patted Ling Naimei's shoulder and reassured her. Ling Naimei, there is no need for trepidation. Brother Chia has always been gentle with beautiful women. Soon, you shall become one of us, and at that time, you will be grateful to me, your guide. Shangguan Fian, release me. I have concealed several Dao in my stronghold, all of which I shall relinquish to you. Ling Naimei's voice was tinged with urgency. This dignified heiress of the Yamaguchi Gumi, reduced to donning a maid's outfit and addressing another as master? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Yet, to her astonishment, Shangguan Fian displayed no interest whatsoever in the exceedingly precious Dao amidst this apocalyptic world. Her gaze reflected not a trace of greed for the Dao but rather an insatiable thirst for progress. My master, I have successfully brought back one of our academy's 4 illustrious flowers. Ling Naimei. Upon entering the dormitory, Shangguan Fian eagerly proclaimed her accomplishment. Ling Naimei? Chao Chi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they fell upon the captive Ling Naimei. Ensnared by the chains of a meteor hammer, her hands were tightly bound, and her ankles were ensnared, leaving her barely able to stand, embodying both defiance and vulnerability. Chao Chia nodded in satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had previously received word that one of the 4 renowned beauties, the Sweet Flower, resided in Building 3. However, after scouring the entire female dormitory, he had found no trace of Ling Naimei. He had thought her to be infected by the zombies. Yet here she was, having ventured outside the dormitory. Ah, Shangguan Fian, I had assumed your master was someone else. So, it is indeed this wicked delivery man. Ling Naimei gazed at Chao Chiya with an expression of disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. As the daughter of the Yamaguchi Gumi leader, she had been instilled with animosity towards the people of Great Xia from a young age, and at this moment, she did not conceal her aversion. Oh, what a splendid expression. Chao Chiye noted her demeanor, his interest piqued. He relished this kind of stubborn and proud disposition. The more untamed she was, the more it ignited his sense of accomplishment. Fian, you have accomplished a significant feat today, and I shall reward you handsomely. Chao Chiye turned to Shangguan Fian, his tone laced with endearment and approval. Indeed, Shangguan Fian nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had long been eager for her brother Chiye's reward. Chapter 42. The 4 styles of the Mad Dragon. Chao Chiye resolved to impart to Shangguan Fian an unparalleled gun technique. Fian, come, grasp it firmly. I will teach you the 4 styles of the Mad Dragon. Pay close attention and immerse yourself in the experience. Chao Chiye positioned himself behind Shangguan Fian, guiding her hands to hold the thunderous spear, urging her to feel the surging wrath of lightning. The first style, the Fierce Dragon, rises. Chao Chiye commanded in a low voice, abruptly thrusting the thunderous spear upwards. The tip of the spear sliced through the air, creating a fierce arc of light, akin to a slumbering giant dragon awakening with grandeur. As the spear tip surged forth, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing whistle. This style emphasizes seizing the initiative and delivering a decisive blow. The second style, the Flood Dragon, emerges from the sea. With that, Chao Chiye pivoted his body, and the thunderous spear lunged forward with sudden ferocity. The tip of the spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the depths of water, exuding an irresistible momentum that pointed resolutely ahead. Where the spear traversed, the air seemed to compress, creating a visible wave of force. This technique emphasizes the harmonious fusion of speed and strength, a brutal suppression. The third technique, the dragon emerges. Chao Chi's movements accelerated abruptly. The Lei Yao spear transforming into a myriad of afterimages, launching a relentless series of thrusts akin to a tempest. Each strike bore an incisive intent to kill, as if countless dragons danced through the air, a mesmerizing spectacle. This technique is characterized by an unceasing offensive, rendering the adversary with no avenue for escape. The fourth technique, the dragon's breath. Chao Chi suddenly withdrew the spear, then swept it fiercely across. In that fleeting moment, the spear tip seemed to manifest as a fearsome dragon opening its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing breath. Where the spear pointed, the air felt ignited, forming a scorching wave that engulfed the surroundings. This technique serves as a finishing move, a decisive strike at the opportune moment. After 5 hours of rigorous training, Chao Chi had fully imparted the essence of the spear technique to Shang Guanfian. "Fian, have you grasped it?" Chao Chi inquired. Standing by the window as he lit a cigarette, Shang Guanfian remained silent, deeply savoring the intricacies and profundities of the spear technique. Observing the diligent efforts of Shang Guanfian, Chao Chi nodded in satisfaction, taking care to remind her, "Fian, the profound truths of martial arts cannot be grasped in one gulp. It is essential to savor and digest them gradually, progressing step by step. Always remember, do not seek immediate success." Under Chao Chi's attentive guidance, Shang Guanfian seemed to gradually comprehend the essence of these teachings. Soon thereafter, Chao Chi summoned Shin Youyu and Shin Yue to his side, revealing the paths of flight and space. "Youyu, Yue, I urge you to consume these extraordinary paths and see what transpires. To mitigate unforeseen consequences." Chao Chi first instructed Shin Youyu to ingest the path of flight, based on the information at his disposal. He himself was uncertain what would occur when one endowed with extraordinary abilities consumed such a path. Therefore, he opted for the flight path as a preliminary experiment. Given the necessity of the space path for future endeavors, lest their actions be severely constrained. While the ability to fly was undeniably remarkable, it was not an absolute requirement. Without hesitation, Shin Youyu followed Chao Chi's instructions, swallowing the path of flight. As the golden energy surged into her body, Chao Chi observed with his own eyes how her blood vessels and meridians transformed into a shimmering gold. Her form began to levitate gently, adorned with golden runes and patterns. Chapter 43. Interrogating Ling Naimei Youyu. What sensations do you experience? Chao Chi inquired hastily. "Master, a voice has emerged in my mind," she replied. He inquired whether to replace the C-class flame with the A-class wings or to evolve the C-class flame to A-class. He also mentioned that the success rate of the replacement was 100%, while the evolution harbored a certain probability of failure. Shin Youyu, sensing the transformation within his body, candidly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chao Chi nodded thoughtfully. In other words, those endowed with supernatural abilities, after consuming the ability Dao, may opt for replacement or evolution. "Youyu, what is the success rate of evolution?" he asked. "I do not know." He did not specify, came the reply. "I understand. You choose replacement." Chao Chi casually posed the question, for his initial inclination was indeed towards replacement. After all, even if the C-class flame were to successfully evolve, it would merely culminate in an A-class offensive ability, which pales in comparison to the fully functional A-class flight. "Host, your subordinate Shin Youyu has consumed the A-class ability Dao, replacing C-class flame with A-class wings. Your feedback ability will also be replaced." Immediately, Chao Chi unleashed his supernatural power, and 2 pairs of wings suddenly unfurled from his back. One pair was a delicate pink, the feathers soft and airy, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in spring, exuding a faint fragrance. The other pair was a translucent azure, shimmering like gems from the deep sea, radiating a mysterious glow. As the 2 pairs of wings gently fluttered, they stirred a breeze, filling the air with a refreshing essence. Chao Chi reveled in the potency of the wings, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Although only Shin Youyu has acquired the wings ability, her twin sister Shin Yue has similarly attained the same power. As the master of these twin sisters, Chao Chi possesses 2 pairs of wings. Subsequently, Chao Chi eagerly encouraged Shin Yue to consume the way of space, opting once again for substitution. Thus, he now wields 2 A-grade storage space abilities. His left hand can summon a pink spatial vortex, while his right hand can conjure a blue one. Through Chao Chi's exploration, he discovered that each storage space has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, with the contents therein remaining in a state of absolute stasis. This implies that the provisions stored within these spaces will not deteriorate, regardless of the duration. Furthermore, the supplies previously stored by Chanwei still reside within, representing a significant accumulation, albeit less than the bounty Chao Chiye has gathered over the past few days. Presently, the storage spaces of Xinyoyu and Xinyue are not interconnected. Chao Chiye treats them as two distinct warehouses and organizes accordingly. He then examined his attributes. Chao Chiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, level 2, 96. Having digested and absorbed the collected whey. Ability, A-grade, handsome. System, exquisite skin. Refeeding abilities, pool party 2, battle maid 3, purification spring, Pakapaka, piercing, wings, storage space. In the recent guidance of Chao Chiye, Shangwan Fian's development value has been elevated to 15. The purpose of this figure remains a mystery to Chao Chiye. However, it is evidently linked to the rewards he bestows. The more his subordinates receive his bounties and accolades, the higher their development value ascends. Chao Chiye is indifferent to its significance, focusing instead on achieving a full 100. At this hour, deep into the night, after finishing a cigarette, Chao Chiye approached Ling Naimei, who was ensconced in a corner of the dormitory. Her form curled and her expression one of defiance. The sweet school beauty? She seemed rather different than he had envisioned. Chao Chiye grasped Ling Naimei's chin. Noting her current predicament, entirely ensnared by the gravitational meteor hammer, she radiated a unique resilience that was undeniably captivating. Yet he found that she bore little resemblance to the enchanting school beauty depicted in social media. Name, Ling Naimei. Gender, female. Age, 20. Gene lock? Superpower. Appearance, 89. Physique, 75. Temperament, 90. Charisma, 90. Overall score, 86. Unlockable skin level, brave. Do not touch me. My father is the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi in Sakura country. If he learns of your disrespect towards me, you will surely face dire consequences. Ling Naimei sought to vigorously shake off Chao Chiye's filthy hands, but alas, her immobility rendered her powerless, leaving her to cast a scornful glare and reproach. From Sakura country? No wonder she bears little resemblance to the women of our great Xia. Upon hearing that she hailed from Sakura country, Chao Chiye's grin widened with excitement. Since she was not of his kin, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Without further ado, he forcibly dragged Ling Naimei into the dormitory restroom, subjecting her to a vigorous interrogation. What brings the Yamaguchi Gumi to our great Xia? Aside from you, who else is involved? Chao Chiye demanded vehemently. Her disguise as a sweet school flower at Jiangxing Academy surely concealed ulterior motives. There was undoubtedly a conspiracy at play. Perhaps the Yamaguchi Gumi were linked to the outbreak of the zombie virus in Blue Star, and Chao Chiye was determined not to miss this opportunity to unearth the truth. I will never divulge anything to you. No matter what methods you employ against me, I will not yield, you insignificant wretch. Despite enduring a harsh reprimand from Chao Chiye, Ling Naimei's eyes grew clearer, yet her defiance remained unabated. I didn't realize you possessed such tenacity. If you refuse to speak, then I shall ensure your persistence is tested. Chao Chiye showed no mercy, continuing his vigorous questioning. With the Sakura girl, he felt no need for leniency. As a passionate youth, he embraced this chance to defend his country with fervor, showing no compassion. The scene was drenched in brutality, causing the sisters Xinyoyu and Xinyue to cover their eyes in terror. They had never witnessed their master display such a savage side. Yet, this only deepened their admiration for Chao Chiye, for his tenderness was not universally bestowed upon all women, but rather a unique gift reserved solely for them. In Chapter 44, Ling Naimei finally divulged everything after enduring a relentless and violent interrogation by Chao Chiye. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me again, she pleaded. Tell me, what conspiracy does your Yamaguchi Gumi have in our great Xia? Chao Chiye leaned against the window, lighting a cigarette. After beating Ling Naimei for so long, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Surprisingly, the women from the land of cherry blossoms proved to be quite resilient. Despite his peak prowess at the second tier of the gene lock, nearing the third tier, he was still left feeling drained. This was understandable, as he had spent the day combating zombies, which had severely depleted his stamina. Upon returning to the dormitory, he still needed to instruct Shangwan Fian in marksmanship. His schedule was already packed. However, through sheer determination, Chao Chiye eventually managed to pry the truth from Ling Naimei. I came to Jiangxing Media Academy, posing as a sweet campus belle, with a singular purpose, to assassinate Professor Kong of our academy. Ling Naimei confessed, her voice barely a whisper. She had come to deeply understand Chao Chiye's formidable strength and was acutely aware that if she did not speak soon, she might truly perish here. For the people of Great Xia possessed an inherent advantage when clashing with those from the land of cherry blossoms. The formidable prowess of Chao Chiye transcended her wildest imaginings. Professor Kong? Chao Chiye furrowed his brow, glancing towards Shang Wanfian beside him. He was not affiliated with Jiangxing Media Academy. Thus he remained oblivious to the identity of this Professor Kong. Professor Kong is the most renowned faculty member at our institution. Having published numerous papers in the fields of biology and chemistry, holding considerable prestige within the academic community, Shang Wanfian elucidated. Upon hearing the terms biology and chemistry, Chao Chiye pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps all of this was indeed connected to the zombie virus of the Blue Star. Speak. Why does your Yamaguchi-gumi seek to assassinate Professor Kong? Chao Chiye continued his interrogation. I do not know. It was my father's orders. He said I was to undergo training in Daxia. Brother Chao, this is my first mission. Before it even commenced, the virus outbreak occurred. I have not harmed anyone. I have never injured any individual from Daxia, Ling Naimei confessed, her gaze having transformed into one of clarity. Devoid of the previous disdainful arrogance after being admonished by Chao Chiye. You are unaware? Chao Chiye seized Ling Naimei's chin, applying gentle pressure to compel her to meet his unwavering gaze. He was indifferent to whether Ling Naimei had harmed anyone from Daxia. The mere intention was sufficient to warrant a death sentence. Whether Ling Naimei could survive in Chao Chiye's presence depended on her ability to abandon her dark intentions and embrace the light. Brother Chao, I truly do not know. Ling Naimei trembled under Chao Chiye's penetrating gaze, her voice quivering with fear. Her eyes were filled with terror, akin to a fawn ensnared by the gaze of a fierce predator. Our Yamaguchi-gumi only undertakes assassination missions, never inquiring into the client's motives. This is the fundamental code of conduct of a killer organization. You genuinely do not know? I truly do not. Ling Naimei's eyes were entirely consumed by the dread instilled by Chao Chiye. His power was overwhelming, far exceeding her wildest imaginings of male strength. She found herself utterly honest, unable to utter a single falsehood. Then, aside from yourself, how many others from the Yamaguchi-gumi have come this time? This question evidently struck a nerve within Ling Naimei. She hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her gaze. Chao Chiye furrowed his brow, tightening his grip slightly, his tone laced with menace. Upon seeing this, Ling Naimei recalled the horror of Chao Chiye and, fearing to conceal anything, divulged all at once. Brother Chao, as you know, my father is the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and I have brought over 1,000 men with me. In the school security team, 2 of them are my bodyguards, but they have already turned into zombies. The others are outside the academy, engaged in restraining the black mist, and I am temporarily unable to contact them. She paused momentarily before continuing. Brother Chao, my father's subordinate, Fubi Lin, is the foremost assassin of the Imperial Abyss Gate and is also in Jiangxing. As long as you escort me to his side, I can offer you any sum you desire. No. In this apocalyptic world, money has lost its value. Whatever amount of gold and Dao you desire, I can provide. Chao Chiye produced Ling Naimei's phone, confirming that her words bore no deceit. However, he remained indifferent to the conditions proposed by Ling Naimei. Setting aside the possibility of the people from Sakura country turning against him after Chao Chiye sent Ling Naimei, his identity as a citizen of the Great Xia rendered such actions impossible. How could a rightful heir, with a clean background, betray his nation? It is preposterous. Assassinating our nation's top technological talents within the borders of the Great Xia, regardless of the motives, is something Chao Chiye would never permit. These individuals must not survive. Those who dare to cause trouble in the Great Xia, be it the Yamaguchi-gumi or the gate of the Imperial Abyss, must meet their demise. Chao Chiye's gaze turned icy as he regarded Ling Naimei, his words laced with an inexorable pressure. You would do well not to attempt any tricks. Otherwise, I believe I know the fate that awaits you. Ling Naimei nodded fervently, her fright evident, rendering her speechless. After interrogating her, Chao Chiye unceremoniously confined her in the dormitory restroom. With the gravitational meteor hammer wielded by Shun Yoyu and Shin Yue securing her, escape was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the emergence of the Yamaguchi-gumi in the gate of the Imperial Abyss added layers of complexity to the already intricate situation. Subsequently, Chao Chiye perused the Academy's forum. With everyone having made significant progress, it seemed the dynamics of Jiangxing Academy had shifted once more, as the abilities of the practitioners continued to evolve. Numerous small teams have begun to distinguish themselves, with 4 of them currently garnering the most attention. The earliest emergence of the gymnasium was marked by Shauna. While the malevolent delivery person from the 3 female dormitories was none other than the sinister figure known as the Evil Courier. Accompanying them were the formidable director Wang Tsigan of the teaching building and the establishment of the Chinibu Imperial Gate by Ling Naimei. However, this afternoon, members of the Imperial Gate proclaimed that their leader had been captured by Shang Wanfian, a subordinate of the Evil Courier. This revelation caused an uproar in the Academy Forum. Among the other survivors, it was widely believed that, aside from the initially dominant Shauna, the strength of each major faction was relatively comparable. In fact, someone even compiled a top list of abilities among the survivors. No. 1. Flame Emperor, Shauna No. 2. King of Fighters, Cha-Chai Zombie No. 3. Butcher, Wang Tsigan Evil Courier, Chao Chiye. Who didn't even make the top 10. The title of Evil Courier for Chao Chiye became widely circulated within this forum. Yet, the shocking news that Ling Naimei, ranked 5th, had been apprehended by a mere subordinate of the Evil Courier sent the Academy Forum into a frenzy. Chapter 45, The Creation of the Goddess Alliance. Chao Chiye held no interest in such matters. After all, the so-called top list of abilities among the survivors was merely an entertainment ranking concocted by a bunch of idle survivors. Even Chao Chiye, the possessor of a system, could not discern the genetic lock information of the ability users. What could these survivors, clinging to life in the shadows, truly know? However, this was to be expected. Given the current circumstances on Blue Star 99, 9 of survivors had no choice but to hide in the corners, unable to move freely. Thus, spending time online in search of a semblance of solace was only natural. Witnessing the fervor surrounding the Jiacheng Academy Forum, Chao Chiye resolved to harness the power of the internet to further recruit new members. In light of the pervasive black mist, all electronic devices on Blue Star had been rendered inoperative, transforming them into perpetual motion machines that required no energy. Recruiting subordinates directly through the Academy Forum would undoubtedly prove more effective than his arduous efforts to canvass door to door. Furthermore, with Chao Chiye's current combat prowess, he possessed the capability to venture beyond the confines of the dormitory building for exploration. Thus, he summoned all the female members to his side to deliberate on the next phase of their plan, aiming to expand and strengthen their team. Ultimately, Chao Chiye decided to name his group the Goddess Alliance, willingly embracing the role of the man behind all the goddesses. Subsequently, under the banner of the Goddess Alliance, he released his inaugural video on the Academy Forum. In the footage, Chao Chiye was flanked by Wu Dingting, clad in a Pikachu swimsuit, and the alluring Shang Wanfian, along with Xin Youyu and Xin Yue, adorned in sultry maid outfits. Each participant radiated brilliance against the backdrop of a mountain of assorted food and neatly arranged bottles of mineral water. These supplies appeared remarkably precious in the apocalypse, akin to a mountain of gold and silver that provoked insatiable cravings. Chao Chiye stood before the camera, a confident smile gracing his lips. His voice deep and resonant. Join the Goddess Alliance and become the sovereign of the apocalypse. Here, you will find sustenance, water, warm embraces, and limitless possibilities. Surviving the end times is no longer a solitary struggle, but a glorious endeavor of teamwork. The Goddess Alliance awaits your challenge. Subsequently, Chao Chiye revealed the criteria for joining the Goddess Alliance in a video. Since the team is named the Goddess Alliance, the recruitment conditions naturally revolve around beauty. Here, Chao Chiye cited Wu Dingting as an example, assigning her scores: appearance, 81, figure, 89, temperament, 70, charm, 82, with an overall rating of 80. Anyone who believes their overall score can reach 80 is encouraged to apply enthusiastically. Once the video was released, it caused a stir in the Academy Forum, leaving many utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the resources in Chao Chiye's possession and the presence of beautiful women, the male survivors collectively protested, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. In these dire times, when everyone is preoccupied with mere survival, how could one indulge in a life of debauchery akin to that of a tyrant? The situation was overwhelmingly disheartening. While one's own failures are indeed terrifying, the successes of others evoke even greater anguish. Master, why did you only give me an 80? I am second only to the campus belle in our academy. I should at least merit a score of 90, Wu Dingting pouted, voicing her doubts regarding Chao Chiye's assessment. When singled out by Chao Chiye, Wu Dingting was overjoyed. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, she was left dumbfounded. The good news was that she was a benchmark for the Goddess Alliance. The bad news was that she was the lowest benchmark. Dingting, think carefully. The recruitment standards could apply to anyone, except for the temporarily unavailable Suing. Fian, Young Yu, and Young Wei are all eligible, so why did I specifically choose you? Chao Chi-ye grasped Wu Dingting's conscience and earnestly declared, "You hold a special significance for me. This score was merely a casual mark, for anyone could easily achieve 80 points. Oh really? Wu Tingting's face flushed at his words. She had already been charmed into submission by Chao Chi-ye's allure. However, his words were not mere fabrications. Wu Tingting indeed held a unique place in his heart. Wu Jinghao's lingering intentions must be dealt with by Wu Tingting herself. Thus, his demeanor and expressions were genuine. Chao Chi-ye smiled faintly, his performance flawless and seamless. He subsequently entrusted the management of the Goddess Alliance's recruitment to Suing. After all, the resources at Chao Chi-ye's disposal were akin to those of a multimillionaire in a post-apocalyptic world. Upon the release of the video, despite facing fierce opposition, private messages flooded in almost immediately. During the day, Chao Chi-ye hunted zombies to enhance his genetic locks, while at night, he refined his marksmanship. Such trifles were best left for his subordinates to handle. He merely needed to savor the fruits of their labor. The Goddess Alliance did not accommodate idlers. Rather, the greater the number of members, the lesser the burden on Chao Chi-ye. This is the hallmark of a competent leader. In a bid to elevate his status, he altered his account name to Boss Chow, as the moniker of evil deliveryman was simply too pedestrian. From this moment forth, Chao Chi-ye shall endeavor to re-establish the esteemed title of Boss Chow within the Jiangcheng Media Academy. The following morning, Chao Chi-ye awoke as per his usual routine. Yet this time, he refrained from stretching languidly, for his left arm was draped around Shin Yoyu, while his right embraced Shin Yue, rendering any extension impossible. The two young ladies had gathered a considerable amount of Dao the previous day, warranting a well-deserved reward. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Chao Chi-ye resolved to lead another expedition to hunt down zombies. Suing, do we have any suitable newcomers? Before embarking, Chao Chi-ye inquired of Suing. With the video released yesterday, he no longer needed to search blindly for targets. Furthermore, having recently acquired the ability to fly, Chao Chi-ye could now traverse any location within Jiangcheng Academy in a mere 5 minutes. I received over 800 private messages yesterday. But due to your high standards and the prevalence of heavily edited photos online, there are currently only 10 newcomers who may meet the criteria. Subsequently, Suing presented the information of the 10 selected newcomers to Chao Chi-ye. Thank you for your efforts. Chao Chi-ye affectionately tousled Su Ying's hair before setting off with his team. The system could not provide ratings solely based on photos or videos, so Chao Chi-ye had to assess each candidate individually. However, with his newfound ability to fly, this task was rendered rather effortless. The first individual he selected was named Su Qing. Based on the photo and physique, he deemed her barely adequate, scoring approximately 80 points. Primarily, this Su Qing is located in the gymnasium, and Chao Chi-ye intends to visit, conveniently seeking out Shauna as well. After conversing for such an extended period, it is indeed time for a face-to-face meeting. Whether he can win Shauna's heart will depend on Chao Chi-ye's own capabilities. In Chapter 46, Chaos and Betrayal, Chao Chi-ye embarks on this expedition accompanied by all his subordinates. With the advent of spatial abilities, their stronghold can now relocate at will. Without a home, there is no need to defend one. As for Ling Naimei, her leg chains have been unbound, though her hands remain restrained, personally escorted by Shin Yuyu. The entire female dormitory has been thoroughly searched, and the nearby horde of zombies cannot keep pace with Chao Chi-ye's rapid evolution. Thus, he must venture outside to explore. After deciding to meet Shauna, Chao Chi-ye reached out to her. Suing, Senior, are you free today? Let us meet up. However, time elapsed without any response from Shauna. It was peculiar. She usually replies instantly, yet today there was no sign of acknowledgement. Chao Chi-ye furrowed his brow slightly. Nonetheless, he refrained from immediate action, opting to first gather Dao around the dormitory. Chao Chi-ye's genetic lock has reached the critical point of the 2nd tier. Just a step away from the 3rd tier, the destination he intends to visit is the stronghold with the highest population in Jiangcheng Academy. And he aims to elevate his genetic lock to the 3rd tier before proceeding, ensuring a more secure approach. Of course, when Chao Chi-ye speaks of security, he does not refer to himself. The pinnacle of the 2nd tier genetic lock is already sufficient for him to navigate Jiangcheng Academy with ease. Not to mention the numerous extraordinary abilities he possesses from his unique skin adaptations. The reason he sought to elevate his gene lock to the 3rd tier was that it would enable his subordinates to inherit stronger attributes, thereby solidifying their combat prowess. With a resounding roar, the golden dragon soared into the heavens, and Chao Chiye's gene lock swiftly ascended to the third tier. As the energy within his bloodline surged, his combat strength reached an entirely new echelon. Simultaneously, his subordinates benefited from the resurgence of his commanding power, unlocking their gene locks to the first tier 42. However, thus far, there had been no response from Shauna. Unable to reach her, Chao Chiye resolved to contact Su Qing instead. As a fellow survivor from the arena, Su Qing might possess knowledge of the circumstances surrounding Shauna. Chao boss. Su Qing, where are you now? I am coming to find you. Su Qing. Chao boss. I am currently on the third floor of the arena, but it is not convenient at the moment. Could you possibly come by in the afternoon? Chao Chiye. Not convenient? Do you think I have all the time in the world to discuss schedules with you? Su Qing. It's just that, Chao boss. I mean no offense. However, there has been a riot involving the bizarre creatures on the second floor of the arena, and it would be quite dangerous for you to come here right now. Chao boss. They are merely crickets. What can they possibly do to me? Su Qing. Chao boss. My point is that this is Shauna's territory, and she is currently leading a team to hunt that bizarre creature. If you arrive, she might mistakenly believe you are attempting to seize her resources, and I fear a conflict may ensue. Chao Chiye, rest assured, I am friends with Shauna. Your concerns are unfounded. Su Qing, then, I shall await your arrival on the first floor. Although there was no contact with Shauna, it was evident from Su Qing's words that Chao Chiye was somewhat aware of the situation at the gymnasium. What he never anticipated was that the peculiar creature Shauna had mentioned earlier remained unresolved to this day. He was intrigued to discover what manner of zombie could challenge Shauna for such an extended period. Subsequently, Chao Chiye, Xinyoyu, and Xinyue unfurled their wings with a sudden flourish, taking the others along as they soared towards the gymnasium. This spectacle left Ling Naimei utterly astonished. How could the two sisters, who merely tossed hammers yesterday, transform into four-winged archangels today? It was no wonder that Chao Chiye exhibited little interest in the Yamaguchi Gumi in the gate of the Imperial Abyss. With the prowess of Chao Chiye's team, they were undoubtedly the dominators of the apocalypse. On the second floor of the gymnasium, chaos reigned supreme. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood. The once spacious and luminous basketball court had been utterly ravaged, its floor marred by cracks and charred marks, as if it had been subjected to relentless flames and explosions. The basketball hoop lay askew, besieged by an onslaught of frost. The surrounding walls had shed their plaster, revealing the steel reinforcements beneath. The ceiling's chandeliers swayed precariously, with exposed wires sporadically emitting sparks. Scattered across the ground were shards of shattered glass, broken weapons, and several lifeless human corpses, blood pooling on the floor in dark crimson puddles. At this moment, a woman found herself besieged by a throng. Her blood-stained red hair clung to her shoulders, her face smeared with blood and dust. Yet her gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Surrounding her were approximately 20 individuals, each wielding weapons with fierce expressions, as if harboring a profound vendetta against her. Shauna, today marks your demise, proclaimed the short-haired girl at the forefront, gripping an ice blade that emanated a chilling aura. Your fiery outbursts are utterly subdued by my powers. Cease your struggles. From this day forth, I, Xuebing, shall be the leader here. Xuebing's voice dripped with frost and derision, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Indeed, Shauna. You are nothing but a despicable wretch. By what right do you presume to lead us? The notion that the dead could yield powers known as Dao after their demise suggested that the same could be true for those endowed with abilities. Shauna's powers, it was speculated, had been usurped from the physical education instructor. Surely, she must have clandestinely slain the teacher during a moment of revelry, seizing her abilities before erasing any trace of the crime. Otherwise, how could it be that both had coincidentally awakened identical powers? The daughter of a killer was indeed a killer herself. Let us together vanquish this demon. Xuebing, the senior, is our true leader. The other patrons of the establishment echoed this sentiment, their eyes alight with greed and madness. An ice blade, perpetually radiating a frigid energy, was thrust into Shauna's abdomen. Her complexion as pale as parchment, yet her gaze remained piercing, fixed intently on Xuebing. Xuebing, I entrusted you with the aberrant power of Dao and nurtured you as my deputy, and you dare to conspire against me? Shauna's voice trembled slightly, yet it was predominantly filled with disbelief and fury. The sensation of being betrayed by someone she trusted most was utterly despairing. You bestow upon me the ability, Dao? Shauna, do you even comprehend the words you utter? This very ability, Dao, was earned through the sacrifices of many brothers and sisters. It was rightfully ours, not a gift from you. Do you understand? Huh. Xuebing, spare me your grandiloquence. It is not I who have depleted most of my stamina battling the aberrant creatures. You, who have only just awakened your powers, dare to boast before me. That is merely because you have monopolized all the Tao. Nevertheless, it matters not. By eliminating you and devouring your Tao, I shall become the most formidable leader here. Indeed, I will reign as the strongest leader in the entire Jiaqing Academy. Xuebing erupted into wild laughter, even bestowing upon himself a regal title. The Emperor of Flames is destined to fall. This is now the realm of Ice Monarch. Chapter 47. My friend, do you wish to ruin me? Do you even deserve it? Shauna let out a cold laugh, her eyes reflecting a trace of disdain. She had no desire to listen to the traitor's drivel any longer. A surge of heat rolled within her, and in an instant, she conjured a colossal fireball. With searing intensity, it hurtled towards Xuebing. Ice wall. Xuebing reacted swiftly, forming a formidable ice barrier in an instant. The fireball collided with the ice wall, producing a hissing sound as the surface of the barrier began to melt, yet ultimately, it managed to withstand the impact of the fiery assault. Though Shauna's genetic lock had reached the first tier, 20, and Xuebing, who had just awakened her extraordinary abilities, was at 0 tier, 50. After consuming the unique ability Tao from the aberrant creature, Shauna's stamina was nearly depleted in her struggle against the aberrant. Coupled with Xuebing's ambush and the relentless assault from others, she was already at her wit's end. Even her final furious strike was effortlessly neutralized by Xuebing. A cold smirk grazed Xuebing's lips as she retrieved Su Ying's phone from her pocket, waving it mockingly, her tone laced with derision. Shauna, I never imagined that besides relishing being a man's subordinate, you would also have a penchant for women. The phone was one that Shauna had dropped during the earlier confrontation. Peering at the screen, Xuebing continued, I have already lured Su Ying out. Surrender obediently, and I assure you she will remain unharmed. Otherwise, I will set an elaborate trap to seize Su Ying's electric shock ability, and it will be but a matter of moments. Xuebing was acutely aware of Su Ying's prowess. A direct confrontation would likely result in her own injury, rather than risk mutual destruction. It would be wiser to leverage Su Ying as a means to coerce Shauna into submission. In doing so, she could vanquish Shauna without shedding blood and seize her position. Xuebing, do you take me for a fool? Shauna retorted with a scoff, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Even if I were to abandon my struggles now, you would not spare Su Ying. Rather than await my demise, I would prefer to perish here with you. That is the most effective way to protect Su Ying. Shauna saw through Xuebing's deceit in an instant. She could not afford another misstep. To safeguard Su Ying, she resolved to expend herself entirely in this confrontation. I perceive that you are one who does not shed tears until confronted with the finality of death. My comrades, advance. Upon Su Bing's command, the crowd surged forth. Everyone was acutely aware that Shauna was presently at her weakest, rendering this the most opportune moment to strike. However, in the very instant the throng charged, Su Bing discreetly retreated a step. A cold smile crept upon her lips as she mused. Shauna is now akin to a cornered beast, poised for a desperate counterattack. I would rather not provoke this ill fate. Once these expendable pawns deplete her final vestige of strength, I shall reap the rewards of their toil. Boom. Just as Shauna prepared to make a last stand, the windows of the gymnasium were suddenly shattered by a violent tempest, sending shards of glass scattering like rain. The overwhelming force swept through the venue, compelling everyone to shield their heads and adopt defensive postures. Yet, Shauna stood resolute amidst the tempest, utterly unfazed. The howling wind tousled her hair and fluttered her garments, yet she seemed impervious to any threat. For her, death had long been an inevitable conclusion. No unforeseen event could instill fear within her. Is it not inappropriate for so many to bully a single girl? A voice, resonant with righteousness and unwavering authority, echoed through the storm. As the tempest gradually subsided, a towering figure emerged before Shauna, adorned with resplendent white wings, resembling an angel descending to earth. Who dares to disrupt the sanctity of this gymnasium? Su Bing bellowed, her eyes wide with fury. It is you, that wicked boss Chao. How could you possibly be here? Upon gaining a clearer view of Chao Chiye, Xuebing's expression was filled with both apprehension and astonishment. According to her scheme, she intended to eliminate Shauna first, and then ambush Chao Chiye with Su Qing on the first floor to seize the vast resources he possessed. However, Xuebing could never have anticipated that Chao Chiye wielded the ability of flight, charging in directly from the second floor. Su Qing, whom she had arranged, was still stationed on the first floor with her team. How is it that I cannot be here? Chao Chiye mocked with a smile. Although he had only just arrived, he could surmise the unfolding situation. Su Qing had messaged that Shauna was on the second floor, exterminating the aberrant creatures. Yet, the absence of any zombies on site clearly indicated a lie. The short-haired woman before him, endowed with the Ice Blade ability, was evidently in collusion with Shauna. It appeared that not only did they wish to eliminate Shauna, but they also sought to dispose of him. Boss Chow, I am aware that your goddess alliance seeks beauty, Xuebing said, forcing a smile in an attempt to negotiate with Chao Chiye. You may choose any of the female survivors here, and Su Qing, the one you fancy, is on the first floor. I can summon her right away. As long as you do not interfere with our private matters, we can come to an arrangement. With me? Chao Chiye cast a sidelong glance at Xuebing. We call ourselves the Girls' Alliance, not the Ugly Alliance. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own virtues before approaching me. Ha ha ha, well said, Shauna exclaimed, reveling in the moment. Despite being strangers, she was unaware of whether Chao Chiye was friend or foe, nor did she realize that he was the very person she had longed for, Suing. However, upon witnessing Xuebing being mercilessly ridiculed by Chao Chiye, one of her subordinates erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chao and unleashing a torrent of invectives, his tone brimming with arrogance. Chao Chiye, unfazed, unfurled his wings behind him. In an instant, pristine white feathers shot forth like arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. A flurry of feathers rained down, striking the man with unerring precision. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a porcupine, bristling with arrows, blood cascading from the feathers that pierced him, leaving him frozen in place, unable to utter a scream before collapsing to the ground. With a mere flick of his hand, a life was extinguished. Xuebing swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. One of my subordinates dared to insult someone who single-handedly took down Ling Naimei, one of the so-called four great powers. Do you wish to ruin me? Chapter 48. Suing, at last, we meet. Boss Chow, please, do not take offense. My subordinate is rather ignorant. I implore you to overlook his transgressions. As the leader here, I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. After witnessing Chao Chiye's formidable prowess, Xuebing found herself compelled to swallow her pride. As survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, we ought to support one another. Our stronghold possesses ample resources. Not only will the beautiful women belong to you, but I shall also share half of our supplies. At that moment, she deeply regretted her earlier decisions. Had she known that an unexpected rival would emerge, she would have acted decisively to capture Suing, thereby preventing the proverbial cooked duck from flying away. Of course, one cannot entirely blame Xuebing. After all, who could have anticipated that Chao Chiye possessed the ability to fly, and with 4 wings at that? Within less than 3 minutes of contacting Su Qing, he had directly stormed onto the second floor of the gymnasium. Half? Chao Chiye scoffed with a mocking smile. I desire it all. Subsequently, he showed no regard for Xuebing. Moreover, what gives you the right to claim the title of leader? In this gymnasium, I recognize only Shauna as the true leader. So, it seems there is nothing to discuss? Xuebing's gaze turned icy, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes, suppressing her fury. She spoke with an ominous tone. Boss Chow, I hold you in esteem, but it would be wise for you to refrain from rejecting my goodwill. With so many brothers here, a single individual like you may find it difficult to contend against the multitude. Before her words had fully dissipated, several crossbowmen behind Xuebing had silently drawn their bows, their cold arrows aimed directly at Chao Chiye's head, the air thick with an imminent sense of lethal intent. Ha ha ha, even if there are countless ants, they remain mere ants. Chao Chiye remained unfazed, bursting into laughter instead. He turned to Shauna behind him, casually inquiring, Do you require my assistance in clearing the way? A glint of cold light flashed in Shauna's eyes as she gritted her teeth, declaring, I have long wished to eliminate these ungrateful traitors. Then let them all perish. Chao Chiye uttered these words with a chilling detachment, akin to a merciless divine judgment. His wings unfurled dramatically behind him, their pristine feathers shimmering with a piercing brilliance under the sunlight. In a flash, Chao Chiye descended like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Xuebing and her companions. Shoot! At Xuebing's command, the crossbowmen immediately pulled the triggers, and arrows rained down upon Chao Chiye. Simultaneously, Xuebing brandished her hands, unleashing 2 chilling ice blades that hurtled toward Chao Chiye's throat. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Chao Chiye merely grasped the air, and a spear imbued with golden lightning materialized in his hand. As he spun the spear, it generated a shimmering barrier of golden arcs, deflecting all arrows and ice blades effortlessly. The clash of arrows and ice blades against the spear resonated with a crisp metallic sound before they fell to the ground. Subsequently, Chao Chiye retracted his wings, darting into the enemy ranks like a wraith. Although his wings granted him the gift of flight, they exacted a heavy toll on his stamina, and he had no desire to expend energy against this rabble. The spear danced in his grasp, its tip gleaming with a cold light, and with each swing, it summoned forth a streak of golden lightning. A glimmer of cold light struck first, followed by the spear's swift thrust like a dragon. His movements were as swift as lightning, the spear's shadow resembling a dragon, and wherever he passed, foes fell as if they were ripe wheat. Blood splattered, and cries of anguish echoed. The entire arena transformed into a realm of carnage. In a mere few breaths, everyone except Xuebing lay in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Xuebing's face turned pale, and she hastily raised her ice shield in defense. However, before the might of Chao Chiye's spear, her ice shield proved as fragile as paper. With a crack, the spear easily pierced through the ice shield, its tip aimed directly at Xuebing's throat. Yet, Chao Chiye did not take her life. Instead, with a swift flick of his wrist, the tip of his weapon, like a sinuous serpent, severed her tendons. Ah! Xuebing let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, utterly immobilized. Chao Chiye cast her a cold glance before delivering a swift kick that sent her tumbling before Shauna, his voice frigid. Traitor, you may deal with her yourself. Thank you. Shauna lifted her gaze to Chao Chiye, her eyes reflecting a flicker of gratitude intertwined with a tangle of complex emotions. She remained uncertain whether Chao Chiye was friend or foe, and what his true intentions were. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he had rendered her significant assistance. Although the reasons behind his actions eluded her, she decided to set aside her thoughts for the moment and focus on dealing with Xuebing first. The subsequent inquiries could wait. Sister Shauna, I was momentarily blinded by folly. I genuinely wished to follow you. Please grant me another chance. Xuebing, lying in a pool of her own blood, struggled to shift her body, her gaze brimming with desperation, her voice trembling and frail. Observing Xuebing in such a pitiable state, Shauna found that her resentment inexplicably diminished by a considerable degree. Perhaps it was because Chao Chiye had already vented her pent-up fury, or perhaps Xuebing's current plight struck her as absurd. Xuebing, do you believe that uttering such words now holds any significance? Shauna replied coolly. As death looms near, why not maintain a semblance of dignity? Before her words fully dissipated, a surge of heat began to swell within Shauna's throat, as fierce flames brewed deep within, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. I do not seek dignity. I only wish to survive. To survive. Xuebing's voice grew increasingly faint. Her eyes filled with despair and reluctance. However, Shauna offered her no further opportunity. With a ferocious roar, a searing flame erupted from Shauna's mouth, instantly engulfing Xuebing. Within the inferno, Xuebing's figure twisted in anguish, emitting a piercing scream, yet she was swiftly consumed by the blaze, reduced to ashes. Witnessing this harrowing scene, a tumult of complex emotions surged within Shauna. This sister, who once fought valiantly beside her, had now met such a tragic fate. The apocalypse is far more perilous than we could ever have envisioned. Shauna murmured softly, a flicker of sorrow crossing her gaze. She was intelligent, yet not sufficiently so. Meanwhile, the other members of the Goddess Alliance began to arrive at the scene. Master, why did you not leave me even a couple of minions to command? As the vanguard, Shang Wanfian, upon observing that the surrounding foes had all been dealt with by Chao Chiye, expressed a twinge of regret. Didn't he Shauna claim to be combating aberrant creatures? Why are all the fallen merely humans? Suing surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brimming with confusion, clearly taken aback by the unfolding scene. Upon spotting Suing, Shauna's eyes lit up, momentarily disregarding her own wounds as she hurried over and enveloped her tightly in an embrace. Suing, I have finally found you. Having just experienced a brush with death, Shauna's embrace was particularly fervent, as if she sought to expel all her fears and anxieties. The two women's bodies pressed closely together. D. The situation spiraled out of control. However, as Shauna keenly observed, she gradually sensed something amiss. The Suing before her exhibited no emotional fluctuation. In fact, she appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Shauna could feel that this Suing was entirely different from the intelligent, decisive, powerful, and charismatic Suing she had always communicated with. I am not the Suing you seek, Suing remarked softly, her tone warm yet distant. She gently pushed Shauna aside and pointed towards Chao Chiye, her eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. He is the one. Following Su Ying's gesture, Shauna's gaze fell upon Chao Chiye, the very person who had just rescued her from peril, and she found herself momentarily frozen in place. The influx of information overwhelmed her senses, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Shauna, is it? Do you not recognize me? Chao Chiye said with a slight smile, his tone carrying a playful note. As he uttered the word Shauna, realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, and a myriad of memories flashed through her mind. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Chao Chiye had chosen to assist her. Chapter 49. Unveiling a new skin. Beast Maiden tribe Chao Chiye approached Shauna with deliberate steps, his broad chest opening an invitation as he gently yet firmly enveloped her in his embrace. For a brief instant, Shauna's body stiffened, but she soon relaxed, allowing herself to lean against him. "Allow me to reintroduce myself," Chao Chia said, gazing down at her with a voice that was both deep and soothing. "I am Chao Chia, the leader of the Goddess Alliance, and I am the Su Ying you have always been in contact with." "Su Ying," Shauna murmured softly, her expression gradually becoming dreamy. She felt the warmth radiating from Chao Chia's chest, and that familiar sensation surged in her heart. Indeed, the person before her was the one with whom she had confessed her feelings, envisioned a future, and engaged in profound conversations. It turned out that her affection was not for Su Ying, but for Chao Chia, who had disguised himself as her. This realization plunged Shauna into a sea of contradictions. She had always believed that her heart belonged to girls, so why did she feel this way towards a man? Was it merely because he had masqueraded as a female? Yet, facing Chao Chia, she felt no aversion. Instead, an indescribable sense of comfort and exhilaration enveloped her. This sensation was both unfamiliar and enchanting. "Shauna, join the Goddess Alliance, and together we shall create a warm sanctuary." Chao Chia's voice was deep and gentle as his fingers lightly traced the scar on Shauna's jawline. In his eyes, this scar was not a flaw, but a testament to an imperfect reality, unique and captivating, much like the missing arm of Venus. Shauna felt the overwhelming aura of masculinity emanating from Chao Chia, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was her first time experiencing such proximity to a man, where she could distinctly sense the warmth of his fingertips and the rhythm of his breath. Due to her father's heinous crimes and her mother's subsequent suicide, Shauna has been shunned since childhood, leading her to avoid men at all costs. However, the arrival of Chao Chia illuminated her world, filling the void of love and protection within her heart. It turns out that the sensation of being safeguarded is truly wondrous. In that moment, Shauna's inner defenses crumbled entirely. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and determination, and softly declared, "All right, I shall join." Shauna. Gender, female. Age, 21. Appearance, 91. Figure, 89. Charisma, 88. Charm, 92. Overall rating, 90. Unlockable skin level, epic. Chao Chia was instantly elated. Shauna could indeed unlock an epic skin, and the system had awarded her a score of 91 for her appearance, surpassing that of Su Ying. This was in perfect alignment with Chao Chia's aesthetic preferences. Ding. System notification. Goddess Shauna voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked epic skin, Beast Daughter Tribe. Shauna. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, first stage, 42. Ultimate skin, Beast Daughter Tribe, Dragon Blood Warrior, epic. Capable of morphing into beast and orc forms based on inherent characteristics. Super ability, Class A Raging Flame. An overwhelming fire attribute explosion, with greater intensity of flames as her anger escalates. The host will acquire all abilities associated with the Shauna skin and possess the right to don and doff armor at will. With Shauna's arrival, Chao Chia has finally unlocked the third series of skins, Beast Girl Tribe. This series of skins enhances the ability to switch between beast and orc forms based on inherent traits. Chao Chia is eager to experiment and discover the essence of his orc form. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Chao Chia, reverberating through the air like a clap of thunder. Almost immediately, his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Bones cracked audibly, muscles swelled rapidly, and a thick layer of golden scales emerged on his skin, shimmering with a metallic luster. His hands morphed into sharp claws, their tips glinting ominously, as if capable of tearing through anything. Gradually, his handsome visage was adorned with resolute dragon patterns, and his eyes, now resembling those of a dragon, radiated wildness and authority. A robust tail slowly sprouted from his back, its tip sharp like a spear, capable of stirring a tempest with a mere sweep. Chao Chia gazed down at his claws, flicked his tail, and a wild smile crept upon his lips. A golden imperial dragon? Quite fitting for my character. Upon entering his orc form, Chao Chia's body brimmed with untamed power. He attempted to wield the thunder spear, and with it, a dragon's roar accompanied the golden lightning, exuding an extraordinary might. Simultaneously, Shauna adorned herself in a magnificent set of dragon flame armor. The design of the armor is remarkably ingenious, although the light armor covers only a limited area. It perfectly accentuates her graceful figure. Shauna's waist is both slender and powerful, while her elongated legs are particularly striking, exuding an air of both majesty and sensuality. Unlike the refreshing vibe of a pool party or the adorableness of a battle maid, The skin of the beast girl tribe is imbued with a wild and powerful essence. Sprouting from the crown of Shauna's head are a pair of delicate dragon horns, a charming gradient of red and white, reminiscent of tender spring bamboo shoots. Naturally, the dragon blood warrior's tail resembles that of a dragon as well, but it is not sharply defined. Rather, it is soft and plump. Ah, delightful. Indeed, so comfortable. Chao Chi-Ye could not resist stroking the dragon-like horns adorning Shauna's head, reveling in the exquisite texture. Dragon Blood Warrior Shauna, the jaw scar is beyond AI's rendering capabilities, for reference only. Chapter 50. Light Suppressor. Ha ha. Fian, you have lost. I knew no one could withstand the master's onslaught. Upon witnessing Shauna's capitulation, Woodingding danced with joy. What? It was settled so quickly? Didn't the master say Shauna was a lesbian? How could she be turned so swiftly? Shang Guanfian wore an expression of disbelief, her brow furrowed. Muttering under her breath, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Reluctantly, she leaned her head closer, allowing Woodingding to deliver a crisp flick to her forehead. Ouch. Be gentler. Shang Guanfian clutched her forehead, shooting Woodingding a glare. It was evident that the two were wagering over Shauna, and this amusing spectacle lightened the atmosphere considerably. What is happening? Meanwhile, Su Qing, alerted by the commotion, rushed upstairs with the remaining survivors from the gymnasium. She had initially presumed that Xuebing had successfully seized Shauna's ability, Dao, but to her utter astonishment, it turned out that Xuebing's forces had been completely annihilated. As she gazed at the center of the gymnasium, where Chao Chi-Ye was in his imperial dragon form, terror seized her, causing her legs to weaken and her body to collapse onto the ground. Chao Chi-Ye cast a fleeting glance at Su Qing. The system's comprehensive rating, 53. Merely a FAAD. Run, flee swiftly. Although Su Qing was oblivious to the unfolding events, the scene before her instinctively prompted her to escape. Thus, after a brief encounter with Chao Chi-Ye, she hurriedly led several survivors back towards the first floor. Those individuals must have been lying in wait for me on the first floor. Chao Chi-Ye glanced at Shang Guanfian. As the vanguard of the battle maidens, she was perfectly suited for such tasks. Master, leave it to me. Not a single one shall remain. Shang Guanfian understood immediately, eager to vent her frustrations on those who had just been struck by Woodingding. Anyone who dared to harm Brother Chi-Ye or the Goddess Alliance, be they zombie or human, was an enemy. They must be eradicated. The task of clearing the rabble was entrusted to Shang Guanfian. Chao Chi-Ye first instructed Su Ying to tend to Shauna's wounds. Then he picked up the ability Dao, which had emerged upon Xuebing's demise. It was a yellow six-pointed star. According to the information Chao Chi-Ye currently possessed, the colors of the abilities were classified as follows. Class C was yellow. Class B was red, and Class A was gold. As for the color of Class S, he remained unaware. The C-level ability known as Dao may hold little value for him, yet in the eyes of the outside world, it is a coveted treasure. Chao Chi-Ye could effortlessly exchange it for an ordinary Dao to enhance his genetic lock. Subsequently, under the guidance of Shauna, Chao Chi-Ye utilized his spatial abilities to gather all the resources from the entire base. This is spatial ability? Shauna was utterly astounded by the scene before her. She understood the immense worth of spatial abilities in a post-apocalyptic world. Chao Chi-Ye brought her an abundance of surprises, which explained why the other members of the Goddess Alliance were so devoted, willingly calling him their master. Merely possessing spatial abilities, yet the master's prowess extends far beyond that. Woodingding spoke with an air of superiority, her tone tinged with a hint of boastfulness, resembling a junior proudly showcasing their strength before their seniors. Her eyes gleaming with pride. However, why is Ling Naimei treated differently from everyone else? Shauna's gaze fell upon Ling Naimei, ensnared by dark chains. A flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She had long heard of Ling Naimei being singled out by Shang Guanfian. Logically, Ling Naimei should have joined the Goddess Alliance before her, for after all, Ling Naimei was one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangqing, undoubtedly meeting the recruitment criteria of the Girls' Alliance. This individual is an assassin from the Yasukuni group of Sakura Country. Chao Chi-Ye spoke in a calm tone, a hint of coldness in his voice. An assassin from Sakura Country. Shauna was once again taken aback, her pupils slightly constricting. She clearly did not anticipate that this so-called sweet campus beauty, Ling Naimei, harbored such a secret identity. She recalled carefully that Ling Naimei's name indeed carried the essence of the land of cherry blossoms. Although her appearance bore a resemblance to that of a large shrimp, there was an exotic charm in her eyes and brows. Observing Ling Naimei's disheveled state, Shauna silently gave a nod of approval to Chao Chi-Ye. Initially, she presumed that the Goddess Alliance he established would accept any beautiful woman, but she was surprised to find that in the face of significant moral dilemmas, Chao Chie possessed remarkable clarity. At the Jiangxing Media Academy, in the Subterranean Biological Research Institute, the dimly lit laboratory was illuminated by the cold glow of fluorescent lights, casting shadows over a workbench cluttered with test tubes and instruments. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectants mingled with chemical agents. Professor Kong stood before the workbench, gripping a test tube that shimmered with a soft blue light, his eyes alight with fervor and excitement. I did it. Ha ha ha. I have succeeded. His laughter echoed through the spacious laboratory, tinged with a hint of madness and relief. The assistants around him, catching his enthusiasm, paused their tasks, their gazes converging upon the test tube. Within the test tube, the liquid sparkled like distant stars, harboring boundless hope. Professor Kong's hand trembled slightly, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out in exhilaration, and tears glistened in his eyes. Professor, is this the serum to combat the zombie virus? A young assistant could not contain his disbelief, his voice quivering. Indeed, this is the answer we have tirelessly sought. Professor Kong's voice grew hoarse with excitement as he elevated the test tube high, as if proclaiming his triumph to the world. After countless failures, we have finally discovered the pivotal component capable of eradicating the zombie virus, microglow. The atmosphere in the laboratory erupted with fervor as assistants cheered, some even embracing each other in ecstatic joy. The prolonged depression and despair were finally liberated in that moment, with every face illuminated by delight and hope. Quick! Immediately publish the results of microglow on the Academy forum. Professor Kong inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within, yet his voice betrayed his exhilaration, each word quivering with emotion. An assistant sprang into action, eyes gleaming with a near-sacred sense of duty, as if the keyboard in his hands was not merely a tool, but the embodiment of humanity's hope. Minutes later, a scholarly article detailing the microglow inhibitor was officially released. The composition of microglow effectively curtails the deterioration of the zombie virus, and the inhibitor derived from it has the potential to restore rationality to those infected and undergoing transformation. Although the discovery of microglow cannot revert those who have already succumbed to zombification back to humanity, its capacity to suppress viral infection is astonishing enough to reverberate throughout the blue planet. After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary abilities like Chao Chie, who wields the fountain of purification to defy the onslaught of the zombie virus. The emergence of microglow undeniably adds a vibrant stroke to the ongoing struggle between humanity and the undead. Even more commendable is Professor Kong's choice to share this discovery with the world, rather than exploiting it for personal gain in the apocalypse. Moreover, the essence of the is not intricate, it can simply be extracted from the Tao. For the survivors struggling in the post-apocalyptic world, this undoubtedly serves as a powerful tonic. Although the shroud of black mist restricts communication to a mere 10 kilometers at most, this significant achievement can still propagate swiftly across the entire blue planet through a tiered relay. That may very well be the first glimmer of hope rekindled for humanity amidst this calamity. Chapter 51. The puppeteer behind the scenes, it's Professor Kong. He has actually developed a remedy to suppress the zombie virus. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. We have just tested it, and the extracted substance indeed proves effective in purifying the zombie virus. With this, we no longer need to tread cautiously while exterminating zombies, fearing infection ourselves. Professor Kong has selflessly shared this monumental scientific breakthrough on the Academy forum. He is undoubtedly the greatest scientist in this world. If only this discovery had come sooner, then my sister wouldn't have to. The reverberations of the suppressor are continuously spreading throughout the blue planet. This marks a pivotal moment of triumph for humanity. Professor Kong has unveiled that inhibits the zombie virus. Upon witnessing the suppressor, Chao Chie was equally astounded. However, his focus diverged significantly from that of others. The chemical formula of the substance is not complex. Even if Professor Kong had not uncovered it, humanity would eventually unveil its secrets. The discovery made by Professor Kong has granted humanity a precious advantage in this war. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chao Chie stepped forward to confront Ling Naimei, his tone ominously insistent. You were already aware that Professor Kong could develop the microlight, weren't you? This is why you attempted to assassinate our biological professor from the Great Xia, correct? Deep down, Chao Chie harbored a strong premonition. Someone must have foreseen the outbreak of the zombie virus on the blue planet. Perhaps this catastrophe was orchestrated deliberately. Otherwise, the preemptive assassination of a biological professor by the Sakura nation remains inexplicable. I truly do not know. I merely received the assassination order and had not yet made my move. Ling Naimei, frightened by Chao Chie's piercing gaze, hastily explained. According to the original plan, I was supposed to act the following day, but But who would have anticipated the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus that trapped me in my dormitory? It was only after awakening my abilities that I managed to escape. Speak. On your assassination list from the Sakura Nation, besides Professor Kong, who else is there? Chao Chia pressed on, his voice icy. There is no one else, only Professor Kong. Impossible. There must be others on the list. Chao Chia's gaze was sharp, fixed intently on Ling Naimei. Although Professor Kong successfully developed the microlight, the assassination target could not possibly be limited to him alone. Unless they had known all along that only Professor Kong in the entire Jiang City, indeed in all of Great Xia, could promptly detect the existence of the microlight. Compared to this, Chao Chia was more inclined to believe that the assassination targets from the land of cherry blossoms were all biological virus experts from the Great Xia, with Professor Kong being merely one among them. Speak. If you don't, I will end you immediately. Chao Chia gripped Ling Naimei's chin, his gaze sharp as a blade. I truly am not lying. Faced with Chao Chia's imposing presence, Ling Naimei's mind raced, and just as Chao Chia was on the brink of eruption, she recalled a potentially useful piece of information. Brother Chao, I just remembered. Although I don't know the details about the employer, I recall my father mentioning, quite unintentionally, that the individual in question is an American. An American? Are you certain? I am not entirely sure. But I believe, perhaps this information could assist you. Chao Chia furrowed his brow slightly. It was precisely Ling Naimei's uncertain assertion that led him to believe she was not being deceitful. This indicated that the Yamaguchi Gumi from the land of cherry blossoms was merely a tool, while the true puppeteer behind it all was an American. However, based on the current information, this was merely conjecture. The truth would only be unveiled once Chao Chia located the 1,000 Yamaguchi Gumi members who had come to Jiangqing. As mentioned by Ling Naimei, you all should hunt zombies near the gymnasium and collect Ao. I, along with Yo-Yu and Yue, will take Ling Naimei out for a while. In my absence, Su-Ying will command the squad. Yes, Master, we will ensure the task is completed. As soon as the words fell, the wings behind Chao Chia suddenly unfurled, their pristine feathers slicing through the air in a sharp arc. With a single hand, he lifted Ling Naimei and soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Young Yu and Young Wei closely followed, their delicate figures flitting like two small birds, swiftly guiding the way for Chao Chia. In no time, the trio arrived at the experimental building of Jiangqing Academy. Although Professor Kong had never disclosed the location of his experiments, the entire Jiangqing Media Academy possessed only this experimental building's underground research facility. Professor Kong must be beneath it. Young Yu spoke in a hushed tone, her gaze gravely fixed on the experimental building. At that moment, the exterior of the building was besieged by an overwhelming horde of zombies, the putrid stench pervading the air and inducing nausea. At the entrance, a female professor clad in a white lab coat was attempting to break through with a few students. However, the sheer number of zombies rendered their efforts futile. What shall we do, Professor Jiang? We simply cannot break through. A student exclaimed, despair etched across his face, his voice trembling. Professor Jiang clenched his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. We must find a way to break through. Professor Kong and the others have gone days and nights without rest or sustenance. If we cannot find food and water, we shall all perish here. Indeed, Professor Kong has made such immense contributions for humanity. He cannot die. Another student clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope igniting within his gaze. Precisely. Even if it means death, we must carve a bloody path and bring back sustenance. The group echoed in unison, their voices tinged with fear, yet resolutely steadfast. Under the guidance of Professor Jiang, they disregarded their own safety and surged forward valiantly. However, courage appeared feeble in the face of the brutal zombies. The roars of the undead echoed incessantly, mocking their recklessness. By the time Chao Chia arrived from above, Professor Jiang's group had nearly suffered total annihilation. One by one, the students were overwhelmed by the zombies, their screams drowned in the tide of corpses, leaving only Professor Jiang struggling against the onslaught. To make matters worse, due to her physical condition, her view was obstructed, causing her to stumble and fall heavily to the ground, as the horde threatened to engulf her. Even after Professor Jiang fell, she bounced slightly on the gas cushion beneath her. Chao Chia, observing from above, witnessed this scene clearly. Even the seasoned Chao could not suppress his astonishment. Was there truly such a remarkable elasticity? Nevertheless, despite his musings, Chao Chia did not remain a passive observer in this critical moment. Just as Professor Jiang frantically searched for her glasses on the ground, fearing she would soon become a zombie's meal, a golden thunder spear descended like a divine weapon, piercing through the zombie before her with a piercing sound. The golden lightning entwined around the spear erupted instantaneously, paralyzing the surrounding zombies and rendering them immobile. Boom. The residual waves of thunder erupted in the air, resembling a golden lightning bolt cleaving the heavens. Immediately thereafter, Chao Chi-Ye retracted his wings, descending like a meteor. His right arm instantaneously transformed into a beastly form, muscles covered in dragon scales bulging with ferocious strength. Upon landing, Chao Chi-Ye swiftly extracted the thunder spear embedded in the ground, its tip shimmering with blinding lightning. With a low growl, he wielded the spear, each strike resonating like a roaring thunder dragon, exuding cataclysmic power. The spear's shadow flickered like electricity, sweeping through the air and cleaving several zombies in half, their dismembered limbs swirling through the sky. In a fluid motion, he pivoted, plunging the spear's tip into the earth, where the lightning spread across the ground, charring the surrounding zombies into ashes. Chao Chi-Ye's movements flowed like water, embodying the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. Wherever he went, zombies fell in droves. In his hands, the thunder spear transcended mere weaponry, resembling a living thunder dragon that roared and tore apart all adversaries. To Professor Jiang, whose vision was obscured by a haze, this spectacle appeared extraordinarily magical and resplendent. Was a deity come to save humanity? Professor Jiang gazed in awe at Chao Chi-Ye, who seemed like a divine being descending from the heavens, marveling despite being an avowed atheist. Meanwhile, Xinyo Yu and Xinyu Wei swiftly joined the fray, the sisters seamlessly coordinating to rescue several surviving students from the encirclement of zombies, ushering them to safety. The tides of battle shifted instantaneously. After dispatching the zombies, Chao Chi-Ye ambled over to Professor Jiang. At this moment, Professor Jiang sat on the ground, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet she could not conceal her unique aura. Draped in a pristine white lab coat over a dark turtleneck sweater, she exuded both dignity and elegance. Her long golden hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, framing her exquisitely defined and mature features. A hint of intellect emanated from her brows, while beneath her prominent nose rested a pair of softly pursed red lips, exuding a subtle warmth. Particularly striking was her impressive décolletage, undoubtedly making her the foremost figure in the current iteration. Even the esteemed Wu Dingting, who held the top position among Chao Chi-Ye's entourage, appeared merely a novice in comparison, a true supermodel. Indeed. Name, Jiang Ling. Gender, female. Age, 29. Gene lock, unlocked. Beauty score, 85. Physique score, 96. Aura score, 87. Charm score, 92. Overall rating, 90. Unlockable skin level, epic. The system bestowed high recognition upon Jiang Ling. With an impressive physique score of 96, it was no wonder that Chao Chi-Ye's gaze remained fixated on her, as if entranced, unable to commit her appearance to memory. Professor Jiang, your glasses, he remarked, presenting the spectacles that lay on the ground before her. The glasses rested beside her left hand, yet due to the perilous scene that had just transpired, Jiang Ling found herself momentarily flustered, unable to grasp them. Thank you, she stammered, donning the glasses, which instantly elevated her mature allure to a new level. Chao Chi-Ye unilaterally declared that with the glasses on, Professor Jiang's aura deserved an additional 5 points. Among you, there is not a single extraordinary individual capable of unlocking the genetic locks. What purpose does it serve to rush outside? Is this not akin to courting death? Chao Chi-Ye expressed his confusion. Thank you for rescuing me and my students. Jiang Ling reiterated her gratitude, then, with a hint of resignation, added, to speak candidly, the supplies in the laboratory have been completely depleted. Professor Kong has fallen into a coma after successfully developing the microlight inhibitor. Rather than waiting for death in the lab, it would be better to take a chance. Your courage is commendable. Chao Chi-Ye nodded silently, acknowledging the bravery of those present. In the face of zombies, ordinary individuals feel so insignificant and fragile. You are the esteemed Chao, the founder of the Goddess Alliance. Jiang Ling recognized him, as the reputation of the Goddess Alliance had spread throughout the Academy Forum. Were it not for Professor Kong's microlight inhibitor, it would still be trending at number 1. Indeed, that is me, Chao Chi-Ye replied with a smile, surprised that even the Academy's professors were familiar with his name. I have seen your videos online. It seems the Goddess Alliance possesses an abundance of resources. That you have just saved us, and I have yet to express my gratitude. I now have an unusual request. Jiang Ling grasped Chao Chi-Ye's arm as if clinging to the last hope, her eyes filled with earnestness. Speak freely, Chao Chi-Ye responded calmly. I would like to borrow some food and water from the Goddess Alliance, Jiang Ling said, biting her lip, finding it difficult to voice her request. She understood just how unreasonable her plea was. She had just been saved from peril, yet she found herself unable to reciprocate in any meaningful way. And now she was compelled to ask for supplies. It is crucial to recognize that in this apocalyptic world, food and water are far more precious than gold. Moreover, given their current predicament, they were in no position to repay any debt. No, Chao Chi responded without a moment's hesitation, his tone cold and resolute. Our goddess alliance does not harbor a habit of borrowing from others. Upon hearing this, Jiangling lowered her head in silence, biting her lip. She was acutely aware that she had no right to demand such invaluable resources from another. Yet, the thought of her famished colleagues and students in the underground research facility twisted her heart like a knife. In their collective endeavor to save Blue Star, they had tirelessly developed the microlight suppressor. They were heroes who deserved not to perish in such a manner. However, Chao Chi suddenly shifted his tone, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You may trade something with me. Trade? Jiangling was momentarily taken aback. With nothing to her name, what could she possibly offer in exchange? Chao Chi did not respond but allowed his gaze to sweep over her figure, from her disheveled golden locks to her slightly trembling fingertips, finally resting upon her mature and exquisite face, his eyes betraying an unmasked scrutiny. In an instant, Jiangling grasped his implication, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, the color creeping to her ears. She instinctively took a half-step back, her voice quivering. You mean, me? Chapter 53. The transaction indeed, Chao Chi nodded, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. As expected of a professor. She grasped the essence immediately. Well then, Jiangling bit her lip, a blush creeping across her cheeks, yet her gaze remained resolute. To ensure the survival of the heroes who would save Blue Star, she was willing to pay any price. Taking a deep breath, her fingers trembled as she began to unfasten the buttons of her garment, her voice barely audible. How much food and water can you provide me at once? I might require quite a bit. Suddenly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Chao Chi was at a loss. He quickly raised his hand to halt her. Professor Jiang, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. What I propose is not a one-time transaction, but a long-term, permanent arrangement. I hope you will consider joining our goddess alliance. In exchange, I can allocate some food and water for Professor Kong and the others. Chao Chi was quite surprised by her decisiveness. The flush on her face seemed merely a physiological reaction typical of a woman. Internally, she exhibited no struggle, readily consenting. Is this the decisiveness characteristic of highbrow intellectuals when faced with a choice? Upon hearing those words, Jiangling was momentarily taken aback, her actions coming to an abrupt halt. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide within. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of relief washed over her. So, are you suggesting that if I join your goddess alliance, I will receive food and water? She tentatively inquired, struggling to fathom such fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, replied Chao Chi with a subtle smile, his tone laced with amusement. However, Professor Jiang, your recent actions have certainly surprised me, especially considering your students were nearby. Reminded by Chao Chi, Jiangling's face turned even redder as she hastily owned her undone collar, murmuring softly, I merely thought that you desired my body? Chao Chi raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing her. Ahem, enough of that. I am willing to join your goddess alliance. Jiangling interrupted him, her embarrassment akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling. She sensed the gazes of her fellow students shifting towards her. Very well, let us seek out Professor Kong at once, Chao Chi promptly declared. His purpose for coming was indeed to confirm certain matters with Professor Kong. As a selfless scientist, he was more than willing to extend his assistance. Naturally, if he could also facilitate Professor Zhang's inclusion in the Goddess Alliance, it would be an even greater boon. Providing sustenance and water was already part of his original intentions. If one could simultaneously indulge in the company of a captivating and beautiful professor, it would indeed be a double delight. However, the arrival of Jiangling did not immediately grant Chao Chi the opportunity to unlock her potential. Their initial encounter revealed that Jiangling was not entirely willing to follow Chao Chi, yet he remained unperturbed. Having joined the Goddess Alliance, Jiangling, the enchanting professor, was destined to be drawn into their fold, sooner or later. With a nod, Jiangling promptly led the way. With such a formidable ally as Chao Chi supporting them, she was confident that they would undoubtedly prevail through the impending challenges. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor towards the underground research facility, Jiangling's curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, Boss Chao, doesn't the Goddess Alliance primarily recruit beautiful women? You rated Wu Tingting. A remarkably lovely girl, only an 80. I am nearing 30. lacking the youthfulness of those girls, and as a rather dull, highly educated professor. Why would you invite me to join? Chao Chie turned his head, casting a knowing glance her way, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was evident that Jiang Ling was completely unaware of her own prowess. She was recognized by the system as an exceptional anomaly, boasting a physique score of an unprecedented 96, with an overall score soaring to 90, sufficient to unlock an epic skin. Perhaps the plethora of digitally altered images and filtered influencers online had skewed Jiang Ling's perception of her own beauty, leading her to misjudge her remarkable attributes. Alternatively, her dedication to academia may have rendered her oblivious to standards of physical allure. Chao Chie found her self-perception rather endearing, in stark contrast to those little fairies who, despite scoring below 50, audaciously award themselves scores exceeding 90. You have already become a member of the Goddess Alliance. Henceforth, refrain from addressing me as Boss Chao. That is how outsiders refer to me. Chao Chie did not directly respond to her inquiry, but rather stated with an air of nonchalance, "You shall call me Master." "Very well, Director," Jiang Ling replied casually. "It is Master, not Director," Chao Chie corrected her with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, right, Master," Jiang Ling nodded, her tone serene, as if she were responding to an academic query. Chao Chie found himself both amused and exasperated. Although the term had been altered, Jiang Ling's use of master lacked the bashfulness and submission typical of other deities. Instead, it was imbued with a palpable sense of professionalism, as if she were presenting data in a laboratory setting. Shaking his head, he felt that this version of Jiang Ling was, in fact, more intriguing. Seeing Chao Chie shake his head, Jiang Ling mistakenly assumed he had reconsidered, quickly exclaiming, "Hey, Master, you must not backtrack." Chao Chie couldn't help but burst into laughter. After traversing a narrow and dimly lit corridor, Chao Chie finally arrived at the underground research facility. Upon pushing open the heavy blast door, the sight before him momentarily stunned him. The interior of the research facility was spacious, yet it exuded an atmosphere of tension and fatigue. Cold white LED lights were embedded in the walls. Although the illumination was bright, it imparted a chilling sense of oppression. The laboratory tabletop was adorned with an array of intricate instruments, including microscopes, centrifuges, and spectrometers, all meticulously arranged. The screens flickered with complex data and curves, while the floor was strewn with documents and discarded experimental apparatus, clearly untouched for an extended period. A faint odor of disinfectant lingered in the air. All the professors and their assistants were slumbering in the corners, oblivious to the entrance of Jiang Ling and her companions, including Chao Chie. "Everyone, wake up. I've returned with food and water," Jiang Ling exclaimed with exuberance, her voice resonating throughout the vast underground research facility. After a considerable time, a young assistant stirred from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes before hastily rousing the elderly professor beside him. The prolonged confinement and intense research, compounded by a severe scarcity of resources, had left these seasoned academics physically drained, with some even experiencing a fog of consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Chao Chie felt a profound sense of respect swell within him. These researchers, in their quest for humanity's future, had pushed themselves to the brink. "Jie, you finally returned." A bespectacled youth sprang into Jiang Ling's embrace upon awakening. This moment evoked a pang of envy in Chao Chie. The recent slumber had fostered in Jiang Ling's brother the illusion that his sister had been away for an extended duration. In reality, Jiang Ling had only just reached the entrance, narrowly escaping a horde of zombies. Fortuitously, she encountered Chao Chie, which ensured her safe return. In less than half an hour, the events unfolded. "It's all right, Xiao Rue." Jiang Ling gently embraced her younger brother Kong Rue, a tender smile gracing her lips. She reached out to tousle his hair, her tone imbued with a hint of affection. "During my absence, have you taken good care of Dad?" "Of course." Kong Rue puffed out his chest, pride illuminating his face as he patted his heart. He then turned to the unconscious Professor Kong, gently shaking his shoulder. "Dad, wake up. Sister is back, and she has brought food and water." Jiang Ling and Kong Rue were the children of Professor Kong, one taking their father's surname and the other their mother's. Observing this touching scene, Chao Chie remained silent, tossing a bulging backpack before them. The bag landed with a dull thud, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Ling hurried forward, unzipping the backpack to reveal it brimming with bottled water and bread. The sheer quantity exceeded her expectations. The shock was akin to someone bursting into your room during peacetime and casually dropping a sack of gold at your feet. "This, so much." Jiang Ling's eyes widened, her voice trembling slightly. She turned to Chao Chie, her gaze filled with gratitude and astonishment. In the next moment, overwhelmed with emotion. She enveloped Chao Chi-ya in a heartfelt embrace. Instantly, Chao Chi-ya was enveloped by a soft sensation, accompanied by a faint fragrance, as though he were immersed in a warm sea of clouds. Though Jiang Ling's embrace was somewhat unexpected, it was suffused with genuine emotion. Chao Chi-ya allowed himself to personally experience an exquisite facial cleanser. "Thank you, master," Jiang Ling murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Chao Chi-ya paused momentarily, then gently patted her back, his tone soothing. "First, let us provide food and water for everyone to replenish their strength." Only then did Jiang Ling release her grip, hastily distributing the supplies from her backpack to the group. The atmosphere in the research institute instantly became lively, as the weary researchers' eyes reignited with the flame of hope. Standing aside, Chao Chi-ya observed this scene with great satisfaction. In a world ravaged by chaos, decisiveness in combat is the rule of survival. However, this does not necessitate the obliteration of humanity and emotions. He does not turn a blind eye to those in peril, but rather chooses to extend his limited assistance to those who genuinely contribute to the future of humanity. Once the group had sufficiently regained their strength, Chao Chi-ya beckoned Professor Kong to a secluded corner and directly broached the subject. "Professor Kong, are you aware that you are already on the assassination list of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss in Sakura Country?" "What? The Gate of the Imperial Abyss? I believe I have heard of this organization. Do they truly exist?" Professor Kong adjusted his heavy black-framed glasses, his grizzled beard quivering slightly, his tone laced with confusion and unease. Clearly, he was oblivious to the entire situation. Chao Chi-ya nodded, gesturing towards the boundling Naime beside him. "She is the daughter of the Yamaguchi-gumi's leader in Sakura Country and a killer from the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. Her presence at Jiangcheng Media Academy, disguised as a campus belle, is solely to assassinate you." "Assassinate me?" Professor Kong wore a bewildered expression. Even though Ling Naimei stood before him, he found it hard to believe the reality of the situation. "I am merely an old man engaged in biological research. Why would anyone want to assassinate me?" Chao Chi-ya's gaze grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. "It is because of your research findings, the luminal substance. It has the potential to inhibit the deterioration of the zombie virus, offering hope for humanity, yet posing a threat to certain individuals. Professor Kong, your existence has encroached upon the interests of some powerful factions." After a moment of silence, Professor Kong sighed. "I had thought that in this apocalyptic age, humanity would unite to confront the zombie menace. I never imagined there would be those scheming in the shadows. However, Professor Kong, the most pressing issue at hand is not this." Chao Chi-ya's tone suddenly grew grave, his eyes revealing a hint of profound meaning. "Indeed?" Professor Kong furrowed his brow, evidently intrigued by Chao Chi-ya's words. "The crux of the matter is that you began your research on the luminal substance only after the outbreak of the zombie virus. Did you not? After all, the existence of the Tao was only discovered by humanity a few days post-outbreak. Moreover, the assassination operations orchestrated by the Gate of the Abyss had commenced prior to the viral outbreak. To my current knowledge, you are the sole individual listed on their assassination roster." "You mean?" Professor Kong's voice gradually lowered, as if he sensed a whiff of conspiracy. "Indeed. This is by no means a coincidence," Chao Chi-ya replied, his gaze sharp and his tone imbued with certainty. "It seems that someone might have foreseen your inevitable research on glimmering matter. This is exceedingly chilling." Professor Kong's complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. If this were indeed the case, it would be profoundly bizarre. After all, in the realm of biological virus research, I am hardly the most authoritative figure, even in the Great Summer or Jiang City. There are many scientific professors like myself. I have merely been fortunate enough to discover glimmering matter ahead of others." Professor Kong adjusted his heavy black-rimmed glasses, his brow furrowed, clearly engulfed in deep perplexity. Could it be that someone has invented a time machine? Chao Chi-ya shook his head, his tone calm and resolute. "I believe it is unlikely to be a time machine. Rather, it may involve the ability to foresee the future, or perhaps, the existence of reincarnators." Upon hearing this, Professor Kong's pupils dilated sharply, clearly taken aback by this audacious conjecture. Chao Chi-ya's words were not baseless. The current situation on Blue Star has transcended the realm of scientific explanation. Black fog, zombies, supernatural abilities, and even systems exist. It is entirely possible that there are indeed travelers from other realms and reincarnators. Professor Kong fell silent for a moment, then let out a wry smile. "If this is truly the case, then this world is far more complex than I had ever imagined." Chao Chi-ya's gaze grew profound. "Therefore, we must prepare for the worst, regardless of who is manipulating these events from behind the scenes. Their intentions are clearly not limited to mere destruction, but rather encompass a grander scheme. Professor Kong took a deep breath and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "I have exhausted all my resources. If we are to unravel the truth behind the black mist and the zombie virus, it shall depend on young individuals like yourself." Chao Chia nodded, his mind swirling with an increasing number of enigmas. His urgency in seeking out Professor Kong stemmed from a desire to validate his own conjectures. The answer was glaringly clear. Professor Kong was not an authoritative expert on biological viruses, nor had he engaged in microbiological research before the apocalypse. Yet, the imperial gate of Sakura country had inexplicably singled him out. Alternatively, it could be that the malevolent force behind the imperial gate had marked him as well. At this juncture, Chao Chia was nearly convinced that the zombie virus was no mere coincidence. Beneath the swirling black mist lay an astonishing secret. Although he remained in the dark about its nature, he was fortunate to have awakened the supreme skin system. In this grand game, he was no longer a mere pawn, but had attained the potential to become a player. Chao Chia said nothing further, instead tightening his grip on the thunder ray gun, silently vowing to unmask the puppeteer, regardless of who it might be. Even if his opponent were a deity, he would strive to challenge fate. Chapter 55. Unlocking New Skin. Brave Bull Professor Kong. I shall not linger here any longer. Let us keep in touch. Should any significant discoveries arise, please inform me at once. With many matters still at hand and his suspicions now clarified, it was time for Chao Chia to take his leave. He is a man who races against the divine, and time holds particular value in Chao Chia's eyes. Before departing, Chao Chia entrusted Professor Kong with the extraordinary ability known as Dao, possessed by Shui Bing. It is far more beneficial to teach a man to fish than to merely give him fish, rather than leaving them with a plethora of resources. It is wiser to endow them with the capability to seek out resources. Witnessing Chao Chia bestow such a precious ability as Dao upon him filled Professor Kong with profound gratitude, aware that he could never repay this debt. Yet seeing the benefactor who had saved them all on the verge of leaving, he made a decision that took everyone by surprise, yet was entirely reasonable. Xiaoling, come here. Professor Kong called to Chao Chia before summoning his cherished daughter, Jiangling, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. He gently placed his daughter's hand into Chao Chia's, speaking with solemnity and resolve. My daughter, Jiangling, has inherited a significant portion of my life's teachings. Mr. Chao, you have established an organization called the Goddess Alliance, and Xiaoling's qualifications undoubtedly meet your standards. Today, I entrust her to your care. Following their recent conversation, Professor Kong had come to fully acknowledge Chao Chia's strength and capabilities. In a world rife with peril, entrusting his beloved daughter to a formidable man was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chao Chia was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiangling had yet to inform her father of her membership in the Goddess Alliance. However, this development was fortuitous. What began as a mere exchange of interest had transformed into a father's heartfelt entrustment, ultimately facilitating his path to unlocking the ultimate skin. Chao Chia nodded, his tone calm and resolute. Professor Kong, you can rest assured, I will take good care of Jiangling. Meanwhile, Jiangling was clearly taken aback by her father's unexpected decision, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, Dad, what are you doing? Professor Kong chuckled softly, patting his daughter's hand. Little Ling, Boss Chao is a trustworthy individual. With him by your side, I can feel at ease. Jiangling bit her lip, stealing a furtive glance at Chao Chia, her heart racing uncontrollably. Although she typically exuded calmness and rationality, her father's direct entrustment left her feeling somewhat flustered. Observing Jiangling's bashful demeanor, Chao Chia boldly drew her into his embrace, embodying the essence of a protective boyfriend. After departing from the underground research facility, Jiangling's perspective began to shift under her father's trust. Ding. System notification. Goddess Jiangling voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked epic skin. Beastwoman tribe. Jiangling. Gender, female. Age, 29. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, level 1, 42. Ultimate skin. Beastwoman tribe, Brave Bull, epic. Can transform into beastly and orcish forms based on personal characteristics. Superpower, grade A, indomitable resilience. Life force, physical ability, and endurance significantly enhanced, with benefits amplifying the longer the battle endures. The host shall acquire all the abilities of the Jiangling skin and possess the right to don or remove it at will. As a radiant light enveloped Jiangling, Her figure appeared to be shrouded in a gentle halo, reminiscent of a magical girl transforming. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Jiang Ling revealed an entirely new ensemble, Brave Bull from the Beast Girl tribe. She adorned a fitted bodysuit in pure white, adorned with irregular black spots. The alluring open-back design, complemented by her golden locks, accentuated Jiang Ling's exaggerated and explosive figure to perfection. From various perspectives, the landscape appears differently, with peaks and valleys manifesting in diverse forms. Chao Qiye gazed at the enchanting Jiang Ling before him, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this brave bull skin would so exquisitely highlight Jiang Ling's demeanor, blending intellectual elegance befitting a scholarly professor with a playful and vibrant spirit. Particularly, the A-grade ability bestowed by the epic skin, unyielding tenacity, served as a formidable enhancement. Vitality, physical capacity, and endurance, each attribute is of utmost significance. Moreover, the longer the battle endures, the greater the amplification. This ability enables Chao Qiye to grow increasingly valiant in subsequent fierce confrontations, harmonizing seamlessly with his thunder spear. Achieving the true essence of the spear strikes like a dragon, unyielding in the face of adversity. Chapter 56. The Divine Gift and Deprivation. What is happening? Jiang Ling felt the sensation of her new attire, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The design of the backless attire left her feeling a chill upon her back and sides, as if a gentle breeze and the gaze of Chao Qiye were both seeping into her clothing. As a young research professor, Jiang Ling had dedicated the majority of her early life to the laboratory, always dressing in a manner that concealed her completely, never having dared to embrace such audacious fashion. Particularly striking was the golden bell that hung around her neck, ringing melodiously with each step she took. In that moment, Jiang Ling felt somewhat flustered, as if she could scarcely move. This is your new skin, along with extraordinary abilities, and your genetic locks have been released by me, Chao Qiye said, wrapping his arms around her smooth waist from behind. The warmth of his palm radiated through her skin, causing her to shudder slightly. He gestured towards a few wandering zombies outside the door and spoke in a casual tone. You now possess the same strength as Xin Youyu and Xin Yue. Go ahead and give it a try. Me? Jiang Ling replied incredulously, pointing to herself. She had witnessed the prowess of Xin Youyu and Xin Yue firsthand. They could unfurl pristine wings like Chao Qiye, wielding their meteor hammers with such might that a single strike could shatter a zombie to pieces. How could someone like her, who spent her days in a laboratory and was utterly powerless, suddenly acquire such strength? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell her rising anxiety. Lowering her gaze to her hands, she attempted to clench her fists, only to feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. Her heartbeat quickened, as if a torrent of warmth surged from her chest, enveloping her entire being. Even the physical engine upon her chest began to tremble. With a fierce shout, Jiang Ling summoned her courage and charged towards the zombies outside the door. Outside, several zombies wandered aimlessly, but upon hearing the commotion, they immediately rushed towards her. Bang! Jiang Ling closed her eyes, instinctively throwing a punch. The formidable force erupted instantaneously, sending the struck zombie hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the horde behind, scattering them like bowling pins. The fierce wind generated by her punch made the bells around her neck jingle melodiously. When she opened her eyes again, the previously roaring zombies lay sprawled on the ground, some even having been shattered, their black blood and decaying flesh strewn about. Jiang Ling stood in place, glancing down at her fist, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that she could unleash such terrifying power. With a gene lock of level 142, combined with the wild strength of the Beast Girl tribe and the vitality bestowed by the Brave Bull skin, her physical prowess and endurance had received immense enhancements. Jiang Ling was no longer merely a statistical anomaly. She had transformed into a multifaceted powerhouse. Her strength and stamina had reached an astonishing pinnacle. At this moment, Jiang Ling resembled a ferocious beast awakened from slumber, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. How do you feel? Chao Qiye inquired with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, striving to calm the turmoil within her. She turned to face Chao Qiye, her eyes shimmering with confidence. I have never felt so powerful. Your abilities are bestowed by me. As long as you remain utterly loyal, your strength will continue to grow. Chao Qiye shifted his tone. Conversely, I can retract your skin and powers at any moment. Just like this. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the brave bull suit enveloping Jiang Ling and the wild power coursing through her vanished in an instant. She felt an inexplicable lightness, as if the very essence of her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her exposed in the open air. Fortunately, there were no others around. Only Chao Qiye, Xin Youyu, and Xin Yue. Ah. The abrupt disarmament elicited a startled cry from Jiang Ling, who instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Her face painted with confusion and trepidation. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes reflecting a blend of vulnerability and helplessness. Snap! Chao Chiye snapped his fingers once more, and the brave bullskin and power returned to Jiang Ling, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting illusion. She stood frozen in place, her heartbeat yet to stabilize, while the flush on her cheeks deepened. Chao Chiye observed her flustered demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. And a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. Do not be anxious, I merely wish to amuse you. Jiang Ling lowered her head. Her voice barely above a whisper. Master, you are so mischievous, but I quite like it. However, the latter part of her thought remained unspoken. It was this man before her who had liberated her from the dreary confines of the laboratory, infusing her life with new vibrancy and excitement beyond mere scientific endeavors. This time, the title of master that Jiang Ling uttered no longer carried the previous sense of formality. She finally comprehended why the immensely powerful Xin Youyu and Xin Yue willingly followed Chao Chiye, referring to him as their master. For before her stood Chao Chiye, not merely their leader, but the sovereign of this apocalyptic world. He possessed the ability to bestow everything, as well as the power to strip everything away. Chao Chiye's existence resembled that of a supreme deity, evoking both dependence and reverence. Chapter 57. The Extraordinary Rabbit Brave Cow Jiangling Illustration. This can only be understood intuitively. Search for Cow Cos on Taobao. With Jiang Ling's addition, the combat prowess of the Goddess Alliance team was significantly enhanced. The members dispersed, efficiently clearing the zombies surrounding the experimental building and the sports arena. The team members had amassed a considerable amount of Dao. Yet, as dusk had yet to fall, the hunt was far from over. Chao Chiye, continue the hunt, striving to acquire as much Dao as possible. Assemble at the gymnasium by 8 o'clock in the evening. The goddesses, yes, master. In the present Goddess Alliance, each member possesses formidable combat abilities, enabling them to gather Dao at an astonishing pace. Chao Chiye is acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, time equates to life. He must seize every fleeting moment of daylight to expedite his growth. With unwavering determination, he unfurled his wings and soared directly to the back street of Jiangxing Academy. This area is densely populated with zombies, their numbers surging like a relentless tide. And the air is thick with a putrid stench. Currently, no factions have the audacity to hunt zombies here, for the level of danger far exceeds that of other locations. However, for Chao Chiye, this poses no challenge whatsoever. There remains no area within Jiangxing Academy that he dares not explore. Suspended in midair, he surveyed the street below with a steely gaze, his mind already formulating a plan. Chao Chiye's purpose for coming here is straightforward. His spatial abilities have allowed him to amass ample supplies of food and water. Nonetheless, his stock of daily necessities is still lacking. He has come specifically to replenish his supplies. Yet, before Chao Chiye could draw his thunderous spear to clear the zombies, an enigmatic figure suddenly leapt from the rooftop of a small shop. The figure moved with astonishing speed, akin to a silver lightning bolt. And in the blink of an eye, it stood before him. 2 gleaming kitchen knives sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. Chao Chiye's pupils constricted, and almost instinctively, he brandished his thunderous spear, positioning it defensively across his chest. Clang! The clash of blade against gunmetal resonated with a piercing clang, sparks flying in all directions. The immense force of the impact made Chao Chiye stagger slightly in midair, yet he regained his composure, his gaze icy as he scrutinized his adversary. It was only then that he discerned the true identity of the assailant, a grotesquely muscular zombie rabbit. A bizarre species. This undead rabbit loomed several times larger than an ordinary one, standing nearly 2 meters tall, its sinewy muscles rippling like forged steel. Its skin exhibited an eerie silvery hue, marred by patches of decay. Its crimson eyes glowed with malevolence, fangs bared, and its maw bore the remnants of dried blood, rendering it a nightmarish sight. Most striking were the 2 kitchen knives it wielded, their blades riddled with jagged notches, unmistakably having cleaved through countless hard objects. Dark red stains adorned the blades, exuding a pungent, metallic odor. The zombie rabbit moved with astonishing agility. After its initial strike missed, it granted Chao Chiye no respite. Swinging the knives once more in a horizontal slash aimed at his neck. The glint of the blades flashed like lightning, their speed nearly imperceptible. Chao Chiye snorted coldly, his wings unfurling with a sudden, powerful beat, swiftly retracting to evade the attack. The black obsidian spear in his grasp erupted with dazzling arcs of lightning. Its tip poised directly at the chest of the zombie rabbit. A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning shot forth from the spear's tip, hurtling towards the creature. Yet, To Chao Chia's astonishment, the zombie rabbit exhibited reflexes far superior to those of ordinary undead. It executed a deft somersault in midair, narrowly evading the lightning strike and retreating to the rooftop. Intriguing, Chao Chia narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that this zombie rabbit would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Although he had not exerted himself earnestly, this zombie rabbit was indeed the most powerful opponent he had encountered thus far. Its ability to engage with the genetically locked third-tier Chao Chia for even a few exchanges was quite impressive. Moreover, the rabbit possessed astonishing jumping prowess, capable of launching an assault against him even at an altitude of 50 meters. It was no wonder that no traces of humanity could be found in this backstreet. Such formidable humans. Ha ha ha. Such strong humans must possess delicious hearts. The zombie rabbit emitted a low, guttural growl, its crimson eyes gleaming with an eerie light as it lunged once more at Chao Chia. Its powerful thighs propelled it forward, creating a dent in the concrete ground with its leap. In an instant, it closed the distance to Chao Chia. Two kitchen knives sliced through the air, casting countless glimmers of cold light, resembling a deadly net of blades aimed at him. So strong. You are truly formidable. Ha 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 ha. The rabbit zombie's strikes grew increasingly rapid, its crimson eyes flashing with a frenzied light, its mouth curling into a grin that revealed sharp fangs, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing laughter. However, each of its movements appeared to Chao Chia as if in slow motion, devoid of any threat. He felt no urge to transform into a beast. Instead, he effortlessly wielded his black obsidian spear, parrying each of its attacks with ease. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed against the spear, sparks flying, yet Chao Chia's expression remained as tranquil as still water. Such a battle was utterly uninteresting to him. Chao Chia remarked. You are quite weak. The zombie rabbit paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment crossing its crimson eyes. Originally, it believed itself to be evenly matched with Chao Chia, even anticipating a thrilling and exhilarating duel. However, Chao Chia's words fell upon it like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing its excitement. What are you pretending for? Weak human. The rabbit zombie let out an enraged hiss, its speed in wielding the kitchen knife increasing, the blade's glimmer merging into a blinding flash, as if it sought to completely engulf Chao Chia. Yet, Chao Chia merely smiled faintly, with a sudden flick of the black obsidian spear in his hand. The spear tip struck out like a venomous serpent, precisely piercing the rabbit zombie's shoulder. In an instant, a burst of thunderous light erupted, charring the shoulder of the rabbit zombie, momentarily halting its movements. Following this, Chao Chia delivered a powerful kick to its chest, sending it hurtling several meters away. With a resounding crash, the rabbit zombie landed heavily on the ground, the kitchen knife slipping from its grasp. It struggled to rise, but Chao Chia had already materialized before it like a wraith, the tip of the black obsidian spear aimed directly at its head. The game is over, Chao Chia coldly declared, as the black obsidian spear erupted with blinding lightning. With a thunderous roar, the lightning, like a dragon, pierced through the rabbit zombie's skull. Its body stiffened for a moment before it collapsed weakly to the ground, transforming into a charred heap of remains. Strange species. Ability, level C, jump. Gene lock, second stage, 85. Chao Chia picked up the yellow ability Dao from the ground, lost in thought. He had not anticipated the emergence of second-stage strange species. It seemed the evolution of zombies was progressing at a swift pace. Chao Chia seemed to recall that within the entertainment top rankings of the Jiangcheng Academy Forum, there existed a formidable zombie. It was said that this particular zombie was exceptionally fierce, having already annihilated several survivor teams. Renowned for its prowess in Muay Thai, it earned the moniker Cha Chai. Strangely, despite having never encountered this zombie, Chao Chia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, the precise whereabouts of this anomalous entity were not disclosed online. After all, zombies are known to wander aimlessly, and seeking one out would be an imprudent expenditure of time. Whether he would cross paths with Cha Chai would depend solely on fortune. After dealing with the aberrations in the back streets, Chao Chia swiftly eliminated the surrounding minor threats. Subsequently, he collected all the supplies from the back streets into his storage space. The pink storage space was designated for food and water, while the blue storage space was reserved for daily necessities and other resources. In addition, he donned a pristine black suit. Chapter 58, Flame Dragon Shauna vs. Hedgehog Anomaly. While Chao Chia scavenged for supplies in the back streets, Shauna's gaze fixed intently on the cafeteria opposite the gymnasium. The cold storage within the cafeteria undoubtedly held a substantial reserve of frozen meats and ingredients. In a post-apocalyptic world, these provisions were undeniably treasures of immense value. As a newly inducted member of the Goddess Alliance, Shauna was eager to demonstrate her prowess before Chao Chie and the other team members. Initially, as the leader, Shauna had intended to secure the cafeteria after vanquishing the aberrations on the second floor. Regrettably, a rebellion led by Xuebing, who had consumed the ability known as Dao, resulted in the annihilation of everyone within the gymnasium at the hands of Chao Chie. However, this is entirely their own doing. Now, Shauna not only possesses a formidable new skin but has also awakened an A-class ability, with her gene lock elevated to a higher tier than before. Regions once deemed inaccessible are now no longer distant aspirations for her. Dragon form. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Shauna let out a low growl, and the power of the beast within her surged explosively. Her body began to transform rapidly, a layer of crimson scales emerging on her skin, shimmering with a molten glow. Unlike the majestic golden imperial dragon form of Chao Chie, Shauna's beastly form exudes a ferocious flame power. Roar. Shauna lifted her head and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar. Inferno breath. She opened her mouth, and a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, sweeping towards the horde of zombies at the door like a fire dragon. Where the flames passed, the zombies did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh, and the ground cracked under the intense heat. As the flames subsided, the zombies at the entrance had all vanished, leaving behind only a charred residue. Without pausing, Shauna's gaze was fixed firmly on the tightly shut doors of the cafeteria. Fire fist. She swung her fiery dragon arm with sudden force, her fist coalescing with searing flames. Resembling a miniature sun, the fist struck the heavy door with tremendous force, the flames erupting instantly and shattering the thick metal into fragments. Bang! The shards of the door scattered in all directions as Shauna retracted her fist, the flames on her dragon claw gradually extinguishing. She strode into the cafeteria, stirring a gust of warm air, akin to a queen of flames, exuding an unparalleled aura. Was this the might of the dragon blood warrior paired with an A-grade fire ability? In Shauna's crimson dragon eyes, excitement flickered. Although her genetic lock had merely advanced from level 130 to level 142, after joining the Goddess Alliance, her strength was now incomparable to before. At present, she felt she could easily defeat 10 of her former self, no jest. However, upon realizing that this was merely a reflection of 10 of Chao Chie's attributes, she profoundly grasped the magnitude of his power. By this calculation, could it be that he could vanquish 100 of her past selves? In her previous conversation with Su Ying, she sensed the formidable strength of the Su Ying that Chao Chie had impersonated. Yet, she never anticipated that his prowess had ascended to such heights. If she were to follow a man of such caliber, perhaps it truly could lead to the conclusion of this calamity on Blue Star. Thus, she resolved to strive diligently, aiming to seize this cafeteria and contribute her share of strength to Chie. But just as Shauna was clearing zombies while searching for the location of the cold storage, an unforeseen change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless steel needles shot towards her from behind, the sound piercing and sharp. Shauna's pupils constricted as she swiftly sidestepped. Yet several needles struck her left shoulder. The tips, coated in green venom, penetrated her dragon scales, embedding into her flesh and sending a chilling wave through her body. Shauna inhaled sharply, immediately alerting herself as she turned, her crimson dragon eyes fixated intently on the rear. A massive zombie porcupine emerged gradually from the shadows, its form decidedly grotesque. Its body was enveloped in a multitude of sharp quills, each as piercing as a steel needle, glimmering with a chilling luminescence. Its skin exhibited a morbid shade of dark green, marred by patches of decay that emanated a repulsive stench. Most striking was its head, where eyes should have been. There were only 2 pitch-black voids, while its mouth was grotesquely oversized, revealing menacing fangs that oozed a viscous poison. With a deep, guttural growl, the zombie porcupine issued a sound that carried a spine-chilling threat. Its body arched slightly, and the quills along its back stood erect, as if primed for an imminent attack. An aberration, muttered Shauna softly, a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes. Having spent too long using dragon flame to clear the area, she was finally faced with a worthy adversary. Enduring the searing pain, Shauna resolutely extracted the steel needle embedded in her arm, then retrieved a vial of purification spring from her backpack, pouring it over the wound. The soothing spring water swiftly neutralized the dark green venom. Almost immediately, the intense heat of her dragon breath surged within her, her mouth expanding as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a roar, the dragon flame erupted forth, resembling a blazing pillar of fire, aimed directly at the zombie porcupine. As the flames surged, the air distorted with heat, and the ground blackened instantaneously. Yet, despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, the zombie porcupine displayed remarkable agility in its response. it suddenly curled into a ball, its body tightly encased in a spiky armor of steel quills. The porcupine zombie began to spin rapidly, resembling a colossal ball of needles, swiftly rolling aside and narrowly evading the direct assault of the dragon's flame. Boom! The dragon's fire struck the wall, instantly creating a massive hole, with flames scattering in all directions. Nevertheless, the porcupine zombie did not relent. Harnessing its momentum, it accelerated fiercely towards Shauna. Her pupils constricted as she deftly sidestepped. While wielding her fiery dragon arm to shatter the ordinary zombies that surged around her, she exerted all her effort to evade the porcupine zombie's onslaught. Yet, the speed of the porcupine zombie was astonishing. The needle ball pursued her relentlessly like a rolling boulder. Amidst the distractions posed by the ordinary zombies, the needle ball ultimately struck Shauna. Gritting her teeth, she raised her fiery dragon arm in a desperate attempt to block the blow. However, the force of the porcupine zombie's charge exceeded her expectations. The needle ball collided heavily with her fiery dragon arm, the tremendous impact sending her hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. Thunderous cracks echoed as the wall instantly shattered, debris flying. Shauna let out a muffled groan. Her arm was pierced by a steel quill, blood streaming down from the wound. Damn this porcupine! Clenching her teeth, a flicker of fury ignited in her eyes. She sprang to her feet, her right hand gathering flames once more, the indomitable spirit of battle blazing within her dragon gaze. I am not a porcupine, but I believe you are about to become one at my hands. The porcupine zombie, witnessing Shauna in such a dire state, could not suppress its derisive laughter. Its voice was eerie and sinister, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Chapter 59, The Fiery Struggle for Survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The porcupine zombie incessantly shook its body, unleashing a torrential downpour of steel needles from its back, which shot towards Shauna in a dense barrage. The sound of the needles slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, akin to the whispers of death, sending shivers down one's spine. Amidst the horde of zombies, Shauna maneuvered with agility, her form like lightning, yet the ordinary zombies surged towards her like an unrelenting tide, constantly harassed by the long-range attacks of the porcupine zombie. She found it challenging to close the distance. To make matters worse, she had discerned that her opponent's genetic lock was evidently superior to her own. Had it not been for the formidable powers bestowed upon her by Chao Chi-ya, she would have likely been skewered by the barrage of needles long ago. Nevertheless, Shauna harbored no intentions of retreat. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she devised a strategy. Instead of attempting to forcefully approach the porcupine zombie, she adeptly navigated through the throng of zombies, utilizing the steel needles of the porcupine zombie to eliminate the surrounding ordinary zombies. Whenever the needles were launched, she skillfully evaded them, while they found their marks on the zombies behind her. The needles pierced through the bodies of the zombies, black blood splattering everywhere. One by one, the ordinary zombies fell, while Shauna remained unscathed. What is this? Have you been so terrified by my recent assault that you dare not attack again? Weak little human fire serpent. Ha 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 ha. The porcupine zombie laughed maniacally, growing bolder with each shot, utterly oblivious to Shauna's true intentions. Its steel needles poured forth like they were without cost, madly cascading towards Shauna. By the time it realized the situation, all of its surrounding zombie minions had already been vanquished by its own hand. In the entire cafeteria, only it and Shauna faced each other. Damn it. Do you dare to toy with me? The porcupine zombie, belatedly aware of its folly, erupted in fury, its needles rearing up once more, raining down upon Shauna like a tempest of arrows. This time, its assault was even more relentless, nearly sealing off all of Shauna's avenues of escape. Yet, Shauna no longer evaded. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself against the onslaught of the steel needles with her draconic scale armor, swiftly advancing towards the porcupine zombie. The needles pierced her flesh, blood and venom streaming down from the wounds, yet her gaze grew ever more resolute. Not enough, not enough. A searing heat surged within her, flames swirling deep in her throat. With the characteristic of raging flame, the greater her anger, the fiercer the flames. Her strength was ascending rapidly. Roar! At last, Shauna's fury reached its zenith. She suddenly opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon fire akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards the porcupine zombie. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the porcupine zombie, the searing heat distorting the very air around. The porcupine zombie attempted to curl up to shield itself, only to realize that all of its steel needles had been exhausted, with new ones yet to grow. Adu! It let out a piercing shriek, its body thrashing within the flames, yet unable to escape the fate of being consumed by fire. Shauna coldly observed the scene, her dragon eyes ablaze with furious light. The dragon's breath continued for a full 2 minutes, reducing the porcupine zombie to ashes, transforming it into a red anomalous essence. A path. With a sigh of relief, Shauna slumped against the wall. Sakura, where are you? I am severely infected by the zombie virus. I need your support. I'm in the cafeteria. All right, I'll be there immediately. Shauna had nearly exhausted her supply of the fountain of purification. Yet she still could not contain the infection of the zombie virus. After all, her injuries were gravely severe. The steel needles had almost completely pierced through her armor and dragon scales. She had narrowly defeated this aberrant creature at the cost of her own life, utilizing the explosive power of Wrathflame. In that moment, Shauna felt an immense sense of relief. It was fortunate that she had encountered Chao Chi beforehand. Even if Xuebing had not betrayed them, their strength would have led to a complete rout against this second-tier aberration. Shauna, how did this happen to you? Sakura's brows furrowed with concern and sympathy as she beheld Shauna's injuries. She swiftly approached Shauna's side, kneeling down to examine her wounds with care. Lying on the ground, Shauna's breath was faint, her body riddled with punctured holes from the steel needles, blood continuously seeping from her wounds and staining both her armor and the floor. Nevertheless, her gaze remained steadfast, even imbued with a hint of pride. With great difficulty, she retrieved an extraordinary ability known as Dao from her bosom. Trembling as she handed it to Suing. Having just vanquished a second-tier aberration, she acknowledged, I see. You are formidable. Please refrain from speaking. Allow me to tend to your wounds. Su Ying's focus was not on the ability Dao, but rather on the urgent task of healing. Her tone firm yet laced with concern. As the appointed deputy team leader designated by Brother Chiye, she felt an overwhelming responsibility should anything untoward happen to Shauna. She would be at a loss on how to explain it to the others. Su Ying's hands emanated a gentle luminescence as they delicately enveloped Shauna's injuries. However, although her ability could purify the zombie virus, its healing effects were rather modest. Even with the virus neutralized, Shauna's injuries remained grievously severe. As she hurried over, Suing pondered how each team member had departed with no less than 5 vials of purifying spring. Surely, that would suffice. You mustn't exert yourself so, Suing sighed. Her tone imbued with a hint of reproach, though it was overshadowed by her genuine concern. Fortunately, Shauna, as the bearer of the dragon blood warrior skin, possessed formidable regenerative capabilities inherent to the beast kin. Thus, she was not in immediate peril, but would require time to recuperate. With utmost care, Suing assisted Shauna to her feet, and soon they discovered a vast cold storage filled with an abundance of meat, as well as a variety of vegetables and fruits. Now, we can truly enhance our rations, Shauna exclaimed with a smile, her weariness and pain momentarily forgotten in the presence of such plentiful provisions. Well done, Shauna. Suing praised her wholeheartedly. She initially believed that Shangguan Fian, the vanguard, was already formidable enough, but little did she expect that within the Goddess Alliance team, another relentless warrior named Shauna had emerged. Nevertheless, Suing felt a sense of comfort, for her brother, Chiye, had gained another valiant general among his ranks. Chapter 60. The suit of Boss Chao. As night fell, Chao Chiye, having gathered supplies from the backstreets, arrived at the academy cafeteria with the ladies. The moment he descended, everyone's gaze was irresistibly drawn to him. Clad in a fitted black suit, its sleek lines perfectly accentuated his robust physique. The collar of his shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of his firm chest, striking a balance between solemnity and a hint of untamed wildness. With his already handsome features enhanced by the golden dragon pupils and his powerful build, Chao Chiye appeared increasingly flawless. Suing, wow master, you are simply too handsome. May I call you husband? Wudingting, heavens, is this the beauty concealed by the delivery uniform? If only you had worn this outfit when entering the dorm, I could have avoided those 2 slaps. Shauna, no wonder you're the man who straightened out my sexual orientation. Your charm is simply irresistible. Shinyo and Shinyue, were you startled by Master? We were quite taken aback when we first saw him. Shangguan Fian, Master, with your looks, you would have likely debuted in the center stage during peacetime. Everyone gazed at Chao Chiye with starry eyes, lost in admiration. It was hardly surprising, for he exuded an undeniable allure after changing into this new attire. A veritable embodiment of allure. Even the boundling Nam Mei found that at this moment, Chao Chi perfectly epitomized all her fantasies regarding men. Moreover, Chao Chi was not only handsome, but his strength and endurance were astonishingly formidable. Ling Name had long since experienced this firsthand. A series of fluid, intricate maneuvers left her consciousness utterly disoriented. Otherwise, she would not have divulged the secrets of the Imperial Abyss Gate so swiftly. Such a brutal method of interrogation rendered it impossible for any woman to maintain her silence in the face of his commanding presence. Allow me to introduce Professor Jiang Ling, who will henceforth be a member of our Goddess Alliance. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Ling, she said, slightly bashful. After all the other women present were students from Jiangcheng Media Academy, while she alone was a teacher and a professor, no less. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Ling seamlessly integrated into the collective of the Goddess Alliance, where she was met with warmth and camaraderie, quickly forming bonds with everyone. Notably, her remarkable attributes, accentuated by the brave Nyo ensemble, rendered her strikingly model-like, instantly capturing the attention of all. Professor Jiang, do you have any secrets to share? They inquired. Truly, as a biology professor, your development is impressive. No wonder the master's gaze has been fixated on you. Professor Jiang, this is quite unfair. The students, in their enthusiastic chatter, quickly cornered Jiang Ling, who found herself blushing from the sudden attention. In the past, they shared a teacher-student relationship, and everyone held Jiang Ling in high regard. However, upon entering the Goddess Alliance, their bond transformed into that of sisters. Among sisters, there should be no secrets. Even the least experienced, Shang Wanfian, had already taken the initiative. Chao Qie couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. He hadn't even had his fill yet. And this young lady had already devoured the crab meat. It was utterly audacious. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share, it was simply a natural inclination. Jiang Ling, blushing, expressed her apologies. Ignoring the playful banter among the women, Chao Qie proceeded to gather all the ingredients from the cafeteria's cold storage. Fortune favored him. A fresh batch of supplies had just arrived before the outbreak of the zombie virus within the academy, resulting in an abundance of resources in the cold storage. A plethora of pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and a variety of fruits and vegetables were all impeccably preserved in the temperature-controlled environment. Once stored in the storage space, there was no need for concern, as the otherworldly realm remained completely static, ensuring that the items within would not change with the passage of time. Well done, Shauna. After securing the supplies, Chao Qie summoned the diligent Shauna to his side and bestowed a kiss upon her. Master, please, not in front of everyone, Shauna replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. As Chao Qie kissed her, his hands were not idle, as such actions were ingrained in a young man's DNA. Nevertheless, he resolved to prioritize his own safety in the future. Chao Qie deftly shifted the conversation, refraining from excessive reproach, for he understood that Shauna's unique ability, Raging Flames, demanded a heightened level of anger to unleash its true potential. In ordinary combat, this power might only attain a B ranking, yet when faced with dire circumstances, it could soar to an A maximum. Indeed, I am aware, as you have previously mentioned, that should defeat ensue, you would summon me. As night descended, the gymnasium's second floor radiated with light, resonating with laughter and merriment that seemed incongruous with the apocalyptic backdrop. Chao Qie initiated a bonfire gathering, indulging in a sumptuous beef hot pot alongside the goddesses. This was a promise he had made to Su Ying and Wu Dingting, and today marked the realization of the ambitious vision he had previously conjured. As the young women dined, some were moved to tears, for in this desolate world, who could have anticipated enjoying hot pot and singing joyfully in Chao Qie's company? The sense of security provided by the Goddess Alliance starkly contrasted with the perils lurking beyond, creating a peculiar dissonance. After satisfying their appetites, they collectively luxuriated in a warm bath, relishing the experience. The pool party water manipulation, coupled with Shauna's Raging Flames, ensured that while others fretted over mere sips of water, Chao Qie's team had already achieved the bliss of a hot spring retreat. Chapter 61. Classic Skin Switch. Subsequently, everyone submitted the Dao they had collected. Su Ying, 21 pieces. Wu Dingting, 34 pieces. Shang Wanfian, 52 pieces. Xin Youyu and Xin Yue, 81 pieces. Shauna, 101 pieces plus 1 piece of ability Dao. Jiang Ling, 34 pieces. It is evident that despite Shauna's late entry into the Goddess Alliance, her combat prowess is indeed formidable. It is no surprise that she consistently occupies the top position on the Academy's entertainment ability rankings. Furthermore, with the 309 ordinary Dao collected by Chao Qie, the total has reached 632 ordinary Dao, along with 2 extraordinary Dao. As the genetic lock continues to ascend, Chao Qie gradually discovers that he can now absorb the qi contained within the Dao to enhance himself, even without consuming them. He gathers all the Dao he has amassed, and as he gently brings his palm closer, he feels a warm energy coursing through his fingertips. With a mere thought, the qi within those Dao begins to slowly emanate, intertwining like a resplendent tapestry of light in the air, forming a magnificent vortex of energy. The sky is filled with qi, cascading like the Milky Way, continuously flowing into Chao Chiye's body. His form resembles an endless abyss, ravenously absorbing this pure energy. With each strand of qi entering him, he experiences an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, the Tao from which the qi has been drawn gradually loses its luster, transforming into dull stones, akin to ordinary pebbles. Indeed, the enhancement of the genetic lock has granted me greater mastery over the Tao, Chao Chiye murmurs softly, his tone imbued with a hint of confidence. As the final wisps of qi are absorbed, Chao Chiye slowly retracts his palm, feeling the surging power within him. His golden dragon-like pupils shimmer with an even more dazzling brilliance in the night, as if capable of penetrating all illusions. However, as the tier of the genetic lock continues to rise, the rate of enhancement becomes increasingly sluggish. Even after absorbing over 600 paths, Chao Chiye only managed to elevate his gene lock from Tier 3, 1, to Tier 3, 21. Each path contributed a mere increase of approximately 0.03. However, Chao Chiye found a slight surprise in that upon reaching Tier 3 with his gene lock, he could now draw upon the energy encapsulated within the extraordinary abilities of the paths rather than devouring the extraordinary abilities themselves. He could extract the energy they contained. The swiftness of the rabbit zombie harbored the energy of a Tier 2, 85 gene lock, while the poisonous spikes of the porcupine zombie contained the energy of a Tier 1, 88 gene lock. Absorbing the energy from these two extraordinary abilities significantly enhanced Chao Chiye's gene lock by an additional 30, bringing it to an astonishing Tier 3, 51. Under the inheritance of commanding power, the other members of the Goddess Alliance saw their gene locks ascend from Tier 1, 42 to Tier 2, 14. Professor Jiang, could you assist me in calculating the disparity in strength between each tier of the gene lock? In order to gain a clearer understanding of the combat data related to the gene lock, Chao Chiye disclosed all the information he possessed to Jiang Ling, hoping she could assist him in the calculations. With the professor finally in the team, it was imperative to make the most of her expertise. After obtaining the data, Jiang Ling initially produced a plethora of intricate mathematical formulas, and after some conversions, concluded that the enhancement of each gene lock tier represented approximately a 5-fold increase in strength. The disparity in power was indeed quite significant. It was no wonder that the girls who had merely acquired 10 of Chao Chiye's gene lock had already reached Tier 2, 14. Thus, it is not that each Tao has diminished in its enhancement of Chao Chiye. Rather, his strength has significantly increased, rendering the proportional benefits of each Tao less pronounced. It appears that to expedite the unlocking of the gene locks, merely hunting ordinary zombies is insufficiently efficient. Starting tomorrow, I urge everyone to seek out and eliminate the anomalous species, but remember to prioritize your safety. Engage only if you are capable, otherwise, summon me. As he spoke, Chao Chiye turned his gaze toward Shauna. Although Shauna's performance today was commendable, it was largely attributable to her distinctive ability, Raging Flame, which serves as a prime example of what not to emulate. To me, while Tao holds significant importance, you all are of even greater value. Faced with Chao Chiye's heartfelt declaration, the women were deeply moved. Master, they fervently sought to prove their worth in Chao Chiye's eyes. Yet he reassured them that it is they who are his most cherished treasures. With that single statement, they were resolutely prepared to lay down their lives for him at a moment's notice. Furthermore, Chao Chiye spoke candidly. Merely a few Tao are certainly not as vital as the skins unlocked by the system. Very well, Professor Jiang will take the night watch. The rest of you should rest promptly. After arranging the sentry assignments, Chao Chiye called Shen Youyu, and Shen Yue at his side, his tone gentle. Youyu, Yu Wei. Your recent performances have been outstanding. Allow me to teach you a set of marksmanship. Really? Master, that's wonderful. It's finally our turn. Upon hearing this, Shen Youyu and Shen Youwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as they hurriedly threw themselves into Chao Chiye's embrace. Before he could utter a word, the two eagerly grasped his thunder ray gun, their faces brimming with anticipation, as if fearing he might change his mind. After all, while the ranks of the Goddess Alliance were steadily growing, the core would forever remain solely with Chao Chiye. The sisters had long yearned for guidance from their beloved brother Chiye. Observing their keen eagerness to learn, Chao Chiye nodded with satisfaction, a flicker of approval gleaming in his eyes. He gently patted their heads, his tone laced with affection, saying, "All right, don't rush. Today, I shall teach you a new technique, the paired flight." Paired flight. Shen Youyu and Shen Yue echoed in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity and expectation. Chao Chiye smiled slightly and explained, in contrast to the previous technique I taught, the wild Dragon Force styles, this new method is designed for 2 practitioners, making it more suitable for you sisters. It emphasizes synergy and coordination. Only those with a mutual understanding can truly unleash the power of this technique. As he finished speaking, Chao Chie's thunder ray gun suddenly trembled, erupting in a dazzling flash of lightning. This technique, a blend of softness and strength, appeared as light as the wind. Yet each strike contained the might of thunder itself. 2.5 hours later, Chao Chie leaned against the window, lighting a cigarette. Meanwhile, Shen Youyu and Shen Yue embraced each other, savoring the essence of the martial arts teachings imparted by Chao Chie. Their minds replaying every move and stance he had just demonstrated. Only by comprehending the profound truths can one grasp the intricacies within. After finishing his cigarette, Chao Chie once again delved into the Supreme Skin system. With the continuous expansion of the Goddess Alliance, Chao Chie became acutely aware of a particular dilemma. While the system assured the production of exquisite items, each skin was undeniably beautiful, showcasing one's allure flawlessly. However, donning swimwear on a daily basis proved rather inconvenient, especially since his subordinates were not just anyone to be casually observed. Thus, Chao Chie began to contemplate whether there existed a method that would allow them to change their skins autonomously. The host can switch the goddess's classic skins, which represent their original forms, within the Goddess Management Authority interface. The system proved to be quite adept, swiftly alleviating Chao Chie's concerns. The original skins were the garments worn by the goddesses when they unlocked their skins. For instance, Wu Dingting's cartoon t-shirt paired with hot pants, or Su Ying's Raiden Shogun cosplay attire. As Chao Chie granted authority, the goddesses were also enabled to freely alternate between their classic skins and system skins, thus easing the daily awkwardness.